You got to get phase 2 done. This is a sign, once again, that the level of FDA meaning business is extraordinary. The time that it takes to do these things is being at a level that no one has ever seen. Remember, mumps, the longest to fruition, 4 years. This thing is happening so rapidly, and they're talking about scaling if it's good. So there's reasons for optimism. I know Moderna. I was the first person to interview them. These guys are scientists, all right? And they're using Amazon Web Services to basically, if you wanted to look at like what a bank would do, what a bank robber would do, you have to keep turning until you get the right combo. That's what Amazon Web Services does for those. So, I mean, it's David will love this. It's an algorithmic play. And maybe that's the way of the world. I was thinking that the way that would be going would be J&J or Pfizer, but if Moderna can do it, you know that we're going higher.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Meg Terrell in just a moment, Jim, but does this deserve to be a focal point? As Fauci suggested, are they in the pole position?
I think it is a focal point. I know that Fauci, there's some new thing, a revelation about Fauci that I've been hearing about from the right, but I've got to tell you, Fauci liked this. He's not supposed to like anything. This is the second thing he's liked. The first one was the remdesivir compared it to ACT. I have felt not to get bullish on a vaccine until Fauci said get bullish, meaning that wait till next year. Fauci's sticking his neck out here. I think it's impressive that he's sticking his neck out. And when you see these guys, this is their world. This is RNA world, and I know that J&J is fabulous. I know that the Pfizer guys are incredible. The Oxford guys are great. But these guys are in pole position. There is a fabled video going around about the Kentucky Derby with a lot of different named horses. The one that wins is not is too scatological for TV. But let's just say Moderna has it going. I'm surprised. I don't know what the odds are, David, but this thing is just flying.
Yeah, well, I want to hear more about those odds from Meg, Carl. So I think she may be available. Let's bring her in, right?
Yeah. Yeah, let's do Meg on that, and remdesivir looking at approval in Japan. Morning, Meg.
Good morning, Carl. A lot of news coming, and Moderna, as part of announcing its quarterly results this morning, giving that update on the planned trials for its vaccine, saying that the FDA did give the go-ahead just yesterday to begin the phase 2 trial, and also saying that they're finalizing the protocol for the phase 3 trial, which they now expect to begin in early summer. They say, based on these timelines, if all goes well, potential regulatory approval in 2021. Stefan Bancel, the CEO, on the call this morning, talking about that acceleration of timelines. Take a listen to what he said.
Today, we are very happy to announce that we received yesterday clearance from the FDA to proceed with phase 2. It's just 9 days from filing our IND on Monday, April 27. The FDA gave us a green light. We intend to start the clinical trial as soon as safely possible.
And so, guys, the next thing that we're waiting for is the readout of the phase 1 trial. Those results should be available, we hope, any time now. And that will be the first human trial data on a vaccine for COVID-19. And just to remind you about these timelines, they only began that phase 1 trial in the middle of March. And as Jim pointed out, they're already accelerating their timelines for beginning the phase 3. Just in the end of April, they were forecasting that was going to start in the fall. Now they're saying the phase 3 could start at the beginning of the summer. So these timelines are just getting incredibly compressed. And it's really amazing to watch. But of course, this is a new technology, a new virus. And so there are going to be a lot of questions as this proceeds, guys.
Meg, I am aghast. We know that there are many vaccines out there, and you've covered them, where once you start giving them to healthy people, things really go wrong. And there are people, sometimes they used to say, we got to give them for a year before we know something going wrong. This is the shortest time frame. Is there concern that perhaps they are breaking the long-standing rules of the FDA that you should not give someone an illness, a healthy person an illness that could kill them?
Oh my
because
God.
it sounds like that this is almost a Manhattan Project in itself.
Yes, that's a really good point, Jim. There have been instances before, specifically with dengue vaccines recently, where giving the vaccine actually made the disease worse when people encountered it. And so that is a concern here with vaccines, especially with the new technology. You know, I have been talking with a lot of people in the industry who say, yes, it's very exciting how fast this messenger RNA technology can move, but don't count out the tried and true technologies from companies like Johnson & Johnson and Merck, which we haven't heard as much about, but we did have Ken Frazier on last week saying they are in the vaccine race as well. And they're just typically quieter about their communications, but we shouldn't count out those big companies because their timelines right now don't seem as fast. So there are definitely concerns, and every time I talk with Moderna or anybody else in this space, I ask them, how much time do we need to know that these vaccines are safe since it's a new technology? You know, they seem to think they can get that information within these time periods, but I think there are still questions, of course.
And Meg, it's David. As you pointed out, we've never dealt with timelines like this. The market, obviously, and investors overall, not to mention all of you managers.
Hell, Monster Chorns was good this morning.
What about manufacturing? You know, we heard from Pfizer as well.
Need to wake up.
Maybe something sooner than we had thought, perhaps. But again, manufacturing at scale seems to be such an important part of this. Can Moderna do that? Can Pfizer do that? When we talk about these timelines, are we really talking about getting to that point where you actually would have enough doses available for people around the world?
Yeah, it's a hugely important question. And actually, in Rick Bright's whistleblower complaint, the BARDA director who was removed from his job earlier this week, he detailed concerns about the supply of things like vials, syringes, and needles, all of those things that you're going to be needing to supply vaccine to millions or even billions of people if and when we have a vaccine ready. So I've been checking with companies, you know, is that a problem? Are they worried about that? And these companies with, you know, huge manufacturing capacity say, no, you know, based on our projections that we've given, we are able to provide Pfizer, for example, hundreds of millions of doses next year. Moderna has said with its new partner, Lonza, they aim to be able to supply up to 1 billion doses per year. However, we don't know how soon they could get to that threshold. But you're asking such an important question. You know, Merck put it this way: they're being asked to shorten development timelines by unprecedented amounts and increase manufacturing capacity by unprecedented amounts, all at the same time. So these are going to be huge challenges. We're going to watch them try to solve in real time.
Moderna, I met them when they came to the JP Morgan conference 2 years ago. You and I were there. And they were sitting on the sidelines. I went up to the guy. I didn't know he was a real guy. I said, how you doing? And he said, I got this thing called Moderna. I said, oh, yeah, I remember you went IPO. He said, well, we're good. This company, it reminds me, if I were Pfizer, if I were J&J, they're like Butch and Sundance. Like, who are these guys? And could you please tell people how this is a different sort of drug company? This is not a traditional drug company. This is a computer-driven company.
That's good.
Certainly, Moderna does use artificial intelligence, machine learning to be able to speed up their discovery process. And we do hear about this from a lot of different companies. All drug companies are using that in some way.
KTOV is going to pop,
Moderna is a very interesting company. You know, they were founded by
KTOV?
Flagship Pioneering, a venture capital firm, with this idea that
Some
messenger
pharma
RNA
bullshit?
would
Why are they gonna
present
pop?
an entirely new way of delivering medicines, essentially delivering the genetic materials to the body to then have the body's own cells make the medicines, in essence.
Why is it going to pop?
So
what was the last
it's an
one you
amazing
told me?
Technological
What was the last one you were
idea,
running on?
but critics point out this has never been approved before. So that's important to remember. There's a ton of promise and excitement, but it needs to be proven.
UAVs, that was a huge failure. UAVs
Look,
was a
J&J
huge
is
failure.
great. I was speaking to the scientist who's running
That
the
was an
trial
epic
at Harvard.
failure.
I mean, the guy's such a heavyweight. It made me feel like an idiot. I don't know what they actually intended to, perhaps.
This is our next failure. All right.
Guys at Moderna,
Let's
it's
go.
like a
Let's
little
watch
shot. I mean, it would be unbelievable if the little shot.
UAV had a big boom for a second, didn't they? But it's scary, dude. I'm not trying to call it. I'm not trying to play
you put your money on
this.
David?
Always.
If it goes the other way, you're fucked.
You do.
If you got caught in there,
This would be amazing.
you're fucked.
I've got to tell you, Meg.
It had a one-day
without
pop.
proof of even
It had a
what-
one-day
that this thing
window.
works, that would be something. I don't want people to get their hopes up, but this would be something. Wow. Almost makes you want to buy an airline.
Yeah, I'll have to hope.
No, he played it for that high. Neosol. He called that. I will say this. He called this.
Buy the bonds. Hertz bonds.
He came in
Sub
here.
debt trading at 14 to 15 cents.
Came in here and he called this pop and played it. Now, if he got out or not before,
don't buy the stock, buy the
typically a 2-day
bonds.
window.
You're going to buy
Trying
Hertz.
to pop again
Play that instead of
after
Moderna is
Rogan
what you're telling
tweeted
me.
it. What do you mean?
Yeah.
What did Rogan tweet? He tweeted about K-Tov.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break.
That what
There's a
happened?
lot
Is
to
that
get to
what
this
caused
morning,
that over there
including
2 days
results from
ago, 2
Square,
days
Lyft,
ago?
Tilton, Beyond Meat, Peloton.
Sharks!
Costco,
07, what's
obviously,
good?
Viacom,
I'm
Etsy,
using TD
Fox. We'll get to
Ameritrade.
all of that
One
and talk
second.
about claims, which once again came with a rough print of more than 3 million people. Back in a moment.
Sorry, my nose was running. I had to blow my nose there. Yes, I'm using Thinkorswim. I gave people another out. This thing's been as high as $1. I'm super out on K-Tov. I am so out. I really want Square. This is great. If Square just holds right here where it was yesterday, we make some bank. I think. We'll see when the market opens. Oh my goodness. Let's try it and find out. Need all efforts now. Not doing anything will definitely fail. Alright, Governor is talking about opening up outdoor seating to restaurants. I don't see myself enjoying a meal when I'm forced to wear a mask in public will be enough to do it. Dude, let's try it and find out. I'm with you. I'm super ready.
Welcome back. A lot of results to get to on this Thursday morning. Jim, you seem to have a special place in your heart for those who are still trying to short Beyond Meat or Lyft or some of these others.
Going against Beyond Meat, going against history.
And
not just because I had an
Ian,
unbelievable
Kayla,
cheeseburger
thank you for the
last night
follow.
that they gave
Sharks
me.
with the follow,
The
baby.
reason
Let's
why
go, guys.
there's a guy named Dr. Willett, who's the foremost nutritionist and epidemiologist up at Harvard.
Time to get
Everybody's
busy.
foremost, I know, in this era, but this guy actually was predicting a pandemic basically because of the food chain. And Beyond Meat is now an ethos. I played a tape about how McDonald's said it's a bit of a hobby. Ethan Brown did not go for that. I think the more important thing is the Starbucks relationship in China. I think they can make a deal with Starbucks. I mean, this is how powerful this concept is. Those who betting against this because it has too much sodium, go check the sausages. They don't. I really believe that what's happening
It's a busy learning or right back to burning money.
When it comes to staying at home, the Tyson story, which obviously is abysmal, plus a sense that maybe the wet markets are part of the problem with the food chain. It's all going Beyond Meat's way. And what is Beyond Meat doing? They're cutting prices. So the price of meat's going to go up for the regular meat. And the protein that skips the
American
whole
dream of
meat
upward
chapter
mobility is not just
is
dying
going to
for
do
people, but
well.
for companies
Beyond Meat
too.
is
Poor
one of the
people
most
remain poor,
dangerous
rich people remain
sources.
rich and get richer. Small companies.
You talked to Ethan Brown last night on Mad. Here's what he said.
We already got a like.
We've reached the point where there's so many livestock on the Earth's surface that we're running into challenges with keeping that system working, and that supply chain is now, as many in the industry themselves have said, is under enormous pressure. So I think we are reaching a tipping point.
Oh, yeah. You know, look, I mean, before I became Jimmy Chill, I would have said, you know what? What
Before
really
I
is wrong
became
here,
Jimmy
they'll never
Chill.
make it because what's happened is
You
food
know?
services.
Before I
kind of
became
dead because
Jimmy
of
Chill.
What's happened with the economy and what's happened with the shutdown. The retail demand here is so strong. He is trying hard to keep up with demand. Now, I know my skeptical friend.
I saw those.
And notice
saw
I use air
these
quotes, friend.
down here.
My skeptical friend,
And I was like,
David
whoa.
Faber, will say, Jim, it's still a very small company. Well, David, so was Amazon, so was Facebook, so was Alphabet.
Really?
Yeah.
That monumental is the opportunity for this company.
I think that this food, the total addressable market for food, I mean for beef, for pork, for chicken, is monster.
Stop
And I
going.
think
Let
that
me
this
sell
is-
my
I think
lotto
McDonald's
puts.
is dead wrong.
End of
There's
day
no hobby here.
75.
The
Yeah,
hobby is going to
right,
end up
dude.
being meat. Particularly if we start getting, if we hear more stories about the food chain. I think the pandemic is saying start eating plant-based. Now you may say pie in the sky, and you know what? Pound sand. It's real. The move is
Is there
real.
a chance we run out of pea slurry or something like that, though?
Pound sand. I never
that in
invested in a
question,
stock
or
that
there's an
cost
endless
more.
amount of
I
peas?
never invested in a stock
And
that costed more
David,
than $13.
Remember, there's a glitch in eating protein, and the glitch is that it goes through
I think
an
that's an
industrial
incredibly horrible train of
Yeah.
thought to have.
I used to have a
Why?
Longhorn, David. I don't want anything going through that beast in my plate.
So you
I'm
wouldn't
getting
own.
fed up myself.
Have you
You
I
wouldn't
might go
own
vegan.
have you
Bank of
sworn off?
America. You wouldn't
have you
own
sworn
any
off
Johnson &
meat?
Johnson.
Have you? Are you going
You
to do
wouldn't
that?
own
I had a
any
T-bone
P&G.
Sunday. It's
You
pretty
wouldn't own any
but I'm
JPM.
I can swear off
You
meat
wouldn't
because
own
I'm
any
tired of the idea
Microsoft.
that when you go to a
You
meat
won't ever
packing
own
facility,
any
the question
Amazon.
is how
You
much,
won't ever
how
own
much,
any
COVID is
Google.
in the place.
You won't ever own
tired of
any.
COVID.
Do I need to keep going here? Should I keep
That's
going?
kind of a
I can
universal
keep
universal
going.
universal.
So
You need
so
to
is
keep going.
Yes.
yeah.
You'll never
so
own
is,
any
Smithfield
S-Bucks.
Foods, which is going to reopen Sioux Falls
You'll
after
never
3
own
weeks
any
closed.
Tyson chicken.
The world's biggest
You'll
pork
never
processor.
own any
The Ag Secretary yesterday, Jim, did say he sees full capacity back in a week
Walmart.
to 10 days. So there's going to be a fight about how much Beyond Meat can lower their prices and maintain margin
You'll
as
never
the meat
own
industry
any
tries to get
Walmart.
back. But you're a believer. We know that by now.
I am.
You'll never
and the
own
people who are
any
behind this thing, they see what's going on. There's less sodium.
Apple.
The sausages, by the
You'll
way,
never
which are
own
quite
any
good,
Verizon.
now have less sausage.
You'll
less,
never own any
less fat,
AT&T. You can't own any
and
Wendy's.
less sodium than the regular sausage. So Ethan Brown is constantly improving things. He's doing everything he can. Don't forget, Impossible's got GMOs.
All right,
People
Rand, we
do
get
not
it. That's
like
all I was
GMO.
waiting for,
This
Cadence.
is going to be a very big
Takes money to
company.
make money, only invest
Is
in
he
what you can
Tesla?
lose.
No.
That's
And
true,
someone
but
said, Jim, he's
none
not
of those
Amazon
stocks
company. I'm
under
just saying, no.
$13
It just
pay you a
starts like
dividend.
this. You've got
And the
an
majority of
evangelist,
historical
all right?
returns
An
from the stock market
evangelist
have come from
that makes
dividends.
real good stuff.
So
And you've got
having
younger people who
conservative
don't understand the
dividend-paying
concept of the
stocks
industrial
is
cow.
very
They're
good.
looking at
Trading
these cruise ships
dividend-paying
where they-
stocks,
where they,
and
make
plus
the meat,
you could
where they-
trade
oh, no,
all
they're not
these
cruise
stocks.
ships,
We
they're
traded,
plants.
we
And
traded
they're saying,
Square
hey, you know what?
yesterday.
I've seen
No
this stuff in my
stock.
store,
Also,
and
the
when
problem
it
with stocks under
becomes cheaper, which
$13
it
is
it's
they
gonna
don't
come
have
right
very
through
good
the price
volume. They have
of
very
regular beef.
high
I think
bid-ask
the adoption
spreads.
is going to be strong. Yes, I am a believer, and I'm a believer in the
Do
stock.
I have to set something up for
I
a
am not
dividend? No, you
skeptical.
just
Look, I
own
put
the
it as very
stock.
skeptical.
Okay.
But then I
So,
got
like,
young.
if you
I was
owned
older when I
Johnson &
hated it.
Johnson-
I'm younger than that now, David.
That was a song. I know it was.
One share of Johnson &
Jim,
Johnson
listen, I would
right
remind
now
people that when you become an evangelist on
pays
stocks,
2.73% a year.
oftentimes
Pays you
end up
$4 a
being
year annually.
correct.
So you
Shopify
buy
is a
it
name
for
you've
one.
been talking about for
You buy a
years.
share for
And it is now the
$148
largest
right
market
now,
cap
and
company,
you're
I
going to get
believe,
$4
out of Canada
annually in
at
dividend
over
payments.
85
Not only
billion.
that, not only
8%.
that,
Who was that
the
fat guy?
dividend grows.
I'm
So
just
this
being-
annual
My
payout
head's
goes
so
up
big you
Remember,
can't-
I mean,
every
I'm
year.
only a I'm only a
And if you
friend
look
in
at how
air
the
quotes,
dividend
so
grows
really,
on
I have
something
no
like
membership.
Johnson
You
and
told me I don't
Johnson,
like anybody. I used to think
you would have noticed if
until
you
you
bought
said I don't
something in
really like anybody, I thought I was your
1999
friend.
for the cost of the share then,
Take your
You're
clothes off the
misquoting me.
Peloton.
almost
again.
30, actually it would be like
Once again-
1990,
once
because
again, you are
30 years,
misquoting me.
whatever
Out of
30 years
context,
is, you're
incorrect.
receiving the
All
cost
right,
of the
okay,
share
but let's,
that
uh,
year.
Kind of a, yeah,
So let's
I've
look
seen
at the
that done.
price
All
of
right.
Johnson & Johnson. If you would have held it
Yeah, all right. We
for
got 10
30
minutes till we get an
years,
opening
you
bell.
would have
Guys, we're also
invested in
going to be talking
Johnson &
to Greg
Johnson.
Hayes,
Back
of
here in
course,
1990,
CEO
it was
of,
$7 a
the old
share.
United
It was where you
Technologies.
like
It's
to
now
buy.
Raytheon, as well.
It was where you like
RTX,
to
the
buy is
symbol
under
there, having
$13,
reported earnings.
dude.
We're
And
gonna certainly
this
wanna hear
year,
what Mr.
you would
Hayes
get
has to
over
say
$4
about the current
in the
environment.
dividend
More stuff from
alone
the street
from
coming
that
up.
same share you earned. The same exact share. Not only that, you made it through the crash of 2000. Look at the crash of 2000. Did nothing. Over. Crash of 2008. Did nothing. Over. Crash today. It's already fucking over. You can't even see it. It's over. You missed it. You know what I'm saying? So this is the shit you hold long term. Same with P&G. Same with P&G out here. You want to buy the share if you bought it back in 90. You bought this mug for $9.90. You know what it pays in a dividend today at 113? It pays $3. You get a third of your money back. And the dividend grows every year. You just gotta own it, my bro. You just gotta own it. Hey, that's why we're here, baby. Learning every day. You just gotta own it, baby. One of my favorites. Starbucks right now, bro. You know why I love it? It pays 2% a year, but look at this growth. Look at the growth of the dividend. You buy it now, and it is growing like crazy, dude. Look at their dividend growth. It's fucking popping, baby. No, you just start buying, brother. You just start buying. So here's the thing that I want to level up, alright? Guac Gang. I started buying individual shares of things like this, and I think there is, knowing about dividends and now knowing about options and generating income also off of options, I want to buy shares in lots of hundreds so that I can sell covered calls against them. Okay?
Very large movers pre-market.
So,
Viacom's up 14.
obviously to buy 100
PayPal's up
shares of
10.
S-Bucks, I would need
Peloton up 19.
$7,200.
Futures are green, but can
which
they
I
hold
don't
on this
have
Thursday?
liquid right
We'll
now.
find
So I
out when
need
we
to-
get the opening bell
I
in just
look
about
at
7 minutes.
the stock market much like I looked at growing in poker and learning in poker. And the buy-in of the tournament is the share price. So right now, with my bankroll, I can only play $6 tournaments. I can't play $50 tournaments. Otherwise, I'll burn all my money too quick. I think it's the same thing over here, which is why I was playing like Square and ADMA. You know what I mean? And I want to find stocks. My goal was to maybe get Bank of America as my next ladder up from ADMA. These is a $22 stock. It pays a dividend. Bank of America pays a nice dividend. It's not the greatest in the world, to be honest, because it's a bank. Banks pay 3% yield. 3% yield's not bad. Huge growth coming right now. Okay, and what's important about Bank of America is the bid-ask spread on it is only 1 cent wide. There's tons of volume in Bank of America. Tons and tons and tons of volume. So you can see here, the bid-ask spread right here is, what, 4 cents? 4 cents. 8 cents here. You know what I'm saying? The similarities with poker strats are really there. They really are, dude. Bankroll management is real. It's something you learn in your it's something you take across your entire life. That's why I love the game of poker. Not only is it a game, but there's a lot of learnable lessons in the game and how to manage your life. You know what I mean? What do I think of GE? I think it's awful. They've dropped their dividend down to a penny a share. They're just dying. Their chart looks awful. I don't want to be a part of anything. I don't like being a part. I'm not a part of turnaround stories. That's just not. It's not my style. I get that it's somebody else's style, but like a chart that looks like this doesn't look like something I want to put my money in when I could be in something like this or something like this. that's leveled out and just crashed from the market. But Bank of America is going to climb back. You know what I mean? GE had material problems before the crash, and that's why their chart went down and then stayed down. You know what I mean? Same with Boeing. I sold all my Boeing stock. I sold all my Boeing, all my oil stuff, all my car stuff. I sold GM. I got rid of GM. I got rid of Honda. What's Honda? What is Honda? I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But I'm not messing with it. I want dividend paying stocks. And then I want to trade around them. It was interesting though, we could use the iron condors to trade around higher price stocks, but to own the higher price stocks, I want to own a dividend paying stock, I want to own 100 shares of it so that I can also sell covered calls against the position as well to generate even more income. Does that make sense? There's nothing wrong with just owning one share though. And collecting your dividend and buying one share now, one share later, one share later. You know what I mean? I'm just going to try and ladder 100 shares at a time. And we have 200 shares of Canopy over here that we've sold calls against. Is that a glass joint? No, it's a real joint. Just a cone. A raw cone that we rolled up yesterday. We buy them by the fucking commercial about cones. We got this in January, I think. We only had half of it. The other half we split with a friend. But it's a lot of fucking cones to go through. It's like a bamboo forest over there. It's a lot of cones, baby. A lot of cones. We gotta stay. We gotta stay coned out, baby. We're hoping the iron condors on Square stay good. Check out SDC. Do you day trade? Yes. Yes. A little bit. So we're learning how to options trade. ADMA swing trade today. Thoughts? I don't know, dude. I don't know what ADMA is going to do. I have a feeling we creep up till the next quarter earnings in August, I would assume. But I have no idea. It could go down. It could go below 250. I have no idea. I don't know what she's going to do. We're going to find out, though. I know that. You know? Smile Direct Club's been raging. I will give it that. Tournament started right as the bell rang. That was tight. Smile Direct Club is raging. I will give it that. ADMA, what'd you want to do? Nothing. ADMA didn't do shit. Square, I need to drop. Oh my god. Square going up on a horrible quarter. That is hilarious. Oh my. Oh my, Square. Oh my. I need it to stay below 85. It's got to stay below 85 for me. I bought shares of T and VYM for the dividends. What is VYM? And they just bled the last month. T, I don't think... I would rather own Verizon over T. AT&T has made a lot of really bad purchases, dude. Purchasing their DirecTV and all the shit they bought was just... Dude, failure. Like... textbook type failure shit that they study in classes. You know what I mean? VYM, I don't even know what that is. A Vanguard fund. I don't know what's in it, what it's comprised of, or anything like that. But hey, doesn't seem too bad. Square, slow your roll, dude. I don't really like to see you over $70. How did you tank like that and climb out this morning? I'll never understand. SQ, show me Square. Nice, we're up in Square. Fuck yeah. Holy shit, we could close out right now for $80 on those trades we made yesterday. Fuck yes, we're not closing shit. We're letting it ride, baby. We're letting it ride. So we took out a bunch of iron condors yesterday on Square. Basically, we bet that Square wouldn't go above 85 and it wouldn't go below 55. That was our bet, basically. It had to stay in our range. So we just want this thing to fucking park itself right here. I would like to see ADMA build a floor here and start creeping up would be nice, because we're fucking fucked in our ADMA calls. That actually wasn't that bad. We only lost $260. We still have almost 4 months on the calls. But we'll never do naked bets like that again. Oh god, it's gone. And it's gone. And it's gone, chat. Square, stay down. What are you doing? You had a bad quarter. You're fucking drunk. Go home. How the fuck are you going up right now? Looks good. Bitcoin up a bit. Let's check on our coin. Ooh, 95 hundos, baby. Our little portfolio's climbing. Oh, what a cute little portfolio. That's cute. How's gold doing? That's what I'm interested in comparing it with. Gold's still below 1,700. That is interesting.
Actually, I don't want to say benefiting because it sounds too mercenary, but you take a stock like PayPal. I mean, they're just doing much better because of the way people buy things during a pandemic.
Why?
I mean, it's really incredible. When you look at an Etsy, I have Etsy on today.
It's up
that
6%
stock
today?
is down
That's insanity.
It wouldn't shock me if it's up by the end of the day, because it is about how great.
Can I close my trade?
Started.
How do I close my trade? I might have to
weird
call
world
TD
that the
Ameritrade
NASDAQ
because
is
I don't
filled with
understand
companies
how to close
that are
this shit.
Zoom-like, where you just get, you just have such good numbers. And so, I mean, I think it's just two economies. There's the economy that does well, and the economy and healthcare, and the economy that does poorly. And I think people who are looking at the stock market and think that we're nuts because of the pandemic, remember, the stock market's made of companies like Zoom.
I'm so
And made
confused.
of companies like PayPal, made of companies like
Am
Microsoft,
I up or down?
Amazon.
Am I lost?
And these are
Have I
companies
won?
that are doing terrifically in this market.
Like, can I close it
And
all
then
out
there's
and take
travel
$60
and
right
leisure
now?
and
I know I
industrial
can, but how do I do it?
Retail
properly?
and restaurant, and they're not doing well. So, and obviously, we're not trading hair salons here, right? We're not trading locksmiths. We're not trading little boutique coffee shops. So it is not. It mystifies so many people, but it shouldn't if you just look at the makeup. And it's why the S&P is
If
not
you-
the right index to be in, because the S&P has a lot of
4683597 lows.
pandemic.
If you DM me your first and last name and email address, I will put in an affiliate link and they will email you to sign up, and it would help the stream a lot.
We thank you for your business and cooperation during these times.
Yeah,
For
thanks.
quotes,
I get it.
Please press 1. To log into the automated system,
Like,
press
am I up
two.
$55?
Speak with a representative, press 3. To help us provide you with the best possible service, please enter your 9-digit
Give me my $53. I'm so happy. Yes, I would get $50. Maybe. You have to get to $3,000 in the account within a year. Their affiliate program really isn't that great. I doubt I'll get that many $50, but hopefully they will fucking... Hopefully they will,
Services, press 1. For assistance logging on to your online account, or to get quotes from a representative, press 2. To place a stock, options, or mutual fund trade, press 3. Please note, this call may be monitored and recorded for quality. Last name, please.
hey, Austin. Excellent, excellent, Austin. I placed some Iron Condor trades yesterday on Square, and I'm wondering how I close it out as like a whole trade instead of individually leg by leg.
Okay, sure. Are you placing the trades on the website, Thinkorswim, or the mobile app?
I'm on the Thinkorswim program on desktop.
Monitor and then activity and positions.
That's where I'm at.
And then down below under the position statement, it'll show you your various positions. If you just right click on the ticker symbol and go to create closing order, it should give you a bunch of different choices.
Yeah, and it shows the whole...
What types of closing orders.
Oh, wow, look at this. Okay, at least I know where to find it now, and then I can play around with it from here. I really appreciate that. That's what I was trying to figure out, how I closed it, if I had to do it leg by leg, or if I could just buy the whole Iron Condor back.
Gotcha. Yeah, doing it this way, right-clicking on it, create closing order, that's probably the easiest way. Then just select the Iron Condor, and you need to make any edits on the order entry tool that appears below. You can change the strike, the quantity, etc.
Right. We're at the order entry point below. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. That's all I needed.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for choosing Ameritrade. Have a great day, David.
You as well. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Easy peasy. Where are we going here? I DM'd you on Twitch. Dude, and see, they're, TD Ameritrade's, customer service is actually awesome. Like, you can't call Robinhood. There ain't no fucking calling Robinhood. Got you. I'm putting it in right now. You should receive the email shortly. Copy and paste. Copy and paste. Copy and paste. Are you in America? I see a .com.au. Submitted. Ba-bam, ba-bam, baby. It says pending. Shit. Nice. Burn. Burn. Burn, Square. Burn. Don't freak out in the first 30 minutes of trading, Rand. It's gonna fucking fall off. These are people with the morning buy orders.
Some would say it is. He is no longer a part of the company, John Ledger, but it is now Mike Sievert's company. And listen, he's saying all the right things in terms of delivering on the synergies of the Sprint deal that they waited so long.
That's
to,
all you're
to
doing.
close.
You're going to get
And
your
on
6%
margins.
for the day.
We'll
6%
see whether they can
up.
actually
Yay,
deliver,
you.
Jim,
Yay,
as
you,
he
Square.
continues to say they will. But the
God,
stock is
how
responding
fucking
very
crazy would that be? You're
positively.
like,
You
puts.
see that this morning with the
Puts
overall
on Square,
tone as well.
and last night they released
back to
numbers, and
media,
you're like,
Fox is
yay,
up
I'm printing,
8.2%. Again,
and then you wake up
sort of
and
the
you're like,
positive commentary,
what the
at
fuck
least to a
happened?
certain
What the
extent,
fuck
is based on
happened?
expectations
How
from the
did we
fall.
go from
In
printing
terms
to
of the
not
ad market,
printing?
local is terrible, but they're seeing sort of national things are changing, but they're not that bad. And this belief that football and sports is going to somehow come back.
Let's get some
Certainly
dividends
football,
going.
which I
B.
know you're
Schmidt
very
loves the
focused on.
T-Mus.
We're all very
He's been
focused on.
telling me to buy
Bob
T-Mus for
Backus
years,
from
and I should have
Viacom said
listened, dude. I
They're
should
ready
have
to
listened.
engage with them whenever they
God, I
want
should
about
have
doing a
listened.
new deal, but that hasn't yet
Well,
happened.
they're talking
So
about
they
next
gotta
new
figure out
players
the
right
season.
before. The players will be sequestered in hotels.
Is D.
And
King
it will
still
be,
killing it, huh?
remarkable, fanless. Now, a stock that's not moving up is Raytheon, David. Raytheon
Damn,
Technologies.
D. King
So
is
we got to find out what's
fucking
going on.
on
Why don't we
fire,
bring in
dude. $25,
the person who
baby.
runs the new Raytheon, which is the part of the old United Technologies. and
Killingbird.
Raytheon. And I thought the quarter was
Killingbird
very good.
is
I wanna
making
speak
a
to
killing
Greg
in
Hayes,
DK.
CEO. Greg, you're no stranger. Welcome back to Squawk on the Street.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Jim.
All right. So what would have happened had you just kept United Technologies Aerospace by itself without merging it with Raytheon? What kind of discussion would be had? Would it be with Mnuchin? Would it be with J-Pal?
Look,
Dude, this is
the
all we
aerospace
need
businesses,
here.
the legacy Collins and Pratt businesses, they're going to have a tough year. We're going to see
Down
sales
you
probably
go.
down
Down you go,
50% or so
Square.
on the commercial aero side. Keep in mind, though, that both of those businesses have a pretty solid defense portfolio as well, about 30% of their businesses. So, you know, we weren't going to go bankrupt if we stood on our own. We would have probably been close to break even for the year from an earnings standpoint, but we certainly wouldn't have been looking to get a handout from
How
the
does
government.
this work?
Yeah, it's good franchises. The business doesn't go
I'm so
away, but it's
confused on
it is
Square. Like, am I
it's a
up?
tough time
Am I
in commercial
down?
aerospace,
I'm up
as everybody
$72
knows.
total
Yeah, but
right
can you
now.
talk about the defense side, which I find very
Do I just
interesting?
let it go
because
towards
defense is
expiration a
holding
few
up.
more days?
You pick up the Patriot missile, which has always had good
I
sales.
mean, as long as it's
but
not
frankly,
raging
gross
towards
margins have
85
been
or
wanting.
55, we're
What can
okay.
you do about that in order to be able
The
to make it
morning
so
had
that
me a
you
little
take
scared,
really
like we were
unbelievable
raging towards
technology
fucking
and
85.
start making more money with it?
But if we just stick
Well,
around
I think
right
the
here, we're
key
good.
with the merger of
And
Raytheon
down she
and
goes.
UTX was technology.
And
as
we're
well
so
as
far
talent
away from
merger.
55 right now.
You know, we come into this merger between the two companies with
We're gonna
about
lose
$70
$15,
billion
$16
of
from here?
defense backlog. I think, you know, we've got a good
$16 a
track
share
record
off
on the
$70
UTX side
per
of
stock.
driving
There's
cost
just no way,
reduction.
right?
You know, if you think about the engine for the Joint Strike Fighter, we've built, I think we just
Got
delivered
you.
the 500th
I'm
fighter.
putting it in right now.
And that engine cost
Putting
has
it in
come
right
down
now.
from $20 million to about $10 million.
Dude, Thinkorswim is
Margins
so
have
much
gone
better
up.
than Robinhood.
And,
You
you know,
can
we're gonna
call
bring
and
that
talk
same
to somebody. Did
discipline,
you see how fast I
to
called
all
and
the
got
Raytheon
somebody
businesses.
on the
We've got
phone
solid
there?
businesses. Some of them a little
That's
bit more
worth a lot
challenged
to
from a
me.
margin standpoint,
That was
as you
worth a
said,
lot.
but again, I think as
To
we
walk you
think
through
about the
trades
talent
and
that we
shit.
bring together,
Dude, walk
we'll
me
have
through
the
how to use
opportunity
the
to do more on
program the
supply
other day.
chain
Like,
cost
it's
savings
definitely
there,
worth it.
as well as to bring more automation to the factories. I should point out, you know, we've got 195,000
And it's a
employees across
one-page
Raytheon
transfer
Technologies.
thing.
And about 95
To pull over your Robinhood account, like, you don't even have to sell out of anything. You fill out one form on the TD Ameritrade website on the browser page.
You
fill out one form with your Robinhood, with your name, your Robinhood account number, and fucking bam. They go get it. It's over in 3 days. It gets pulled over here. They pulled over my Robinhood account, all the stupid cannabis stocks I bought, all the stupid CGC we bought, NYMTs in here.
We've tried to simplify the organization.
Sheriff TJ Maxx for the
We've got a
dividends.
missiles and defense business headed by Wes Kramer, and an intelligence and space business headed by Roy Azevedo.
God, this thing
And those
is
guys are
fucking-
both focused, laser focused on cost reduction, synergies, and margin improvement.
All right, well, let's go there. Let's talk about commercial aerospace. I have to believe that next quarter it's just going to be plain awful.
I wouldn't disabuse you of that notion, Jim. Look, you know, so first quarter, right? We had a really solid first quarter. I think commercial aftermarket was up 4% at Pratt Whitney, 3% at Rockwell Collins, and that was in spite of the headwinds that you had on the 737 MAX not flying, and some other things at Collins. So a solid first quarter, and if we think about like inductions into our overhaul shops, just to give you an example, we typically get 80 to 100 engines in a month. takes about 90 days to overhaul those, and we generate revenue as we overhaul the engines. For the month of April, that was 24 engines.
I need to
instead
not
of
freak
normal 80
out
to 100. So,
and
yeah,
just let
it's gonna
the
be
trade
tough. On
play
the
out. Like
Collins
Square's
side,
not going above
repair,
85.
we
It's not
repair
going below
many of the things
55.
around
Just
the world
fucking
in our repair
relax.
shops. That was input was down
I'm
about
afraid
55%.
because it's the first time I did it.
This is going to be
We
a
already
tough
got that
quarter on
referral in
commercial
for
aero.
you, brother. That's
I
two
think the good
referrals
news is
today.
we
That's
do see
fucking
some light
awesome,
at the end
guys.
of the tunnel as we've spoken to the airlines. They're starting
Hopefully
to see some
TD
bookings
Ameritrade
out in the summer
will take
months and
notice
the
of us.
fall.
They'll be like,
It's starting to
man,
pick up. So we think
maybe we
you'll
should
see
check this
recovery,
dude's fucking
clearly
stream
Q2
out
is
and
gonna
say
be very
hello. Maybe they'll send me a t-shirt. You know, that's all I really
It's,
want.
I would imagine.
Maybe a
Greg,
TD
it's been
Ameritrade
slow-
coffee
a
mug.
slow
You know what I'm
recovery.
saying? Like,
I
I'm
wanted
not
to, go
I'm not a
back to your
greedy
comments
human
about
out
sort
here.
of the factory
I
floor, the
appreciate the
100,000
software and service
employees you have
given to
coming
me.
in every
You
day,
know?
outfitting them in
You know what I'm
PPE,
saying?
as you said. But what about the efficiency of their work? How do you socially distance when you're building an engine?
Don't
And
talk
if
in
you
caps. How
are,
you doing
does
today?
that
What's your
impact
play?
Their ability to
What's your
actually
play of
make
the
that
day?
engine more quickly.
D King.
Yeah, David, it's a good question.
Yeah,
so what we have
D-King
been
is
doing,
holding $25
again,
like
engines
a
are a little
motherfucker.
bit different because
What's
they
the cash
go
out
through
point?
a production line, but usually there's one technician working on an engine that simply moves along the line.
Where do people
so
start
it's
to
not
sell?
as
Was it that
difficult to
$25 level? Is
socially
that the
distance on the
psychological
engine
barrier?
line.
People bought it
More
for less than
difficult
20.
in some of our facilities where we're doing mass production
People
of
bought it
overhauled,
for less than
turbine
20
blades,
and
for instance, where you've got
$18.
500 people in a
25 bucks
factory.
becomes a
What
psychological
we've had to do
level.
there is we stagger shifts, so
see
we've
some
got some people
resistance.
coming in first shift, we've added second and third shifts, we have weekend shifts, so we're trying to, where we can't socially distance, we're trying to stretch out the work week, if you will, to try and accommodate those people. We've got our own mask manufacturing set up in Malaysia, another factory here in the U.S. We're making about 100,000 masks a day for our folks. We've been
Book
a
value
pretty
per
good job
share,
of sourcing
$7,
PPE, but at the end of
$7.79.
the day, we wanted to make sure we were self-sufficient. We've got temperature
Oh my
scanned
god, this
every
is
employee that comes in today
400x
is
right
getting
now. You're paying
temperature
400
check.
times earnings right
and
now.
we'll look at some testing once these antibody tests
It's
have
going to take you
been
400 years at this
sorted
year's
out.
earnings
We'll
to fucking
probably
get
be
your money
testing
out of
employees
DK.
on a regular
Oh my
basis
God.
for the antibodies. So it's
can't do
difficult.
it.
There's
Can't do
additional
it.
cost. I think we mentioned on the earnings call this morning probably about 8 to 10 cents of headwind, maybe a couple of $100 million of additional cost.
Would you rather
because
pay
that's not
400 times
counting the
earnings for
inefficiencies.
D-King
So,
or
this is,
100 times
it's
earnings for
expensive.
Amazon?
But at the end of the day, you've got to support the customer. We've got to do this work. We've got to deliver.
You know what I
to
mean?
keep the war fighters safe and to keep these airplanes flying.
Right. Which comes back to the larger picture, of course. Part of the reason, well, part of the promise to shareholders of this deal was significant returns of capital to those shareholders. You're putting that off a bit right now, aren't you? I mean, I believe the 18 to 20 billion you've talked about last June, you're now saying is going to take place over 4 years.
Just trade sideways,
versus
baby.
3
Just
years.
trade
Why?
Why?
sideways.
Well, because revenue passenger traffic's 95% lower than what it was last June. Look, it's pretty simple. We came into this merger with about $8.5 billion.
Pretty simple, dude. We make a lot more money making bombs
We've
and
got about
missiles
$25
and
billion
weapons
of
than we
debt.
do off of
We're in a
passenger
solid
planes.
position
So
from a
we sold the
liquidity
bullshit,
standpoint.
and we're out
We
here
took
to
the board
fucking
through
kill
this a
people.
week
That's
ago
what we
before
do.
we declared the dividend.
Lubricon, what's going
We
on?
took the
How you
dividend to
doing?
$1.90 a share.
Raytheon and
That's
shit
up
is something I
significantly
won't
from the old
own. Like,
Raytheon
I don't know.
dividend,
That's like my
18%
sin
or so.
stock.
And as we had
Like,
the
I don't own
conversation with the
tobacco.
board,
I
we
don't fuck
went
with
through
the
a lot
tobacco
of different
companies, and I don't
scenarios
fuck
as to
with
how
like
bad can it be.
defense
And even in the
companies
worst
that
case
just
scenario
fucking
we
make
put
bombs
forth,
and
we still
shit.
had adequate liquidity to fund the dividend for the
I
next
don't know.
3 years.
Maybe it's in my head
There's just
that
so
I'm
much
just a good
unknown out
person,
there. I could
and
not
I don't really
possibly
want to bomb
recommend the board
anybody,
to do
nor do
share
I want a
buybacks this year.
dividend that came from fucking bombing
We
somebody.
still see, good
You
cash
know?
generation.
I also
over the
don't
long
care
term,
for your
but I
dividend
think our
from your
commercial
tobacco
aero
company.
businesses,
I
for
give
this
zero
year, where we had
fucks
expected about $3 billion
about tobacco.
positive cash flow, will essentially be breaking from a cash flow standpoint. So that'll recover.
Leprechaun, what are you
over the next
doing this
couple of years
morning?
and give
What's
us a
good, brother?
Position to do share buyback. We've also got
That was
obviously
my little
a lot of
rant. That was a
opportunity
mini
on the
rant.
balance sheet if we want to borrow money, but
A mini
in this
rant.
environment, borrowing to do share buyback
rant
just doesn't
rant.
make a hell of a lot of sense. So
Rant. Just
we're
a
going to keep our
rant.
powder dry. We're going to look for opportunities. And
TTNP.
if the stock
TTNP. Is that like a
continues to
toilet
lag
paper
under
stock?
the intrinsic value,
Holy
we'll be in
fuck.
the
Titan
market, but it won't be
Pharmaceuticals.
this year.
So, Greg, How about China and China Aerospace?
What do they do?
How's that look?
Why is this popping our baskets?
You know, it's interesting, Jim.
What's
We
going on
obviously
over
saw
here?
the same thing in China that we've seen in the U.S. That happened, of course, in
I'm
January.
not touching with a
February.
10-foot pole, but I'll watch
Today
the
we've
shit.
actually started to see a recovery.
I'll
If you
watch
think
it.
about the global fleet, is about 30,000
Trying to learn Poker Tracker 4. Let me know if you have any
55%
questions. I'm not the
of our
greatest
parts.
at it, but I can maybe fiddle
about-
around with it on stream
about
for you here.
40% of the park
Help you
aircraft
figure
are
it out.
actually
You know who's
COVID-related.
really
Beginning of the year
good
is
with
about
Poker
15%
Tracker?
park. If you look at
is,
China today, 3 months in,
I got a
their
lot of
park
help
fleet's only
from
about 20%.
Snoston
So we
Lost.
have started to see a return
One of the Stormers.
of passengers.
I took private
in
one-on-one
China
coaching
itself.
from him. He's actually a really
Of
good
course,
coach.
we have not yet
He
seen
talks
the
himself
international
down right
traffic
now because
return.
he's
That
like,
may
oh,
be
I
some
haven't
time,
played in a
but
while. You
I
can
think
find a better
it's
coach.
heartening
But
as you see
he's
China
a really
as
good coach because he
reflection,
knows the game and he knows the
of
mental
the U.S.
game
economy.
too.
You know, China's the second biggest passenger market after the U.S.
But yeah,
I think
Poker
the
Tracker
dynamics we see
4
in
and a
China will probably
subscription
play out here in the
to
US.
SharkScope are a must. And it's a
Greg,
one-time
it's
fee,
Carl. I
right?
just had one quick question on the
You have a
balance
call with
between
him at
dividends
10.
and layoffs
Dude.
or furloughs. Do
Puh.
you expect companies to have trouble
Just write down
optimally
what you need to
maintaining
know
a
about
dividend when
Poker
they're letting
Tracker
people go?
4.
You know, Carl, that is a question.
He's
that
a
we
great
wrestle
guy.
with because
Good dude.
obviously
I've never
we're
met him in
making tough
person,
decisions on employment.
but great dude. We
furlough
talk on
people, having
Skype
to
and stuff like
reduce
that.
people's salaries. We took a furlough across, or a 10% cut in pay for all of the corporate folks.
I like Jason. One day I'd love to
we
have a
took
beer with the
and all
guy.
the folks on the commercial aero side.
Have a drink
furloughing
one day.
people as the volumes decline. At the same time, I think we've got an obligation to our investors, many of whom are our own employees, to continue to pay a dividend. Now, we didn't take the dividend up a lot. I think it was like 1% from a UTX adjusted basis. But we thought it important that
Are you getting coaching from him? Because if you are, he'll show you how to set up. You got to. It's definitely important to set up Poker
What I've
Tracker.
told employees is we're going to try and save as many jobs as possible. As we
Folding ace
reduce
jack here.
spending on the
I
commercial side,
raised, the
we've got a
button
couple of
called, and the
thousand
small
openings for
blind
engineers on
jammed.
the legacy defense side.
Good.
So we're moving folks over. We're moving production from the legacy Raytheon business to some of our facilities out in Cedar Rapids. So
But yeah,
we're
he'll
gonna do
definitely
everything
get
we
you
can
set
to
up with the
maintain
Poker
employment.
Tracker. And it's
Having said
super
that, we know
important to
that there are
tag
going to be
hands for
furloughs,
review.
there's going to be layoffs
After a
as volume
hand,
goes
go down here,
But at the same time, I
tag
think it's
for
important
review.
to signal
Anything
the
you
fact
have
we still
questions
believe
on,
in
anything you
long-term
might even
value of
think you
stock.
made the right decision,
And
but
we
you
won't-
just
we won't
wanted to
buy back
verify
stock.
it.
We will support it with a
Just,
dividend.
and then it's easier to go through
All right,
everything
so
like
Greg,
bing,
just
bing, bing,
overall,
bing, bing.
because you're a terrific businessman that had also insight, obviously, into Otis and into climate control companies. Is there any chance that you think that we may have bottomed, country may have bottomed in the month of April?
Is there any chance the country bottomed?
Well, certainly from a commercial aerospace, I think you can't get much worse than down 95%. If you look at TSA traffic,
Wait,
I
how
think
the
it's
fuck
down
am I
to about
in this hand?
150,000 people a day
What
going
is
through
happening
the TSA
here?
turnstiles versus about 2.3 to 2.7
Was that a big blind? Did
million
I
on
raise
a-
this
on a
thinking
regular
I had
basis.
ace
So
jack? I have
I would think
fucking
that has
two
bottomed.
jack
We've
right
heard
now. What is going
anecdotally,
on? How am I in this hand?
that you're going to probably see some pickup here in May and June as you get through the summer season. And
Are
the
we
fact
the
is,
only
people
people
can
at this
only
table?
binge
Yeah,
on,
I'm the small
on
one
Netflix
now.
for so
Okay.
long.
I was like, how
and
the
Zoom
fuck?
is fun, but you can't experience the
Because I
power
just
of
had ace
Zoom.
jack 2, and I think we hit an
It's
ace on the
Disney
board, and then I
so-
look up
so
and there's an ace on the
people
board,
will
and I
come
have
back.
jack
They
2.
will
I'm like,
start
did I
buying and they
misread
will
my
recover.
hand here?
And I think
How did I
April
get
is
into a
obviously
flop with
from
jack
a revenue
2?
passenger standpoint low. Now that'll play out for us in the
What is
aerospace
wrong
and
with me?
aftermarket over the next probably 6 months or so, and probably then
What
see
is
a
wrong
recovery.
with me?
I think the bigger concern or the bigger issue is going to be on the OE side, where today
I think I got coffee ready up there. I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee. Look at this thing fucking tanking off. Thank God.
55% of the world's fleet parked.
All the penny
So I think,
stocks,
that's going to take a
all
little
the
bit
quick
longer to
plays
recover.
that
You've got to take
people
these
want you to
parked aircraft,
burn.
put them back in service,
Damn,
and then you'll start seeing
D-King
demand
is
on the
on
OE side.
fire.
I will tell you, it's the same in most of our other business. I know Legacy Otis
D-King is
probably
on
as
motherfucking
recession-resistant business as there are,
fire,
given
dude.
a very strong service business.
Where
I think
is
Judy Marks will be on
fucking
call later today.
Killingbird
About
right
that.
now? Wake up,
They
Killingbird.
made
You're
it very
getting
well
rich
through
right
the
now.
09
Holy
financial
shit,
crisis.
dude.
Carrier
Whoa.
again,
I need a
they'll
cup of
probably
coffee.
they
Whoa.
saw an impact in the
Holy
first quarter.
shit,
Dave
dude.
Gitlin will be on tomorrow to talk
Holy
about
shit,
that.
dude.
But I think again the recovery will happen. But the ultimate, the bad news is the month of April, and I think everything will get better from there, assuming we don't have a big resurgence in the number of cases and hospitalizations.
All right, well, that's excellent. And I got to tell you, Greg, I think that may be one of the reasons why we're having such a good rally over the last couple of weeks. So we just heard from Greg Hayes, who's the new CEO of Raytheon Technologies. It's always great to have you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Greg.
Jim, your point's a good one on the rally. NASDAQ is now green for the year. Dow's eyeing 24K. S&P 2890 here. Oil's trying to hold 26. We're back in just a moment.
Yo! Coffee, dude. Dee Dee made us coffee. She's the best. Where's Scoot at? I wish Scoot Magoot was here. This is a coffee mug he would appreciate. He'll stop in today, I'm sure. I gotta show him the mug. Oh, standing feels good, dude. Square, I need you to not take off like crazy. I'm so glad I didn't do one on D King. I was about to do a $30 spread. It had to get to 30, had to stay under $30. But man, this thing looks like it's about to soar to $30 fucking dollars. So the key, I feel like the key with doing those iron condors is picking stocks that pay dividends and are, you know, not meant to grow like crazy like this. Holy shit. You want them to kind of stay flat. Jesus. Didn't we get a jobless number today? Is it Thursday? Are we just acting like that didn't happen? 3.1 million, bringing 7-week tally to 33.5. Yeah, we're just gonna act like that didn't happen. Oil jumps 10%. So much money, so little oversight. Pandemic bailout cash, a big target for fraud. Oh, whoa, probably. Stock set to rise, even with millions more filing jobless. Zoom buys Keybase and First Acquisition as part of a plan to fix security flaws. Wow. How is the market just fucking raging? Yeah, 33 million, 10%.
Jim, you got a packed show tonight.
Aren't there 300 over, like,
We've
there's
got
like...
Etsy, we have Square, and get this, we have Norwegian Cruise. I mean, they're not afraid to talk. They just did that gigantic deal. Frank Del Rio wants to come on and talk.
Wait, Square's going to be on Mad Money? Guys, oh, fuck.
Fabulous show. Fabulous.
Really good, Jim. We chopped a lot of good wood today. Really quick, we got a minute here. What do the Bulls need to do to prove they have the ball here as we once again rotate around 24K, 2890?
Well, we need to see that there be some widening of the rally here. Maybe it's not just for retail. It's not just Amazon, Target, and Walmart. For restaurants, maybe we start getting Darden and McDonald's to move. We would love to see anything, any pulse in the actual industrial market. I think Raytheon might be giving you that. And then I think we're okay. I think Greg Hayes may be right. I think April, just because it was so awful, may be a trough. So finally, I'm going to say it. Yeah, I know it's dangerous. Take my life in my own hands. Maybe the airlines can rally. Wow. I said it.
Hey, you know, Boeing's the top Dow component for the moment, Jim, so it does make sense.
Damn it, you're rallying all these stocks.
We'll see you tonight.
Yeah,
Mad Money, of course.
Boeing's $25 billion may have been the bottom. That they got that $25 billion. I think people felt they were going to have to be bailed out. There was no
Said it also. We need
big-
airlines.
big-
That's
big-
true.
right.
Maybe we'll
Jesus
maybe
Christ, everything
look
is
back
going to
and think it was
rage.
truly
Square,
historic.
stop.
Yep.
Jim, we'll see you at 6 p.m.
Stop,
of course,
All
Square,
right,
for
stop.
Mad
thanks,
Money.
thank you.
In the meantime, everybody,
$5 is enough.
good morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber, Sarah Eisen, coming to you
Jesus
live from
Christ.
various locations. Once again, the Bulls are trying to make a run here. Almost all the Dow components are in the green, despite, Sarah, another difficult print to look at on
only
jobless
10
claims. More
a.m.,
than
dude.
3
We're
million
30
people.
minutes into the
Now
day.
takes that total to 33.5 million. And as
It's a
Kashkar
great
said
day
this
for
morning
me
on
at
the
the
Today
moment.
Show,
Let's go, Handel.
the number we get tomorrow on jobs probably won't reflect the true number of pain, given others who might still have work, but just
RTX is a
fewer
great
hours,
long-term
lesser
hold.
pay,
Also
that kind of
got it
thing.
under 60. It will be 90 soon. What is RTX?
Still, it is shaping up to be a very ugly report for the month of April on jobs. Let's get straight to Steve Leisman, who has more on the claims number today
Raytheon.
and what we can expect overall. Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. The number
what the
3.169
fuck
million.
was that? What happened
Just
there?
a little bit of an aside here, it creates a quandary for us how to round this number. All the numbers to the right of the decimal were the normal numbers we'd report. Just add the 3. So we're keeping it out as far as we want to, as we can go here. 3.169 million new claims. That is down a little bit higher than the estimate. 22.6 continuing claims. That data is a week older, but it shows the percentage, the people who are getting benefits now. Insured unemployment rate is the percentage of those who are eligible for unemployment in the nation who are receiving it. That's 15.5. And we have a slightly different number from what Carl said because we count an extra week, 33.8 million. Taking a look at the chart, you can see a pretty steady decline in the number of claims, and yet it remains orders of magnitude higher than a normal week, which we would
Square scares the fuck out of me right now.
jobless claims. Taking a look at the hardest hits by state by the insured unemployment rate. Michigan again topping the list, followed
We
by
need to stay
Vermont,
under 85.
Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and Nevada,
85
which
has
has
gotta
had
stay
a
under.
huge problem there with the closure of the casinos. Now, the states with the fewest claims, some of these are doing much better. Arizona, Utah,
says we're
Wyoming,
up there.
perhaps, than the rest of the nation. But look at Florida at 2%. We believe that's almost entirely a problem of them processing and paying claims with their unemployment insurance system being really a national story. I've seen some data that shows that 43% of those who have filed have actually received claims or being paid claims in Florida. So they have a long way to go to actually get up with the rest of
I'm
the nation.
so
They're 2%,
confused
compared to
right now.
15.5%.
Like
for the
Square
rest of the
says,
country.
if we
A
sold
lot
out
going
of
on
it,
here, guys. I
all,
think
the whole
there's three
condor,
economic
like
things
all
to
our
think
iron
about.
condors would
You
be
have the
up
wave of unemployment from the
$44
shutdown.
right now.
You have an economic wave of people who are not making it. Businesses are not making it. And then you're going to have another going back the other way, which is perhaps some of this decline happening from the reopening. Sarah?
My question, Steve, is, you've heard this anecdotally that because of the CARES Act and there's new generosity in terms of what people are getting for filing unemployment claims on unemployment. If they're getting more than they would typically make, how do we think about what the return jobs picture is going to look like, how fast it can come back, and whether these jobs actually do come back?
I think there's an argument that in some states, for a brief period of time, there will be an incentive for people to stay home. I believe these extra unemployment claims run through July, if I'm not mistaken. But it's only about half of the country where they'll be getting more than they made. But that's not going to be the thing that's
Damn,
going
this
to
thing
determine
is
people going to go back.
cruising. Square's
Do people
cruising.
want to go back to work? Almost surely. Are people going to be afraid for their jobs in a situation where there's going to be a lot of unemployed in the country? So I think the wages may attenuate the length of it for some Americans.
What is here?
I think it's not going to be the biggest problem.
What the
biggest
fuck is
problem
here?
Are stores open? Do businesses open? Are states open? Do customers decide to go? That's the
What is
problem we'll
this?
have.
What
And
is
by the
this?
way,
What is going
it
on
may
here?
turn out that having these extended benefits through July may end up having been the right call.
Gonna
give more
rage,
people the
big
aid
red
and the
line.
benefits that they need.
Yeah, let's hope so, Steve. But I know you
Gaming
saw
headphones.
Goldman's piece earlier in the
Oh,
week, Jan
Turtle
Hatias,
Beach.
who, because the benefits are so robust this year,
Yes,
sees
Tepicola, yes.
disposable personal income
Yes, people
positive
stream snipe
for
for
2020.
sure.
That's not what
And
we
there's a
certainly were
lot of
considering
people
when
on
this
ACR that
pandemic
know the
first broke
stream.
out.
No, not through the
Iron
the channel.
Condor
What's
soaring
interesting
options noob.
about
I don't know.
that
It's
is
testing
the
me,
extent
that's
to
for
which
sure.
that
We're
money
getting
is
tested
actually
here.
spent,
It's
or
at
is it
$73
saved? There's two
and soaring.
factors
It
here.
says we're
One
up
is
money.
that people don't really
Says we're
have
up
an ability,
$16.
perhaps,
It's fluctuating up
people who are still
$22.
employed, of
I
course,
don't know though.
to
I'm
spend
scared.
as much as they did before.
I'm scared to close
Those
it out.
receiving benefits obviously are having other issues when it comes to their income. The other issue, Carl, is that when we go through a shock like this, savings rates tend to escalate and be up. We saw a massive savings rate of 13, 14%. The story is really not going to be the income story. The story is going to be how much of people's income do they feel secure
You know what I
and
did
safe
think it was
enough
going to jump to either
start with.
65
and
or
one of the lasting
75
things we'll be
though.
watching
So.
is that people feel like in the new world that converges on the other side of this,
And
they
now the
want to go
SPY
to
is
bed at night
bleeding
with a
off.
bigger nest egg than they
Now
had
the
before.
SPY is bleeding off, and that is important.
Steve Leisman. Steve, thank you very
That's
much.
important.
We'll see you soon.
Pleasure.
And guys, just wanted to bring up a few other threads
That's
factoring into the
important.
market, because you see these crazy, terrible unemployment numbers like we got and the
That's
market
important.
higher. And that's sort of been the story over the last few weeks. In fact, most days where we've gotten these shockingly bad
Down,
unemployment claims,
baby.
the market has
Down,
gone up.
baby.
In other words, investors are looking forward. They're looking past the data, which even a week old is considered old, to the reopening of states and how the economy might look and get back. And on that note, we got two somewhat encouraging pieces of
Just
news
hang
from
out
China,
around
which people are looking at
Just
because they're
hang
so
out
ahead
around
of us in terms of the
$70.
virus. China exports data, surprise rise of 3.5% compared with the same month a year ago. Economists were looking for a fall of 16%. So not only does that show some demand outside of China is picking up slowly, but that China factories are getting back online. And then there's reports that the U.S. trade negotiator, David Lighthizer, and the Chinese Vice Premier Liu are going to have a call potentially as soon as next week to talk about the implementation of Phase 1.
That's what we
I think
want.
that was
Pull it
encouraging
down.
Also, for people who are watching the rhetoric between the U.S.
Pull
and
it
China,
down.
and President Trump threatening that China needs to make good on this trade deal for it to move forward. So the fact that those conversations might get back on the calendar, the market usually likes that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, to that
Yes.
point, though, Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State, joined Squawk Box this morning. Sarah, I'm sure you listened in as well, continuing that line of argument saying that this is
It did rally
at the
options
feet of
new.
the
How
Chinese,
crazy
and
is
they
that?
did
Like if you
not
had
do what
puts
they should
yesterday,
have done in terms of
you were like,
communicating
oh
and a lot of
yeah,
other
we
things,
got this, don't
talking
we?
about the intelligence
Fucking-
again,
they
and
must
just
have said
raising
some
the
shit
stakes,
on the
it would
call.
seem,
What
in
did they
terms
say
of
on the
what
call?
appears to be a potentially
What did
pitched
they
battle
say on the
between
call?
our country and China.
Yeah. Yeah, hammering
numbers
the
were
Communist
bad.
Party of China.
Numbers were
Definitely
bad,
the
but
tough
somebody
talk. Question
sucked
is how much
somebody
of
off
that
on the
is
phone call.
just to, gin up political will ahead of the election.
Am I allowed to say
you
that
know,
on
for
Twitch?
electoral results, as the president talked tough on China last time around, and how much is going to actually result in potentially new policy that investors would be afraid of, like tariffs, which could hurt growth in an already sort of depressed environment.
Yeah. All right, want to bring in our first CEO of the morning for us on Squawk on the 10 o'clock Squawk on the Street, and go to Meg Terrell
Wow,
for
somebody
that.
bought
Teva
100,000
Pharmaceuticals
shares
stock
there.
very
Holy
strong this
shit.
morning, Meg.
Well, good morning, David. They reported their first quarter and reaffirmed their 2020 guidance. So joining us now is Cora Schultz, the CEO of Teva Pharmaceuticals. Cora, thank you for being here. And I want to start right on that 2020 outlook for the year. Tell us just how you're kind of seeing the business evolve over the course of the year. I think you did say that Q2 looks like it might be pretty tough, but you're sensing a rebound basically for the rest of the year.
Yes, flat line.
Yeah, so in the first quarter, we had, of course, a big challenge with COVID, and we were very happy that through hard work of all our employees, we were able to maintain continuity of the business. We were able to maintain supplies to the 200 million patients we have
How's here
depending
doing?
on our medicines every day.
Whoa.
And that was a great achievement, and that
Here.
resulted also in some very
Calls on
good
here.
results in the first quarter. For the remainder of the year, we see maybe some reversal of some of the extra demand we saw in March. But basically underlying, we see a strong business development.
Are
and
Turtle
we are
Beaches
confident
even
we
really
will
that
see
good though, or do
revenues
they just
in
like
line with our
advertise
guidance.
with Xbox and kids and shit? Like,
I want to ask you also about
I mean, are
that
they even the
increased
fire
demand you saw
for
in
real?
the first quarter. Teva, of course, a huge supplier of generic medicines. And
I have
the
a
FDA
broken
is
$30
reporting,
pair of headphones as I say
increased
this. I should
numbers
probably
of
get me some
drug
Turtle
shortages,
Beaches. You guys are gonna be
especially
like,
in
fuck
drugs
you, get some
related
Turtle
to
Beaches.
treatment of COVID-19. And for Teva-provided drugs, it lists famotidine tablets, and we know that's one of the drugs being tested potentially for COVID-19, azithromycin, which is an antibiotic, other drugs for anesthesia.
Apparently they've had Christmas
that look
numbers.
like just increased demand led to the
I use a $20 pair of Turtle Beaches. That's what's up. Yeah, see, I don't buy mine are these are a $30 pair of like no name. I don't even know what the fuck these are.
Tell us just what you're
They
seeing.
are broke though.
Around drugs like that.
These are one.
Yeah, so first of all, it's absolutely correct that some
Not
of the
with an A, with
ICU
an O.
medications
There's
have been
three
in high
O's,
demand,
one
and some of the
Odio.
products like
What the fuck is this?
azithromycin have also been in higher demand. In all these cases, we have been dramatically increasing
Don't
our
buy one
outputs and our
Odio.
manufacturing
Came broken.
in order to secure supplies for all the patients who need these products. There has also been some delays, but not dramatic,
Don't buy this
in
off
the
Amazon.
distribution.
It's fucking
This has
crap.
been due to the fact that the reduction in air traffic led to less air cargo being available, and some of the short-term restrictions on exports that some countries implemented also led to temporary delays. But I would like to say that all governments, at the end of the day, have been very positive towards securing the full, you could say, value chain being open for medical products worldwide.
Is that something you're still encountering, the difficulty with the air travel and just transporting products where they need to go?
D King is
It is
still
still a challenge,
raging.
but I think we've overcome it. Prices of transportation has
Murdering
gone
it.
up.
Oh my
We have also increased our volumes
god!
on these specific products that are needed. And I
Dude,
think
what a
overall
rocket
it's
ship
working
this
out,
thing is.
quite well. And of course, we have a situation here where we are, like you said, we're the world's biggest manufacturer of pharmaceutical products.
Market's going down,
the
D-King's
biggest
going
supplier
up.
in the U.S. of
What
medicines.
is Flex?
But I think overall,
Flex
we are very happy
tanking?
that all our facilities are operating at full capacity, and we have overcome the majority
Your
of the
favorite
logistical
stock?
challenges we've
What
been
is
seeing.
it? What do they do? What does Flex do?
Hi, it's Sarah Eisen. Wanted to ask you about hydroxychloroquine, which I know you're one of the big manufacturers of. It's been somewhat controversial
Flex.
here. There was
Okay,
so much
okay.
demand, and it was being used so
About to have
widely and
earnings
empirically
today?
in places like New York at the outset, and then the FDA put out a warning. And I'm wondering what you're seeing in terms of demand and what happens to all of those pills that you, or those doses of that medication.
Oh,
that
man,
you
that's
previously
fucking
donated to
hilarious.
governments like the U.S. to help fight this.
Sorry, this
Basically,
is a
I
stock
wouldn't be
stream.
able to
Gotta
tell you
watch
sort of the short term what's happening to the
You
product.
can't put them in all caps like
And,
that.
I wouldn't be
Oh
able
my
to give
god,
you
that's
either a
fucking
clarifying
hilarious.
answer as to the clinical effect of the product or
Dude,
not.
D King.
It's quite clear that we were
Am I
simply
missing out
responding
on
to a
the D
demand that we
King?
saw. We did our very best to secure this
Is it
short
going to
term
$30?
from our different manufacturing sites where we produce the product, and I think we were quite successful in supplying the product. And then, of course, the clinical outcomes and how it can be used or not used.
It's like, yeah, bitch,
that
we're
is
going
something that
$30
is being
today.
determined by
Do you
the
have a
healthcare
problem with
professionals.
Wanted to also ask you about the second wave, which we're all expecting. Dr. Fauci here in this
User
country,
tanking,
NIH,
baby.
thinks that it's inevitably coming.
Screw you,
And
Square.
What we're hearing
Get
is that
fucking
hospitals
wrecked,
and healthcare
bitch.
professionals need to be preparing. Governments need to be preparing for the fall by stocking up on medications like antibiotics or paralytics or other treatments that
Get
you use. Are you
wrecked.
seeing that actually happening? Are they taking necessary precautions to stock up?
Burn, baby.
I think it's too early to say because I think the demand we're seeing right now is more related to the current level of the COVID-19 patients in many hospitals in the U.S. And we've been working very hard also through our distributor ANDA to secure that whenever we had regional shortages, we would go in and support the states, the hospitals, to make sure they would get products as soon as possible. Overall, I think right now we see an okay supply situation. There are some shortages, but I think we're overcoming most of that. And of course, it's important that we all increase
Damn, look at
manufacturing
here,
of these
raging.
products so that we are prepared for a potential second wave. Let's hope it doesn't happen. Let's hope some of the precautions we take in society will be effective so that we do not see a major second wave.
They've gone down on
Results is David
earnings.
Faber. There's been a lot of talk of late in
down
the U.S. about securing our supply
down.
chain for pharmaceuticals and
So,
for
like,
various drugs.
and
from
this was
raw materials
Christmas.
right up to
This was
produ-
reporting
production.
Christmas.
Given you're the largest producer in
Right?
the world, and I know you source raw materials from China, you have manufacturing there, you have manufacturing in India and Europe, would it be a significant hindrance to your business if in fact there was some move to try to make sure that manufacturing moved back to the U.S.?
I think it's a historical fact that manufacturing of raw materials and API has moved out of the US over the last 10, 20 years due to competitive forces between the key manufacturers today, China and India. We have a lot of manufacturing still in Europe for historical reasons that we have maintained, also in Israel. But it's true that the most competitive place today is China, India. They have benefits on labor cost, on environmental concerns, on health and safety, and so on. If it was to be moved back to the US, it would have to be some preferential treatment of products that were manufactured partly or wholly in the US. And that would be possible to do gradually. It would not be possible to do overnight. It would be a gradual process. And given the current circumstances, it would lead to higher cost of API and raw materials and ultimately of the finished products.
Cora, are you being pressured or encouraged strongly by the U.S. government to try to bring your manufacturing end-to-end back into the United States or into the United States for your medicines that you supply here?
No, that's not the case. But it is, of course, I would say it's an open political question. It's really a political decision. It's not a decision that we as a company, we as Teva, or that the industry as such will take, because we are simply reacting to the conditions in the marketplace. And if there is, a preferential treatment of products produced in the US, then of course we will adjust to that, and that will bring more manufacturing back to the US. But as I said before, the conditions for manufacturing API and raw materials in the US are such that the cost levels are higher.
Burn.
And of course we'll be more than willing to do it, but it would only be possible if there's a preferential treatment for those products.
And I want to follow up also on a question that Sarah asked about that preparation for the second wave. And you noted that most people are still dealing with the first wave, but that it is
a lot cleaner
imperative that you increase manufacturing now of these products to be ready. So are you observing kind of still a last minute kind of dealing with what we have now and a failure to plan ahead?
We get it through what is interesting though is they said on the call that these were 1 quarter expenses.
It seems like
everybody's
playing
we're not going to see this expense again. And I was looking back last night.
What are you sensing from the government in terms of its attempts to plan ahead?
You know what I mean?
It sounds like maybe you're taking that initiative, not
and
because
so
governments are.
And I have these all the way through August, and they're going to report again the beginning of August.
Everybody in the whole world.
So I'm wondering if I hold them for the next quarter and see if they fucking really perform then, you know what I mean? Because those were 1 quarter expenses, they said on the call. After that, it's fucking cruise mode,
and that,
right?
of course, means that we have a responsibility to patients to prepare for that. So that's what we are doing. We can only prepare.
And it's like not that hurting as long as it stays above $2.50.
We don't
it's
manufacture everything, but we do manufacture more pharmaceutical products than anybody else.
I feel like it could climb out of this after all the fucking pipers that wanted a bunch of fucking COVID reporting get out of it. You know what I mean?
As we speak.
Like there's people just probably dumping it that expected
and
it to
finally,
be like COVID to the moon and I'm out.
On other medicines as a result of what's happening with COVID-19, we know from a lot of companies
and
that
today's
some clinical trial development
is
programs are getting delayed.
With
At
this
the end
gigantic
of all of this,
buy in here.
What kind of delay do you expect we're going to be seeing in new medicines getting to market outside of COVID-19 because of the pandemic?
Shit got
I think that there's going to be some delay long term.
This is by the 1 minute chart.
Of course, you have to keep in mind
Christ.
that developing a new drug takes 10 to 15 years, and that means that 3 months delay on your clinical trial recruitment is not really a catastrophe. We have a very interesting phase 3 program ongoing together with Regeneron on fasinumab.
I haven't given up yet.
Medication. That's in phase 3. All the patients are recruited. We expect that to continue. But we also have new clinical trials that we were just about to start, and that has been stopped for now. So I think the length of the lockdown is really what drives whether we will see big delays or not. If we get a lockdown with the effective duration of, let's say, 3 to 6 months, then it will be a marginal long-term effect on new drug development.
All right, Cora Schultz, CEO of Teva, thank you so much for being here with us. Carl, sending it back to you.
Spy
Thank you very
tanking
much.
is not helping.
We are
any of
getting
it.
Neiman Marcus joining J. Crew in filing for bankruptcy.
I mean, it
protection
seems
with
like they
difficult
reported
order.
well on the sales side and growth.
Hi
Like
there,
they
Carl.
were
Yeah,
up
so this was pretty expected that
189%
this
year over
filing
year
was going to be
in
coming
revenue.
relatively
Like,
soon.
that's
Neiman
fucking
Marcus had been on a watch list
still
for
holding my
a number of
MGNX
months well before the
put,
COVID
getting
crisis,
resistance
but
at
they are
20
now officially filing for
MGNX.
Chapter 11 bankruptcy, doing so today in a Texas court. The CEO says that before the COVID crisis, they were well on the path
fuck is
to
this
getting
shit?
back to long-term profitability, but the crisis turned things upside down, in his opinion, at least. Neiman Marcus does plan to eliminate $4 billion of its $5.1 billion in debt. They've secured a $675 million debtor in possession loan here. It does not look like there is a mass store closure program that's going to be undertaken. They do have 43 stores, which of course have been closed. Most of them, at least, are still closed during this crisis, but they plan to reemerge from the bankruptcy in the fall of
ADMA is
2020.
interesting.
Back over to you.
How many people
Courtney, it's
dumped it
David.
this
I mean,
morning?
I
Like,
think it's
oh,
important to
dump
point
this
out
shit.
for people, and listen, this is an incredibly difficult period for any retailer, but both J. Crew and Neiman Marcus were leveraged buyouts. In fact, if I recall, Neiman Marcus
Exactly.
went LBO to LBO, and obviously that does add
Yes.
a great deal of debt and pressure to their balance sheets in an
There's a lot of
incredibly
shares
difficult
trading.
time.
Exactly, that's a great point.
There's
Yes, since
definitely volume
2013,
today.
Neiman Marcus has been owned by the private equity group that still owns it, and just like J. Crew, sort of this LBO, and really saddled the companies with debt. So it's not as if there were no sales. Certainly, maybe not the sales levels that they had seen in their previous heyday, but they also had these just massive debt loads that they were just always going to be sort of fighting against, and that had sort of been one of the big crushing factors for many of the retail bankruptcies that we saw actually in the years following the financial crisis. So if they were able to make it through the crisis, and then they were bought up by
Today's
private
head
equity or
pump
had
today
some
before
involvement
numbers
therein,
tomorrow.
it was just the debt loads that were just almost too big to
Get
bear,
all the suckers
really,
in
as the
and
retail
what?
landscape has changed dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, just to name some names,
Look
the
at
owners
here,
here were
cruising.
Ares Management and the Canada Pension
In Canada,
Plan
yeah.
Investment Board, and before that it was TPG and Warburg Pincus. So clearly, long history there of private equity. I'm wondering about the next steps, Courtney. Is it still out there that they could be a target for a buyout? I mean, Hudson's Bay is always mentioned. That's the parent company of Saks. We talked to the
On
Saks
Square?
president on Closing Bell last week. I asked him,
Ah!
"Can you see Saks and Neiman under one roof?" He said, absolutely. But I guess the question is for a Hudson's Bay, which is really a commercial real estate company. I mean, they can't be
I
doing
want
well
this
right
thing to
now.
stay
I
down,
don't know
but we're
whether
doing
they
all
have
right.
the capacity to buy Neiman at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, Hudson's Bay not so long ago got rid of Lord & Taylor, and now that company is sort of facing
I mean, it's
the
gotta
same
stay
fate
between
here, even though it's
85
owned by
and
Latote, which is in
55.
itself sort of an interesting ownership structure. But you know, I guess anything's possible, Sarah. I don't think it looks like a real hot deal landscape right now in retail, so I'm not sure anyone's going to be wanting to swoop in and go after this. The company says they intend to come out of this to restructure, take the opportunity to take down that debt, maybe renegotiate some leases. There are some benefits, certainly, to filing. Perhaps that's what happens,
Neiman
but
Marcus
anything's
files for
possible. I just haven't
bankruptcy.
heard a lot of
And
deal
they're gone.
talk in the retail space. as of
And
late.
they're gone.
And I mean, and they have 14,000 employees. I guess they get furloughed.
Yeah, exactly.
Courtney
They got furloughed
Reagan.
just like almost every other retail employee.
Thank you
What would
very
you
much.
expect Microsoft to do
on
when
the
they
Neiman
unveil the new
filing. Now
Xbox?
time
Is
for our
that
ETF
news?
Spotlight. Today
That
we're
would
tracking
make
the
a
moves
stock
in
move.
WTI crude.
I have a feeling
on pace for
it's
best
already
week
baked
ever.
in. Everybody
Going back to
knows
the
about
contract's
it.
inception in 1983. The comeback here
You know?
for oil
I think
continues.
Microsoft's a
Biggest
good stock
ETFs
to
in the
own,
morning.
though.
I
think it also pays a dividend, so it's a good stock to maybe
about
do
2 to
some
3%
iron condors
higher, but
on,
still among
or
the worst performers
if you really wanted
so
to buy
far
a
this
ton
year.
of it.
Quick programming note as we had to break. Don't miss
It's almost
Richmond
back to
Federal
its
Reserve
highs.
President Thomas Barkin today at 3 p.m. Eastern with us on the Closing Bell. We'll be right back. Stay with us here on Squawk on the Street.
This company is cruising. We need the SPY to go down. The SPY is like not helping us here. It would make the stock move if it's different to what people expect. If it looks really bad or is 10x more powerful than expected, etc. Yeah, that makes sense. Sparks by Dodge. That makes a lot of sense. Sparks by Doge. What's good? How you doing, Sparks? How's your morning? How's your afternoon? Your afternoon? My morning? Your afternoon? Burn. Burn, Square. Burn. Stay around $70 would be tight. I'm good. Thanks. Bitcoin been pumping today, so I'm making the money. I'm up to 1347, brother. It's a party. It's a party. It's a party. Let's go, baby. $1 at a time. Stop it. Stop it, Square. Down you go with the SPY. Nope, SPY goes up, Square goes up. You don't get there. It gets there. Ooh, you don't get there.
Shares of Carvana tumbling this morning after seeing losses in the first quarter more than double, citing the COVID-19's outbreak as a, quote, unexpected detour. Joining us now to discuss what he's seeing in the business. First on CNBC, Carvana CEO Ernie Garcia. Ernie, welcome. Nice to have you here. The stock is getting hit pretty hard, even though some of the analyst reaction has actually been quite favorable.
Give me your
Was it
chips.
that the
We had Ace Queen
expectations
suited there.
were higher because of your the online nature of the business than what you actually saw?
Carvana?
I think it's hard to ever know exactly what's driving the stock, and so we try to stay focused on the business. I think, obviously in the late first quarter, we saw sales across the industry drop by 80%, give or take.
Great
we were still
fucking
able
answer.
to grow at about 40% in the first quarter. Things have been going great so far in the second, so we're really pleased with how we're hanging in there, for sure.
CVNA.
What about the fact that you do have this online business and can now deliver cars to your doorstep? I mean, do you expect that to ultimately give you an edge to help turn these numbers around?
Definitely.
Numbers
so I
were
think,
awful.
As I said, across the industry, sales dropped very dramatically. I think many people at this time just aren't thinking as much about buying cars. We've seen that across retail and definitely in the automotive industry. I think the other thing that's happened is people are much more interested in going online and buying things in a way that is safe. For the last 7 years, we've built this business to give customers a great experience where they can, go online, buy the car, speak to customer advocates that give them an incredible experience, get a broad selection, a low price, and I think that same business model also serves this time very well because customers can buy a car in a way that's safe. And so, we've seen the number of people expressing an interest in buying cars online roughly double in the last couple weeks, and I do think we are likely to be a beneficiary of that trend.
I don't think you've seen a profit since IPOing back in 2017. So there was some concern about your cash levels, but you were able to raise some money in the markets. Just bring us up to speed on where that's.
I don't think you've made a profit since 2017,
sure, so
but yeah. So
today,
what's
so
up?
we're feeling great about that. We've been building a business that's grown. It's roughly doubled 6 years in a row. So it's grown very, very quickly as consumers have moved from buying cars at dealerships to buying them online. Our expectation is that this new world will likely accelerate those trends, and so we've been investing in the business to give customers that experience across the country. And today we're very excited to be announcing that we're opening 100 new markets to provide this same offering to customers in many more locations, as there's been so much demand for it recently.
Hey, Ernie, it's good to have you back. We talked about the model early on in your public life. Now that we're dealing with conversations that involve potential dealer consolidation, to what degree does that become a tailwind for you? How can you leverage that?
So, this is an enormous industry. There's 40 million transactions per year. The largest 100 players in the automotive retail industry combined have about 8% market share, which is extremely abnormal. It's a very fragmented business. I think in general, in businesses where e-commerce takes hold, there tends to be a lot more consolidation. And so I think, we're incredibly well positioned for that. We've got a business that delivers great experiences to customers. It's very scalable. It's tailor-made for this moment in time. And so, we view our job as going out there and executing and continuing to deliver great experiences one at a time, and we think things will take care of themselves.
What can you tell us about the used car market right now? How weak is it? How much is that potentially helping your volume?
So the used car market in general is definitely, I think there's a couple ways to look at that. On the retail side, it's definitely soft. I mean, year over year sales over the last several weeks, depending on what data source you're looking at, have probably been down on the order of 40%, give or take. We've been up 20 or 30 because I think we have benefited from these trends of customers moving online. If you look at pricing in the wholesale markets, used car prices are down on the order of 12%. I believe by most measures, April was the largest decrease in used car values that's ever been seen. So there's obviously dramatic impacts happening across the industry. And we're trying to do our best to make sure that we take advantage of that, buy cars at lower prices, and then deliver them to customers at lower prices as well.
Pen up though, holy shit.
What typically happens with that market in recession?
So generally speaking, what we've seen, if we use 2008 and 2009 as kind of a map, we saw new car sales drop by approximately a third. We saw used car sales drop by probably about half of that. And I think that happens because there's generally substitution away from new and into used. This has been obviously a much more dramatic event that's happened much, much more quickly and has also impacted supply chains. And so I think potentially this could be a more dramatic event across the board, although we are seeing signs of pretty steady
I'm glad I got rid of that
weeks,
before
so
earnings.
it's hard to say
Holy
exactly how this will play out.
Thank you for joining us, Ernie. Good to see you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
On the market and earnings, with the stock down a little less than 4%, Carl.
All right. Yeah, we'll watch that. We'll watch the markets continue to test and
He's
test.
like, yeah, we'll watch
just
that,
south of
sure.
24K, a lot going on this Thursday morning. Don't go anywhere.
And down it goes. Holy shit, Square is climbing out of the hole here with the market. Holy fuck. How? Square, you're scaring the fuck out of me, Square.
Plan.
Welcome back, everyone. Good morning. I'm Sue Herrera. Here's what's happening at this hour. In India, 8 have died and nearly 1,000 people are ill after a gas leak from a chemical plant. The LG Polymers plant was preparing to restart after coronavirus restrictions were eased there. Police now say nearly 100 people have been hospitalized and nearly 3,000 have been evacuated from a village near that plant.
Damn.
Back here at home, residents of a Portland, Oregon nursing home are being moved to other locations after that facility had its license suspended. At least 28 people there have died of COVID-19. An additional 117 have tested positive. In Oklahoma City, 2 McDonald's employees were shot after 2 customers were told they could not use the dining area to eat their meals.
What?
Police say an argument broke out and one of the customers pulled out a gun and fired. Both employees were rushed to the hospital. They are expected to survive. The customers have been arrested. I'll be back in another hour, as always, for more coronavirus
what
coverage.
the fuck is wrong with people?
Sarah, back to you.
All right, Sue, thank
fuck,
you.
man?
We've got stocks up more than 1%. Only consumer staples are in the red. Everyone else
Square's
is positive. Led by
raging.
financials today in the market.
That's why you
Nasdaq's
need
up
a
1.25%
machete. Seriously,
going
like
flat
what
on
the
year. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Stay with us here on Squawk on the Street.
Everybody knows you can't eat. Damn, and I was all mean to that lady in fucking Chipotle about sitting in a chair. She probably is sitting there reading the news like, damn, I could have gotten shot. I don't think they were even letting... I thought you could only go through the drive-thru. Like, you can't even get in the McDonald's near me to even be like, I'm about to eat here. Dude, Square is scaring the fuck out of me. Why didn't ADMA do like this? Why didn't ADMA like pop and rage? It's climbing, dude. It's climbing. It might just climb out of this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? People didn't hear the fucking salesy sales they wanted to hear. They wanted that dude to be like, COVID, we're the COVID answer. We got this. Rah! Square, though. Square, I need you to just stop at $75.
The lasting impact of the coronavirus
I
on the
need this
global
to happen.
economy could be years.
This would be
more
great.
One top
Thank
Asia
you.
expert, Stephen Roche.
Spy.
Find out more on tradingnation.cnbc.com.
Roll
More
over.
Squawk on the Street coming up.
I want to play the song Roll Over now. Is that a Fish song? Whoa. Is it Fish? Who does Roll Over? What am I thinking? What am I fucking thinking of right now? What am I thinking of? In the UK, people would send a strongly worded letter. In the US, you get a bullet. Damn, shit's wild. We do that in the US too, dude. We submitted it for our Chipotle review. Dee submitted online a strongly worded email about our poor service.
Jobless claims, earnings, and oil all taking center stage today as the markets are trying to hold 24K. We'll get Uber tonight along with some other big names.
You stop right there, Square. You hold right at 75, dude. Spy, you fucking tank, Spy. You fucking eat shit, Spy. Like, is it more likely you go to 300 or 260? I think 260 is more likely. The market's like, fuck you, green line, bitch. Square will go up if Bitcoin goes up. Why is that? Is Square heavily invested in Bitcoin or some shit? stop right there, Square. Stop this madness. You're up 10% today. You fucking stop this madness. Square is heavy in BTC. Oh shit. Nobody told me that. Fuck. Oh my god. 75 and cruising. It's up $1. We're down. Stop going up, Square. How do you do this? Square used to own Polonius. What the fuck?
Dow and S&P are trying to hold on to some gains for the week here, David. Interesting sector action this morning. Financials up more than 3%. Energy almost 3%. And then industrials and materials better than 1.5%. But definitely a cyclical bet going on. Far outpacing the gains in names like healthcare.
Hey Rand, did you ever get that sit and crush info you were looking for? I couldn't find myself. Couldn't find myself on the leaderboard, but I'm probably not on there.
We pointed out so many times, Carl, in the last week or so, as the Nasdaq has come close to that flat line for the year, which is more or less hugging right now. How extraordinary that is. A month ago, if you told anybody,
I just was curious to see
the Nasdaq would be flat for the year, I think they may have thought otherwise. Given what do we have now? 33 million unemployment claims, GDP numbers. Looking down, I don't know. I'm sure you saw the Deutsche Bank estimates this morning in terms of what they see for GDP worldwide and the U.S. But Google's up for the year, Amazon's up for the year, Microsoft's up for the year, Apple's up for the year, Facebook is up for the year. Many of them substantially.
Yeah, and from that record high that the Nasdaq hit back in February, it's only off less than 9%. That's from a record. After being flat on the year, just to put that in perspective, S&P 500 still 15%
DM me the link.
off the record, which in itself is a pretty remarkable recovery. That leaves the S&P down a little more than 10% for the year. The big cap tech names that investors flock to sort of during this crisis and held up proved themselves during earnings season. David, I mean, the immunity, not just to the crisis, but to the recession that we saw in numbers from Microsoft, Facebook, Netflix, even Apple to some extent. I think that's part of the reason here. You have to talk about the Nasdaq's outperformance. A name like PayPal, which is actually trading at a record high right now after very strong results. There are pockets of strength in this market. It's a theme Cramer has talked about so many times of companies that are holding up, are even doing well, versus the small business economies, versus the smaller companies which are finding it hard to compete, the retailers which were already in bad shape. It really is a tale of two corporate Americas right now, the haves and the have-nots in terms of how they're weathering this crisis from liquidity standpoints, from the access to capital markets, and then also just in general how they're dealing with this huge revenue drop-off.
Yeah, I mean, anything that relies directly on a consumer coming in and buying something obviously is in deep trouble, and or anything related to travel and leisure, as we've said many times.
Link on Twitter.
Is also desperately looking for liquidity in some fashion as long as they can try and get it. And of course, this morning we saw
Disney
when it comes to retail, Neiman Marcus, the latest large retailer to file for bankruptcy. Let's get over to Rick Santelli now, who has a special guest for us as well.
Square, you're scaring the fuck out of me, Square.
Thank you, David. I'd like to welcome Carlos Gutierrez, current chair of the Albright Stonebridge Group and former Secretary of Commerce under George W. Bush. Secretary Gutierrez, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you, Rick. Thanks for having me.
All right, put on your Commerce Secretary hat here. So we had initial jobless claims today, just a whisker under 3.2 million. And if you look at all of the numbers going back to the 20th of March, cumulative running totals 33.5 million of those initial claims, and continuing claims a week in arrears is running 22.65 million. How do you look at those numbers, acknowledging the cessation of the economy, but we can still draw many important conclusions from those data points, can't we, sir?
Yeah, it's a horrifying number, obviously, Rick. What concerns me is we look at the total number and the expectation.
This thing is running like a motherfucker. It's up 10%.
My concern is that not all of those jobs will come back. Some restaurants are open at half capacity. Hotels will not be at full occupancy. The economy will not be running at 100% for quite a while. So we should expect some of those jobs, regrettably, to go away. So the idea that we would go back to a 3.5% unemployment rate, I don't believe it's realistic. And it's going to be a long, long haul to get back to that level. So not all of those jobs are viable jobs.
Now, Mr. Secretary, I guess my question would be, acknowledging what you've just stated, and it's very similar
go to an
many in
all-time
the
high?
administration being very realistic. Mr. Fink has expressed similar viewpoints. Is there anything that could be done to ease that transition above and beyond PPP and some of the current programs?
Well, I think that technology is playing a lot bigger role, especially in the COVID-19 era, and I think it's going to continue. So we need to be thinking
This thing is
a bit
pushing through
long-term
dollars
and
like
how
they're
do we
nothing,
retrain
dude. We're
some of
already
these
$375 here.
Obviously, attracting foreign investment is key. I know the administration is doing a lot to bring back manufacturing, especially from China, from other countries. That can add, but there's nothing like preparing workers for what's coming. And I do think that we have made a leap in terms of technology. We've gone to a new level during this COVID era because these technology tools have helped us. And but they will also take some jobs. And preparing people for that new economy, it sounds like it's long term, and I know people want immediacy, but we're going to have to deal with that. And this is the time when it's staring us right in the face.
Disney's raging.
Now, you described the potential to have some growth in manufacturing. The president and his administration right now are turbocharging the notion of trying to
Square
extricate
is
some of these
raging.
supply
Square's
chains
up
out
over
of China.
10%.
We're not the only country. India's trying to do this.
11%.
Japan's trying to do this.
Yeah.
Will that indeed be an extra bump with regard to trying to reset up and rejigger? Now, I know there may be pricing implications, inflationary implications there, but ultimately, won't that help? Won't that create extra demand for
Come
that
back
sector?
down to VWAP, dude.
That will
Come
have
back
an
down to
impact.
reality.
The manufacturing facilities that will most likely come back or will leave China are those that were in China as an export hub or just manufacturing in order to export. It'll be tougher for those plants that are there to serve the Chinese market. Now, there's some discussion about the administration putting in place a ban on government procurement of pharmaceutical products imported from China.
Right,
that
Handel?
would
Shit is
require,
going
even though
apeshit.
they're made by U.S. companies, that would require those companies to
Whoa,
relocate.
thank you, Sparks.
And part of the regulation,
Jack
the executive
Dorsey
order
Square
could be
wins
that they
patent for
relocate
fiat
the
to
US.
crypto payments.
That would bring
Holy
back
shit.
manufacturing.
Fuck.
But of course, those are supply chains.
Jesus, when was this? January 22nd, 2020. Oh my god. AAL? Are the airlines raging?
But yes, that will also have an
Oh my
impact.
god.
In some cases, the manufacturing will leave from China, and as you say, India is making a big play for that. They've opened up their industrial
Shit is
states,
going wild.
Maharashtra, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, the states that already have experience with industrialization, and they're opening up land
Square,
rights
get
to foreign
wrecked.
investors, something that is very new.
Go back the other
Incentives.
direction.
So that's an opportunity for companies in China, Vietnam, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand. They're all part of this prosperity partnership that is designed to take manufacturing out of China. So what started as a trade war designed to...
All right, screw this guy for now. Payment provider Square has won a U.S. patent for a new network that enables seamless crypto to fiat transactions. Granted Tuesday by the U.S. Patent and Trading Act. Payment systems allowing users to hold different asset types to transact with one another in real time. Present technology permits a first party to pay in any currency while permitting the second party to be paid in any currency. Red Square's application, the network itself, can automatically exchange the sender's payments into the assets specified by the receiver. This new system could be advantageous to the retail sector according to the filing. Many cryptocurrencies are too volatile and too slow to become an effective payment solution. Few merchants can feasibly accept payment methods that take hours to process when the value may swing wildly, but Square thinks it can remove barriers with a system that features automatic exchange and real-time settlements. Holy shit! Could be extended to add support for other asset classes, including securities, derivatives, and loans. What? Week of volume for Square online stores is up more than 5 times since the middle of March, and sellers in the retail and food vertical have been driving the greatest adoption of that service. Stop it, Sparks. Stop it, dang it. You're killing me. We're not going to $36, damn it. The SPY is going to fall. The valuation that people are willing to pay for Square is going to fall. Go back down to VWAP. Let's go back down to reality. Wow. Wow. Today's news. Oh my God, Sparks. I love you and I hate you at the same time right now. Shifts in how consumers think about payments, and that's affecting PayPal Holdings and Square differently. Both companies highlighted March weakness in their earnings report, but one of the two had April for the record books. PayPal chiefs were told that April was probably the strongest month for PayPal since it became a standalone public company in mid-2015. Company added 7.4 million. Our view is we think we're hitting a tipping point across the world where people are seeing just how simple and easy it is to use digital payments to pay for services, Schulman said on PayPal's earnings call. He sees some earnings indications that users are sticking to their new habits, even as lockdown rules are eased, for example. Users in Australia, Germany are still engaging with PayPal platforms at elevated time. E-commerce has been an area of strength across fintech earnings this season, and it's been helping PayPal in recent weeks as its business is centered on digital payments from online checkout buttons. Alright, Visa. For Square, the story is more complicated. The company benefited from digital-oriented services like the consumer-focused Cash App in the first quarter, but it's taking time for Square to help transition merchants that traditionally relied on in-store sales over to the online tool that can drive business during lockdowns. Seller gross payments volume dropped 39% in April from a year earlier, though the company has seen improving growth rates since the middle of the month, according to Chief Financial Officer. Weekly volume for Square's online stores is up more than 5 times since the middle of March. The sellers in the retail and food vertical have been driving the greatest adoption of that service. Card not present transactions make up 50% of Square's total volume now, up from about a third before the coronavirus pandemic. Square is also seeing momentum in its Cash App, which bundles peer-to-peer payments, Bitcoin, and equities trading, and other consumer-facing services like PayPal. Square encourages people to get their stimulus checks directly deposited into the app, which helps grow direct deposit volumes by 3 times from March to April. We expect COVID to continue to weigh on Square's business in the near term, but otherwise applaud the company's quick response to the crisis. Would expect Square to emerge from the pandemic in a position of strength. Okay. Fair enough. Stock market tank, dude. Hold it down, baby. I need the stock market to just hold it down for a month. Jeez Louise, Square. Chill the fuck out, man. Poker Chef Jeff, what's good? Did you have a home game yesterday, brother? Got my coffee right here. Cheers. Did you have a home game? What was this home game I missed last night? We had an unofficial home game. That's dope. That's what's up. Next time, give me a little more notice and I'm in, Poker Chef Jeff. I'm down, brother. I hope it was fun. I'm sure it was. Sure it's a good time. $150 for first, second got 90, third got 60. Damn, that's what's up. Nice little online home game, dude. That's dope, dude. I like, brother. I like. Down you go, Square. That was it, dude. You saw 12%. You freak Rand out. Rand didn't freak out. Market's dropping. Square dropping. Now it's got a long way to go to get to 55. $20 buy-in was such last minute. We're going to run them every Wednesday. That's what's up. I'm down for next Wednesday. What time? What time? What time? Not too late, dude. Not too late. Crushing the $33.60 day yesterday. Crushing. Got 2 outed by Lone Car with 50 left. 8.5K up top for chip lead. Oh! Oh! Lone Car was like, yeah! Oh my god. Tank, baby. Cool off. Cool off. You were way too hot, Square. While the market's going down, you were way too hot. Cool the fuck off. Yes, yes. Yes, Square. Cool. Cool your jets. Fry around 7 every Wednesday. Perfect, dude. Perfect. 7 your time or 7 my time? So 9 o'clock my time? Easy when you're hitting 2 outers against the chef oven mitts. That's great. Oh, Car made the final table on that. Oh, yeesh. Final 50. Fucking hit that 2 outer against Poker Chef Jeff, and you're definitely cruising. You playing around with Piton today? I am not playing around with Piton today. Crazy, dude. Everything is raging. I would like to see Square just fucking bleed off from here at 11 in the morning. Like, alright, we got to a high of $76. That was great. Hype's over now. That was the hype train. That was the after earnings report hype train. We found the high. We were about to get sick computer for the B-Day run. Treat ourselves. Do it, dude. I built mine. And I like it because it's upgradable. I like it because it's upgradable at any time, you know? The Alamo Draft House Cinema.
As a country, as a society, get past this eventually, and that's where I put my focus. You know, whether or not certainly there's going to be.
He's got green screen going on. Damn, I need to green screen it up. I'm about to treat myself and get this standing desk. That's what I'm about
vaccine.
to do.
But that's an interim phase, and I'm not really focusing long term on the interim phase. I'm focusing on the idea that in a normal society, when we're past COVID, people want to get out of the house and they want to socialize and be with people. And I believe that we will have a return to normalcy, not just for cinemas, but for society.
Finally, when we get to that point, do you think
I can't remember. I built this so long ago, I can't remember.
Does the market pivot to
best thing to
models
do
more
is
like
go
yours?
to Micro Center, brother. Go to Micro Center and just look around. Filthy bum.
So yeah, we have multiple screens at the Alamo. So
yeah, I agree.
What's unique about us is a couple things. Is we serve
I want to go out and
food and drink,
as well.
and we show a pretty broad array of movies, classics, foreign, independent, and all the studio blockbusters. You know, I got into this business because I'm a cinephile. I love all kinds of movies. So I would love to see a more diverse slate of movies everywhere. And it's I'm definitely in a all should rise point of view from that standpoint. Yeah, I think it'd be great if more theaters were doing what we do.
A cinephile. Yeah, like what does that mean, dude? Like, chill out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how all
PC
this
Part Picker is a
shapes
real great site
and
for putting
colors
together a whole
the creative
bundle, figuring
process
out
of
compatibility,
Hollywood and
price
all sorts of
matching,
areas where film is
etc.
generated.
Damn, that's what's up.
Tim, it's fascinating.
Use
I think
AMD parts,
we're
bring
in
that
for a really
stock up.
interesting ride,
I like
regarding film
NVIDIA.
and
It
movie
pays a
theaters.
dividend.
We hope to talk to you
NVIDIA
again
pays
soon.
a
Thanks.
dividend, though.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, Tim League of Alamo Drafthouse. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Squawk Alley. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Morgan Brennan and John Fort, coming to you live from various locations today. Interesting market action as we once again sort of pivot around Dow 24K and the high S&P 2800s, guys, as we get plenty of earnings to work with. Jobless claims, John, once again are no good at 3 million plus. China exports surprisingly good in April. We'll see if that holds up as the rest of the world does cancel orders for all the things that China makes.
Yeah, and that's a great look at what the market is looking like overall.
I want my 0% chance
on the micro end. I'm
getting
looking
a
this
3
morning
to
at
increase
PayPal.
back to
It's up
1%
about
like normal.
12.5% after earnings. A
Wait,
particular
what?
bright spot is that PayPal said that in April, business really did rebound 20% revenue boost as
did I just
businesses
read?
shift toward e-commerce. And I think for investors, for business in general, that's really the question of this moment right now. For those businesses that have had this shift to online and have been able to capitalize that. We're going to have Zynga on a little bit later, and they've done well in engagement because of that shift. How much of that are they going to be able to retain and continue for the rest of the year? How much can platforms like Apple's iOS and App Store, we're getting WWDC coming up in just a few weeks, what changes can they and developers make to retain more of that benefit and maybe see a continuing shift in behavior? That's unclear, but a lot hangs on that, Morgan.
That's so right, John, and that shift online, I think, is everything, and a big part of that, of course, is e-commerce. It's one of the reasons I'm actually keeping a close eye on the U.S. Postal Service right now, which is set to report its quarterly earnings tomorrow. Last night, the USPS actually announcing that it's finally getting a new Postmaster General. Louis DeJoy, somebody who has logistics experience in the past, had sold his company to XPO Logistics and stayed on there for a little while. Also reported to be a big GOP bundler and fundraiser as well, and thus perhaps an ally of President Trump and the White House. I bring it up because there is this big, brewing, contentious debate happening right now around the Postal Service in D.C. between the Treasury Department, which is looking to extend loans on the condition of major reforms for the USPS, because of course they're burdened with this massive budgetary shortfall, and say that in the light of COVID, they may not be able to continue operations come the fall, versus lawmakers that want to see a full-on bailout, and of course President Trump looking to see the prices on packages raised. Bring it up because that has huge implications.
Wow,
not only for the Postal Service itself and everybody who's getting their
shit.
mail and their packages on a daily basis, but also FedEx and UPS and all of those companies that are now so levered to e-commerce, including some of the names we've gotten earnings from this week, whether it is Etsy or Costco or Shopify or CVS, just to name a few.
Yep.
John?
Yep. And in the meantime, the $2.2 trillion stimulus package, that is the CARES Act, is the largest in the nation's history, presenting an enormous risk of fraud. The Department of Justice already filing charges against 3 executives who've applied for aid for businesses that no longer existed. So, who's making sure the money ends up in the right hands?
That kind of makes sense, options, dude. Like, is that what everybody's... That's why these are all raging. All the shorts are closing.
It's the most expensive
I wonder
piece
if
of
that
legislation
volatility
in
falls
American
off in a
history.
day or two.
A $2.2 trillion
You know?
spending package that lets the Federal Reserve lend $5 trillion more.
How's D. King
With all
doing?
commerce halted, lawmakers loosened rules to get the
Back
money
down
out
to
fast.
The more requirements we came up with, the harder it was going to be to get the money out the door. The goal here is to get money out quickly.
Even if 1% is misused, that's $70 billion. So who's policing all this money? The law lets Congress appoint 5 members to oversee the corporate loans, with virtual meetings, no chair yet, and a nebulous goal to ensure well-being.
we want to ask the Treasury and the Fed, what's your strategy, what's your focus, how do you design this in order to benefit the economy as a whole, and then how do we do it in a manner where the benefits exceed the costs of this kind of an intervention in our economy?
Bharat Ramamurthy, an advisor
Oh
to
my
Senator
God,
Elizabeth
virtual
Warren,
meetings.
says he wants to make sure companies who get this money are keeping people
They're
employed.
fucking old, dude. They don't get
from
what's
the
going
$500
on. They're
million
like,
that we
what?
gave the
Virtual
Treasury in this
meetings?
program?
How do we do
And are the
that?
benefits of that flowing through to working people, or are they being
Old ass people don't know
shunted
what the
off
fuck a
mostly
virtual
to
meeting is. They're
executives
like, do I have to
and
put
to
on
shareholders?
like a fucking
That's just
thing?
one
Do I have
group
to get in a
studying
machine?
part of the bill.
Is that like
There's
getting
a new
a CAT
House committee
scan?
studying the White House's medical
what it's
response, and then existing oversight teams at each agency issuing flash reports on airline aid and small business relief.
Burn,
and there are
Square,
two
burn.
inspectors general in particular. For one, President Trump tapped White House attorney Brian Miller to oversee Treasury payouts.
I will be independent. I'll follow the facts wherever they lead.
The second is chosen by agency watchdogs to chair another pandemic committee. President Trump removed their first choice, Glenn Fine, the Pentagon's acting IG, and replaced another member of the committee, acting IG for Health and Human Services, which last month disclosed shortages in medical supplies. President Trump said that report was biased.
So give me the name of the Inspector General. Could politics be entered into that?
Ethics experts say lawmakers should better protect them in the future, but anger from Main Street should keep these watchdogs motivated.
Certainly, they're always under threat of being fired, as Glenn Fine was by the president. But I think people are paying attention to this now.
In some of these yet-to-be appointed roles, guys, you may see some familiar names from the last financial crisis. Aides say former FDIC Chair Sheila Bair is among those being considered to lead the congressional
risk.
panel. Vetting is still
In
underway.
risk. It hasn't
even
been
with
taken
that
out of my
group's first
account.
report out due this week, and there are
We
still
sold
other reports out
options.
that are due in the coming
We
weeks.
just need it to
even
stay
with many
between
of these roles
$85 and
yet to be filled.
$55.
Carl, John, and Morgan.
We need to
Taylor,
stay
great
between
reporting, as
$85
always,
and
from you and also
$55.
our
Right now we're at
investigative team.
$75.
I'm just curious, in
So,
terms
I
of
mean,
that vetting, given how much Washington has on its plate right now, and the fact that we do have so many lawmakers who aren't actually even in D.C., how quickly can that process actually happen?
Well, a lot of these discussions, Morgan, as everyone in every industry is doing right now, a lot of these meetings and a lot of these discussions are happening on Zoom, they're happening on FaceTime, and so it doesn't have the same feel that some of those in-person discussions have, but they argue that they're still able to get the
I would
work
just love
done.
if it traded
we were
flat
expecting
right
to
here.
have
Like,
that
that was
chair
it.
named
That
for
was
the
the
congressional
rage.
panel by the end of this week. That may slide, but still some of these other roles are slowly getting filled in, even if the
75
work
is
is
where
going
you
to take
get
a
to
little bit
now.
longer than possibly they had hoped to actually put some of these reports out.
Truly eye-opening, Kayla. Thank you. Our Kayla Tausche, of course, reporting there on the CARES Act. Let's bring in Robert Herjavec this morning, Shark Tank investor, CEO of the Herjavec Group. Robert, it's good to have you back. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Robert's like, let's talk
I'm sure you must
cybersecurity at a
know,
time like this.
Who knows how many business owners who have tried to work with this program probably have some complaints. Do you think the issue right now is about size or oversight?
Well, first of all, that was a great report, and I think there should be a special place in hell for people that are trying to take advantage of this program when so many companies are hurting. I mean, I listened to that report.
We
and
bought
it
3
just
contracts. Each one was
makes
risking
my blood boil that people would do that.
$500.
But there's certainly going to be fraud in the system whenever you try to release $2 trillion.
And it's time
in the
decay
economy
is where we make our
so
money.
quickly.
Every day ticks
What
away.
we're hearing
And it's not
from a
above
lot of the
85
small
and not below
businesses is really the
55.
lack
We
of
make money
clarity.
every day that
How
ticks
do I
away.
apply? Who gets to apply? When does it come up? When is the next anniversary date? When do I have to pay it back? But a lot of that is just confusion because of speed.
Pen is still raging. Holy shit.
Interesting. So I guess, I mean, for example, Lloyd Blankfein was on our air earlier this morning, was asked about the program and the Fed programs
Super
as
low
well.
risk.
And
I mean,
his
hopefully
point was
this is
that
where it
as
just peaks
the
out right now for now.
immediacy of the crisis sort of gets more gradual over time, we all get used to this. That's when you start to find out and focus more on things
This
like
nice
abuse.
flat line
Does
here
this
is
all
what's
seem like
burning us
part of the
into the money
process to
right
you,
now.
or is there
This is perfect.
something really
This is honestly what I
significant
expected.
going
If
on?
it went good, I expected it to
No,
pop
I
to
think if I
$75.
step back
If it went
from
bad,
it,
I expected it to pop
you know,
down to
this
like
is an emergency
$65.
and people are hurting, and the first priority is getting the money out there.
We still
There's
have
always gonna be
$10
some
worth of
level
room. That's another
abuse
10%
and
move.
some level of confusion. So I really applaud the government for moving so quickly to get that the money to the people that matter. I think where we're now starting to see some of the process is the definition of things like small business. Like the people that are really hurting are the really small companies in Main Street America with 2 employees, 10 employees. But what we're seeing is a lot of the public companies, bigger companies are getting these funds. Yeah, some of them are returning it, but in the process, should they have applied?
What we should have done, we shouldn't have sold 3 iron condors. We should have just done one iron condor on fucking Square for $500 risk. Moves I made today. IWM, BAC, S-Bucks, QQQ.
Yeah, Robert,
That's what's up.
Speaking of, good morning. It's John Fort.
You
a couple
bought
across the
those
street
or
from me,
sold
they're
them?
eye doctors, and a question
Options
that I
or
think
sold
they
them?
were facing
What are we
is how much
What are
of
we doing
this
here?
was who you know at the right kind of bank versus how your business is actually run.
Bottom
you
straight
know,
up, that's what's
on
up.
the one hand, bigger banks seem to have a certain kind of access, but they were taking care maybe
and
of
shit,
bigger
you
clients.
rich,
And then
dude.
smaller banks, did they have the same kind of access?
wish I had the
Are
money
you
to pick
hearing the
up
same
straight
kinds
up
of questions
$220 a
for the
share. My
businesses that you're connected to?
IWM.
We are, and I think there's a lot of
BAC, that's
frustration
what's
with
up.
people that didn't get the funding, didn't know how
Bank of
much to
America's
apply
definitely
for,
gonna be fine.
and people are, you know, overall,
S-Bucks
I'm a
is
big
that
believer
fire,
in the human
dude.
spirit,
S-Bucks is that
and I think
fire.
most people try to do the right thing, but for sure, there were some banks that got their customers ahead in the queue, but I also think we've done a pretty good job with people like PayPal, who you had earlier, Intuit QuickBooks, you were allowed to apply through them. So I think that I think we just have to keep in mind how complex and Herculean this task is, and there's always going to be some abuse out of this. But I just think the government has tried to do the right thing,
Level
and I
off.
encourage the businesses to
Move I made
keep
today.
going
Wake
and
up, short Bitcoin,
even
watch
through all
Randy,
the
eat pizza,
complexity, apply
get beer and
often,
smokes.
apply
Pretty
through
good day
different
so far.
institutions,
Wait, you
and see if you
shorted
can get that
Bitcoin?
money.
Don't care if Trump says
Yeah,
we're going to
Robert,
die
some
in
of the
5 months and
conversations
the
I
market would
have
spike
with
up the next day. I
small
don't
business
get it.
owners in my own family
shorting
and my
Bitcoin.
own network are, they've gotten the PPP loan finally. Now there's confusion over how the business can and should deploy that money, what the tax implications are going to be. When you talk about confusion, what would be the surest ways to help clarify that process for small business owners so that way they can actually put this money to work?
No
Yeah,
Square.
I think there's just a lot of confusion right now, and everyone's looking for clarity. I know that the first anniversary date is coming up May 15th. If I return the money, do I still pay interest? I don't think a lot of those things
Buff
are
Gamer
clear
Guy, what's
yet,
good?
and they will become clear. My advice to the small businesses is if
We're
you
not
have the
long.
money,
We need it
use
to stay
in the
under
best way
85 and
that
above
you think is right
55.
for your business. The
We did a
purpose of this
spread on
money
it.
was to retain employees. And we're really encouraging people to try to do the right thing and continue down that road. And hopefully that cuts down on some of the unemployment, although the numbers are staggering. I saw the report this morning. 1 in 5 Americans have now filed for unemployment.
Thinking
It's
it will dump
unbelievable.
after halving in a week, huh?
Yeah, it's
All the
heartbreaking.
hype to
The
the
other
run up
thing,
to it, you
that
think
seems
it'll
to be
dump
sowing
after?
some confusion right now is this.
But doesn't it slow
CDC
down the amount of
reports,
Bitcoin
federal
made or
guidelines,
something?
guidelines for
so complicated.
reopening
I
the
don't
economy
understand
that
this
has
stuff. I don't
reportedly
understand.
been indefinitely shelved. How important is a set of guidelines on a federal level, especially when you have someone like Dr. Scott Gottlieb pointing out that many businesses literally cannot open without guidelines like that, since the CDC in a time of pandemic is the de facto regulator?
Sell the news and all
My
that
gosh,
shit.
there's so much confusion. I mean, the CDC put out
Got
this
it.
report. I know the government isn't really following it, but there's so much confusion. I mean, even here in
Isn't
California,
it having, like, right
certain
now?
stores are opening, other stores aren't opening. It's going to be a while until we have some level of clarity. What we do know is that social distancing is going to be around for a while. A lot of the restaurants are going to have
calls
to
didn't work out, but what else is
change the way they
cracking?
operate. Movie theaters you just had on.
I mean,
I
Square's
think it's going to be
cranking.
different for a while. and
Everything is
no
just
one really
cranking
knows.
today.
Speaking of
ADMA
not knowing,
fail.
Robert, I'm wondering for an update from you. Do you have a sense
raging.
of what proportion of the businesses you're invested
Starbucks
in are
raging.
going to make it and whether you're going to be able to personally like rehire any of the people who you've had to let go from your business?
Square is raging. Penn National Gaming is
we're
fucking
very fortunate
raging
that
on
in our
their
particular
earnings.
industry,
Like, no
cybersecurity,
earnings.
we're
Like, I don't
seeing
even
back and
understand what's going
uptick.
on
So
here.
we're kind of dealing with that as people move online. In terms of our Shark Tank businesses, only one of our businesses has been able to actually get the loan from the government. And so that's a little
Microsoft up on
distressing
the
for
day.
us. The longer this goes, the more that people are affected. But I think people that were in serious trouble during the severe decline know what the world is going to look like. And I think most people that have survived to this point are going to make it for the next few months. They've had to cut back, but they know what the new world is going to look like. And we're seeing those companies make those investments now.
Finally, MetLife was on the tape earlier this morning. They were saying that they're getting elevated requests for forbearance in their commercial mortgage loan business, mostly from retail and hotel. How concerning is that? Do you think that's in line with expectations that we do get a rebound in the second half?
I think we definitely get a rebound in the second half. I'm actually very bullish. I'm starting to see those silver linings in the economy. I'm not worried about the commercial market overall because I think the government is going to step in and has stepped in to provide liquidity, but I am worried about commercial rates. I mean, I can just tell you on a personal level, in one of our locations, we have 52,000 square feet. That's coming up for lease in about a year. There is no way I'm renewing at 52,000 square feet. My offices will be smaller, and I think most people are going to reduce their footprint from an office perspective. So I worry about the commercial mortgage business. I worry about the commercial sector long term.
Yeah, one really quick, Robert, because on that point, Steve Roth on the Vornado call yesterday said, we do not believe that work from home will become a trend that will impair office demand. I mean, obviously, he's talking his book, but do you think it's simply a misguided view?
It's definitely a misguided view. I mean, this is the new norm. Let's not underestimate this. We have been forced to change whether we like it or not. And yeah, people will go back to offices, but work from home, remote offices are the future. We are living the future right now.
Robert, a lot to cover. It's just too much. We'll see you soon, though, we hope. Good to talk to you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Back to the future. Well, after the break, an exclusive with IAC CEO Joey Levin. Don't go anywhere. Major averages are all up greater than 1% right now. We're back in 2.
Spy, eat shit, Spy. Eat shit. Randy Savage, what's good, DevPlo? ADMA is fucked. ADMA is so fucked. It's going to be a huge hand for us, chat. This is a gigantic hand in poker for us. Kings versus ace queen versus we've got aces. He gets a ace queen gets the straight. We totally lose everything. My god. My god, our aces get cracked. Aces get cracked. Just my luck. I like it. I have no idea. Sucks to be me. ADMA sucks. Square's raging past $85. No fucking problem on me. It's a very weird day, DevFlow.
IAC CEO Joey Levin joins us on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We're back in 2.
I love seeing those dudes on Twitter get one bad beat and tweet that ACR is rigged. Yeah, seriously. Nah, just a bad beat. We're moving on. On to the next buy-in in the tournament. I lost with Ace on ACR a few years ago. Clearly rigged and it's a scam site, Spark says. Oh my god. Oh, yeah. Think of all the times we win with Ace's chat. It's a beautiful world. Can't win every time. Can't win every time. Pack up a fresh rip of some flour, maybe? I love that Square's tanking here. Tank, baby, tank. Yes, tank, baby, tank. Dude, if we hold around the $75, $74 level, that's fucking perfect for us. Absolutely, perfection. I fold king queen here offsuit, dude. I'm fucking PTSD'd about my aces. Just until I opened a Thinkorswim account, so do I really have to have 25K in there to make day trades? If I have less, you have to hold on to whatever. You only get 3. If you have less than 25K, the rule is, and this is a government rule, this is an FTC rule, not Robinhood or TD Ameritrade. If you have less than 25,000, you can only do 3 day trades every 5 trading days. You playing in the scheme 10K today, Rand? Yeah, right,
CEO
I wish.
of IAC, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Good to see you.
Great
I
to see
fucking
you too,
wish,
though
brother.
I can't technically see you right now. Great to hear from you.
Good to have you joining us. So, Joey, there were certain pockets of strength in your business. You reported revenue growth even in April for Match, for Vimeo, as well as Dotdash. What are you doing to make sure that that growth is sustained beyond just this stay-at-home period right now?
We did till June 19th.
I think we're lucky in some of those businesses. I know we're lucky in some of those
Just by
businesses
June
in that
19th.
they can really function, and some of them function particularly well in this environment. When you look at dating, people are really looking for companionship. They're looking for ways to interact with people, and they can do that on their devices, even if they can't do that physically. In the case of Vimeo, we've been saying for a very
Better
long
make it
time,
worth
we
it
think
for
that
sure.
every
3
small
trades a week,
business,
better
every
make it worth it.
enterprise, every entity needs video as a tool to communicate. We're seeing that right now across everything in spades. And
Why does Robinhood
Vimeo
give you
offers
5?
the
They
tools for people
don't.
to do that, so we're seeing exceptional growth.
It's the
What we
same
actually
3.
think
If you
or
make a
hope
4th,
is
your
that
account gets
this
locked.
environment shows people that these kinds of tools are sustainable, they are necessary, even when the physical world returns, that you're going to want to supplement that physical access to people with a virtual access to people. And
I got
think
8 this
platforms
week,
like
then
Meta's
got blocked.
platforms
Well,
Vimeo
like if you
and
get them all,
platforms
if you
like
get
Dotdash
like the
do that.
blocking one in,
Now, of course, the
you
advertising
know what I mean?
parts
Like
of your business
and then you get all of them in that
are
same
suffering
day
right
before
now,
they
and
lock the
you
account
have
at
said
the
that
end
the
of
second
trading
quarter is
that
gonna be
day.
much
You can
worse
still
than the
trade for
first.
that
What
day,
are you
but then
seeing so
After
far
that day,
in
they lock
April
it
and
up.
early May, and what is your outlook, not just for the second quarter, but for the rest of the year?
Yeah, I don't think we said much worse, but we did say the second quarter would likely be tougher than the first, just because the first quarter, more than 2/3 of it was pre-COVID.
Yeah, I have no interest in adding 20. Yeah, put that on TD Ameritrade.
We're pleasantly surprised by what
DM
we're
me
seeing
your
right
first
now
and
through
last
April.
name
We
and email
published the
address,
data,
and I'll
that's
shoot you an
continued
affiliate thing to
for
sign up for
some
TD
cases
Ameritrade, and
May,
they'll suck your
where,
Robinhood account up
demand
into
has
TD
returned in the
Ameritrade for
case
you.
of Angie Home Services,
And then you get to trade again.
Started to return
No
in
lockup.
a more meaningful way. And we really can't predict where it goes from here. There's arguments that perhaps in things like home services that there's a lot of demand that was pent up for a while that's finally coming out as some of the restrictions are loosened, or just people in their homes are realizing they're not spending money on other things. They want to spend money in their homes. We don't really know what all that is going to look like. But what we do know is that, the general long-term trend of doing these things digitally, doing these things in a contactless way, doing these things in a more convenient way, I think is likely to
Pull it
sustain.
over.
But I'm probably more focused on.
I'm waiting for all my free stocks to sell in Robinhood, then I'll look at moving. There you go.
Potential recession and consumer
They
spending.
settle after a couple days.
Than I am with the specific kind of as it relates to our business.
Plus, they'll move it over once it's yours, dude. Once it's yours.
Now, you have talked a lot in the past about the challenges of competing with Google and Facebook. Now, as you look at an advertising industry overall that's in decline, do you think that those giants will gain even more during this crisis and make it even harder to compete?
Look, certainly Google's not going away in this crisis. Facebook isn't going away in this crisis. And a lot of businesses will go away. And that means that they will be stronger because there will just be less competition. Now, I'm hopeful that environments like these create new opportunities for new innovation and new companies to come along with great new ideas in this framework that we're in right now, and change the landscape. But those companies have a lot of power concentrated in them right now, and this situation will exacerbate that.
Hey, Joey, it's John Ford. Over the past decade, IAC's been building a portfolio in e-commerce, video, and home services, and at least 2 out of the 3 of those seem to be doing just fine during this crisis so far. But I'm wondering about home services, whether it's Angie or Care.com. What can IAC do to position the businesses, the workers on those platforms to more quickly recover, increase customer confidence?
It seems like it, DevPlo. It doesn't seem like a good rule at all, does it? Like, if I want to spend my money on a trade, I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want on it. I also don't like that you can buy, like, naked options and shit. But, like, you have to get certified to do all the condors and shit like that. Like, it's like, yeah, you could do the high risk part of it, the super high risk, high reward, but you can't do the fucking, like,
finding out access to tests, figuring out tools where we can,
because they think it's really risky, so they want to protect you from yourself. Yeah,
and things like that. We're experimenting
ADMA
with all those
$5
things.
when by the end of
One
August.
of the things that our
We
platforms
get one more quarter's
is
recording.
generally reduce the field of contact. So enable contactless payments, enable contactless interviews, so you can choose the right service provider, so that in the end there's not 3 people coming into your house, or choose the right care provider over the video, so there's not 3 people you're interviewing, but there's one coming in, and you can try and establish that level of trust with the one individual, try and establish that level of protocols.
Square, time for you to start pulling
your
back.
family
Square.
comfortable with, and is that provider going to be able to adhere to those protocols, and the 2 sides interacting on that in a way that gets each other comfortable. I think that's going to be important in our businesses, and I think that's going to be important in all businesses, or all people, in terms of how they interact and how they choose to interact with others.
Morgan, I want to go back to something you just said about being concerned about the economy and state of the consumer. What are you expecting? What are you forecasting this year, and how is that shaping your strategies to navigate IAC through it, and in terms of, I guess, also just future portfolio shaping?
Yeah, we're always going to always have operated conservatively with our balance sheet. I think that will continue. We really don't know what that spend looks like, but what we said in the letter we published yesterday was we'll prepare for worse and hope for better. That means being thoughtful on costs and tight on costs, being thoughtful on unit economics, and being cautious in terms of where we spend until we see confidence in the consumer spend. But I just have to imagine that with unemployment at 33 million right now, that has to flow through consumer spending at some point.
Joey, it's Julia again.
Stable at 76. Be the top. Be the resistance, baby. Be the resistance.
About how you're always looking for opportunities. So I'm curious where you think
saying,
about
if I
putting
wanna lose
that
my
cash
money,
right
let
now,
me.
and whether you think there's some acquisition opportunities out there.
Hot diggity
We
dog,
think
what's
there will
good
be
out there?
acquisition opportunities soon. I don't know whether yet, but I think we're looking at we've always liked marketplace businesses, and so that's areas where we spend time. We always favor businesses that are in areas where we already are participating, like home services or dating or video and things like that. That'll get the priority on our capital. But what you're also seeing, or I think likely to see, is some bigger businesses with category leadership in categories that still have a lot of room for online transformation, or just a lot of runway in the category where they are. I think some things like that are likely to become available or become more available than they've ever been over the next 12 months or so, if I had to bet.
Now, Joey, it looks like you're coming to us from your offices in Manhattan right now, and I'm just curious for you, as you run your company, which is really a portfolio of companies, how your business is going to be different post-COVID. Are you going to be bringing everyone back to the office, and how do you think about your own management style when everyone's working from home right now?
Look, I could, speaking for myself as an individual, I could work from home easily for the rest of my life in the work that I do. Probably don't want to. I like interacting with colleagues. I like being in the same room as colleagues. There's important times when you want to be with somebody face to face, but face to face right now is working very well with these screens. We're probably nose to nose closer to each other right now than we ever would normally be interacting, and so you can get great interaction over video. But we're very fortunate in our companies that of our 9,000 employees, the vast majority of them can work from home. And so I think that will be, for a very long time, a very valuable component of working. I think there are a lot of people who will say they're more comfortable working from home, and we will do our best to support that. I also think there's a group of people, a lot of people who will say, I want to be back in the office. I like the format of the office. I like being around colleagues. And that will be available too. So I think that the most likely solution is there's a hybrid now, and the stigma of working from home is going to go away in ways, and where the innovation will happen is we'll see, well, what does it mean when some people are home and some people are in the office, and how does that work together seamlessly so that there's not a second-class citizen in that
it's not even mean yet.
Well, Joey, thank you so much for joining us today. We hope we'll be able to continue this conversation, especially around that advertising market going forward. Morgan, I'm going to toss it back over to you.
Julia, thank you. Our thanks to Joey as well. Let's get a check on where we stand in today's trade as stocks do move higher. The Dow is up 342 points, or almost 1.5%. The S&P is also up 1.5%. The NASDAQ is up 1.3% and sitting right at the break-even mark for the year now. Don't go anywhere. We're back in 2.
The NASDAQ's break even for the year. Jesus. Square, you're killing me. Level off. Break even for now. If I don't get a spike down tomorrow or Monday, I give up. I hope so. Look at the SPY just fucking climbing, dude. Tank square. Tank going into close. That would be so nice. And tomorrow will be red. Nobody wants to go into this over the weekend this high, dude. There's no way.
Food. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Sue Herrera. Here's the latest at this hour on the pandemic. One of President Donald Trump's personal valets has tested positive for the coronavirus. The White House says that the president and the vice president have since tested negative and remain in good health. The CDC out with fresh data on how COVID-19 is impacting state jails and prisons. The study analyzed data from 37 states and territories. As of April 21st, there have been nearly 5,000 cases and 88 deaths among inmates, another 3,000 cases and 15 deaths among staff.
Damn.
Spain is planning a national day of mourning to honor those who died from the coronavirus. The country's health minister says the tribute will be held once people can move about freely again. Here at home, the government wants relief money inadvertently sent to the deceased to be returned. The IRS has issued formal guidance on its website on how relatives and beneficiaries can return those funds. As always, you can find more on the coronavirus coverage by heading to CNBC.com. John, I'll send it back to you.
Money was sent to the deceased.
Meanwhile, Empires and Puzzles
Jesus.
were look next when Zynga CEO Frank Cabot joins us after the break. Stay with us.
I agree with that, Bucci's. I agree with that. They would do anything and everything to hide that info if Trump tested positive for the virus. I agree with that. They would never say it. There's no way Trump would say it. The fucking stock market would tank. It would at least pull back a little bit. Could you please add RDSA to your watch list? It's not working for me. I want to see why I'm stupid. RDSA. RDSA looks alright. Oil's up today. It's up 2.74% today. Okay. You want me to add it over here? Bam. I'll bring it up too so you can see it every day. Bam. What's rude? I got it up. What do you mean rude? I got it up for you. What? I was trying to be nice. Rude. D-King. We need square to do that. Fall off a cliff, square. Fall off a cliff. That's not falling off the cliff. Oh, no, not you, the software. It's RDS/A. RDS/A.
Shares of Zynga are down about 5% this morning, despite seeing revenue exceed its own estimates for Q1 and upping its outlook for the full year. Zynga CEO Frank Cabot joins us now on the quarter. Frank, good morning.
Good morning.
So there's quite a bit that you had to say in this report, and who knows why the stock does what it does, but there's some sense I picked up among analysts that your guidance for the current quarter was conservative. You project that things are going to begin to return to normal life in mid-May.
Fucking burn
that would be in just
off,
a week or
baby.
two, and that would actually return you to engagement and spending trends from before the crisis hit, which
I'm so
for you
scared
would
because
be
this
a
is my
negative.
first time
I think
doing
it's safe
it.
to say, at least in the New York area, maybe in the Bay Area where you guys are headquartered, things are not going to be back to normal in a week or two. So how quickly are you modeling that things will normalize?
Those calls have gone up.
Well, I think we're in uncertain times. Unprecedented dynamics are at play in the market. If you look back in March, in terms of how the quarter wrapped up, you started to see the shelter-in-place orders really go into the EU and North America, and people really turned to games like they never had before. Games have really proven to be a place where
I think you picked a safe
in
on the
quarantine, you
big
can
gap
kind
with
of
bad
find a refuge
news
from the stress.
coming tomorrow
But
over
more
the
importantly,
weekend.
it's a great way for people to socially
on
connect,
Square?
to break down the social distancing. So in April, there was a tremendous climb across the entire gaming business in terms of
I
audience.
mean, I'd love to see the
engagement.
market go
If you
down
look
from
at
here and pull
companies
this
like
thing down
Twitch
away
or
from the
Steam and
85
Xbox
level
Live, they
towards the
reported record
55.
numbers. Verizon
Yeah, how
said
can
that
they
they
keep
saw that
up?
their
I have
traffic
no
had
idea.
jumped 75% as it related to gaming products, and even with Zynga ourselves, we're seeing a tremendous response to our products throughout the month
This
of
stock
April.
wants to go
Our
the fuck
conservative
up,
guidance,
though.
as
Like,
you
it wants to
put
go
it,
up
is
to
really
the
based on
85.
the idea that as shelter-in-place orders are lifted in different parts of the world, it's unknown as to whether or not things are going to return to normal rates of consumption and engagement, or if there's going to be an elevated sense of demand. And so what we were trying to do in communicating with our shareholders, given that there's so much uncertainty in the marketplace, that we had a basis for where our guidance was coming in. But in fact, if you look at our guidance, it's actually quite strong. We guided to 460 million in bookings in Q2, which was above what was consensus at the time.
Yeah, Frank, you mentioned Xbox Live, and that makes me wonder about the mix in your business between user pay and advertising. We are seeing increased usage in platforms that are user pay. I think that was reflected partly in PayPal's results that we just saw. Are you seeing equal or maybe unusual strength in user pay? And do you think it's possible or even likely that that strength could continue even when engagement trends normalize?
I do see very strong gains in user pay at Zynga and also, as you pointed out, across the industry. It is accounting for the vast majority of the growth inside the industry. Advertising as part of
Reports
the
Q1
overall,
loss
revenue
surpasses
base in
revenue
gaming
estimates, yet it
is
goes up
growing and is
10%. How much
strong over
past
the
the
long
revenue,
term.
though?
Right now, it is
I mean, if they're
suffering
making
from the
more and
same
more
types of
revenue,
factors
losses
that
aren't
you've seen
necessarily
with,
bad. That's
that
the thing.
Facebook and Twitter and Google have talked about in terms of declining CPMs. One of the positives, though, for the gaming business as it relates to advertising is games have incredible usage right now. So for brands or companies that want to reach customers, advertising through games is a very good place to go. So what you've seen in games is while advertising has dipped a bit, it certainly hasn't dropped as much as some of the more pure play advertising networks and in terms of the focused audience that we have right now. So as things start to lift in terms of shelter in place, if engagement levels remain high, user pay will continue to carry the day.
Yeah, Frank, it's great to speak with you today. We had Phil Spencer from Microsoft's Xbox on the show last week. One of the things he voiced concern about was the potential for game production to be impacted by this pandemic. Is that your concern as well? How are you planning for that?
Well, I'm happy to report that all Zynga employees are working from home very effectively right now. If you look across the industry, there's really a phenomenon with mobile gaming that allows you to build and continue to service your games from a work-from-home deployment very efficiently. We saw very little productivity loss when we moved to a work-from-home environment. And I think it's because our games are very well understood in terms of the technology, the processes, the technology itself. The file sizes are smaller in mobile. The engines are well known. We don't require
Look at the
or
spine
counting on new hardware to be
raging, dude.
released. So from our perspective right now, mobile games are very easy to maintain in a work-from-home environment. It doesn't suffer from some of the same issues that you see with linear entertainment, where they've had to close down production. High-end console games have some of those same issues where they have voice acting, motion capture, 4 and 8K file sizes for art. In mobile games, they're much smaller, they're much more nimble. And so from our perspective, we can stay in a work-from-home deployment for as long as is necessary and continue to deliver our new games and all the new content updates we have planned for our live services. So we're fortunate in that respect.
Hey, Frank, anyone who rides mass transit in the Northeast, rides a subway in New York City, sees people playing your games all the time, I wonder how much you worry about a true L-shaped recovery in mass transit and what that might do to user growth over time.
Well, I think when you look at mobile gaming in general, it's probably the category of entertainment that's going to be the most resilient to the types of changes that you see inside, whether it's society or potentially with a downturn in the economy. The business model is free to play, so it's very accessible. You can get in, you can play for as long as you want without having to pay. It's on your phone, which you have. It's ubiquitous. You're always going to have your phone with you, whether you're out trying to get on a subway or walking in the park or at home laying in bed. So the games are always going to be available to you.
I would
so
love to
very
see it break
accessible.
below this line here.
And frankly, the sessions are very short. You can jump in, play for a little bit, and move on to something else. So mobile games, more than any other form of entertainment, really can fit with any type of lifestyle or any type of work environment. So whether you're spending the time on the subway or you're spending the time doing something else, your mobile games will be available to you. And so we like the fact that whether the shape of the recovery is L, V, or a U, I think mobile video gaming will be able to manage itself in that environment.
Frank, with engagement up, with users up sequentially, are the majority of your players still women?
They are. And in fact, as we moved into April, we saw very large gains in audience. And it wasn't just new players coming in and current players playing more. We saw a lot of people that hadn't played Words with Friends for several years come back into the game. Socially connecting with mom and your sisters or your brothers, your family, playing a few word games, chatting and talking about the games together has really proven to be the right type of entertainment right now to allow for that social connection. So we aren't in the hardcore gamer business. We think of our players as busy adults who have lives, who turn to entertainment when they can and when they want to, and want to be socially connected with others.
And Frank, finally, you mentioned the effectiveness.
These are busy adults that play Words with Friends. Busy adults.
In the Bay Area, real estate, commercial real estate is expensive. So are homes. Tech companies report some difficulty recruiting into that area for people who are outside. Do you see this prompting you to hire more, perhaps in places where you don't currently have offices, or allowing people to live outside of areas where you normally would have, if this is showing you that your workers can be productive, not in the home office?
Yeah, it's a very good point. I very much doubt that Zynga will go back to a configuration that it was in pre the COVID-19 crisis. We're learning a lot about how our employees and teams really like this configuration, what they don't like about it. And so we're really going through the data and having conversations with folks about what an optimal configuration could look like when we do eventually go back to work. We have been on a trend basis hiring more internationally than we have been in San Francisco. San Francisco is still our headquarters, and we have a very good group there, but we have very large offices now in Istanbul, in London, Bangalore, Toronto, Austin. With the global marketplace being global, talent is everywhere. And so we're going where the talent is, and we're finding it all over the world.
All right. Thank you
both.
Shit
is ripping higher.
Of Zynga. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Let's get a check on where we stand in today's trade. Major averages are higher right now, with the Dow up 408 points. Every sector in the green in the S&P, led by energy and financials. Stay with us.
Jesus, this thing's Square is a monster. When does this thing burn out? I mean, it's gonna hit $77 now, like, for sure. SPY, go down, you piece of shit. What is going on over here? Oh my god. I should have set it to 90.
Story of the morning is the NASDAQ going positive for the year earlier today at 89.72 and briefly just now hitting 9,000 for the first time since March 4th. A lot more Squawk Alley continues in just a moment.
Through the line. Go through it. Go through the line. Go through the line and fucking tank off for the day. You're not going to close up 13% today, are you? Oh my god. If you do, you can't keep going up. Please, tomorrow. Tank for the day. Tank for the day. Tank for the day. Tank for the day. Come on, Chad, say it with me. Tank for the day. Tank it. Tank this bitch. Tank. Hell yeah, Chad. Hot Diggity Dog and Boochies is with me. Let's go. For the day. Jiminy Christmas, this has got me nervous as fuck. Look at it just keep going, dude. It's just a fucking monster. Back in a bit, meeting. Tank! Options Noob says tank for us. I'm holding the ones I have, but knowing what I know now, I wouldn't buy any more. Hot Diggity Dog. Look at MFA. What is MFA? MFA Financial. Oh my goodness. Damn, everybody that reported is fucking raging right now. And when does this fucking cool off? Cross the fucking line. Cross that line, damn it. Do it. Do it. Yes. Yes. Yes, Square. Yes. Yes. Give it up, baby.
Welcome back. Shares of FLIR Systems soaring this morning and this week in general after strong Q1 earnings, while also announcing a partnership with GM to use hundreds of its fever check cameras at the company's factories. FLIR reporting it has seen about $100 million in bookings for coronavirus-related cameras and sensors since the outbreak. And joining us now to discuss is FLIR CEO Jim Cannon. Jim, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
FLIR's about to rage, huh?
So in terms of these scanners that FLIR develops and that use thermal imaging to take temperatures right now,
what's up, Rodney?
How does the technology work and how accurate are these scanners?
Yeah, so we've been developing this technology for over 41 years.
70% dividend yield and they're still paying it, not for long.
Have used it for just this application. In its simplest, all living
broke the
things
line.
radiate heat. While not seen in the visible light spectrum, it can be seen in the infrared spectrum of light. So we're able to capture that image and display it and come up with an absolute temperature at distance. It's very accurate.
Take those $85 calls, baby.
Yeah, of course, you just mentioned this deal with General Motors, which says it's going to deploy a total of 377 FLIR scanners. There was a report recently that sent shares of FLIR higher that Amazon may also be a customer for this technology as well. In general, looking across industries, looking across sectors.
This is my first time doing these Iron Condors, so I'm so scared.
And businesses look to start to reopen. Where are you
But
seeing
really,
the
I just need to let time decay and just know that it's not going to get all the way to 85.
Well,
like one great jump
really
today, will probably
As
sell
I
off
mentioned
tomorrow.
earlier, for 17 years we've been providing this technology. but typically to ports and borders, airports.
This thing keeps going
trying
towards
to
$80.
screen for people coming through customs that may have a virus. If we look at SARS, N1H1, Ebola, all of those events together don't compare to the demand that we've seen now. And from customers that we wouldn't have expected. You mentioned General Motors, as well as a host of others, hospitality, factories, as they want to return to work. We've got a tremendous amount of capacity. We've made some investments to increase that. Really, the biggest governing factor
Look at
is
the
our
candle on
supply
Square
chain.
the 4
And
hour.
in
It's
fact,
like, fuck
General
you, Rune.
Motors is helping us
Fuck
leverage
you.
their supply chain to alleviate some of those points of constraint.
Jim, hi, it's John Ford. I'm wondering, do you think that thermal scanners are going to become standard equipment in warehouses, maybe even in retail? Do you have a sense yet of how normalized these scanners might be outside of some of the military and industrial uses that you're used to?
I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
Industrial applications
God, I'm
have
scared.
been our core markets. We think it absolutely can be a key technology to help people feel safe returning to work or into public places like sporting venues or otherwise. But we're also very keen to highlight the limitations of the technology. And we've seen all sorts of claims of late that aren't true. Like all technology, it has limitations, and it cannot diagnose or detect the COVID-19 virus, but it can tell you very accurately if you have an elevated skin temperature and screen for those risks.
Yeah, Jim, we've seen, in terms of the markets, we've seen the defense sector and some of those names that are levered to the defense sector, even just this week, whether it's L3Harris or Leidos or Raytheon Technologies this morning, hold up and see that type of business relative to other types of businesses remain pretty stable right now. You're a sizable defense contractor yourself, just this morning announcing an award, a contract from the Army for unmanned aerial vehicles. How is that part of your business going right now, and what is your outlook as we head into the rest of the year?
Yeah, you know, we're unique in that we have both industrial and defense technology applications. And if we look at the business on whole, those parts of our businesses that have more commercial orientation do see significant
break away from this trend line.
Technologies for elevated temperature screening.
It was only
lots
good
of
for the
demand.
day.
But the defense segment is doing quite well. The military continues to work on modernization efforts that are a priority and are working hard to make sure that companies like ours continue to develop those life-saving technologies. We're very proud of that recent award of our nano drone, a 33-gram drone that really has amazing capability to keep our warfighters safe.
Yeah, and finally, just to go back to the thermal cameras before we let you go here, how much does one of them cost, and how quickly, if someone calls you up and says, I want to put this into
This has a data burn of
my
6 cents a day. Every day we don't get to fucking...
Yeah, the price points
Every
right
day
now
we don't get
between
to 85. This
$5,000
fucking
and
contract burns 6
$15,000. They can
cents a
be
day. That's
integrated
beautiful.
into enterprise operating
That is
systems.
fucking beautiful right there.
Right now, we still have a lot of capacity, but it takes between days and weeks perhaps to get it, as we want to prioritize those most important customers first, hospitals, other industries that are critical for operation. But in the coming weeks, our capacity will be expanding exponentially.
Jim Cannon, thank you for joining us today, the CEO of FLIR Technologies.
Thank you.
Carl?
Fascinating.
There we
Might
go,
be, an
baby.
increasing part of our lives,
Scary
guys.
with the
we're gonna get
12%
Uber
jump.
tonight,
Scary as
John,
fuck,
and we
dude.
really didn't get to lift much today, but stocks did well. Stock did well this morning. Revenue up 23. And then Piper came out, cut it to neutral, and said that the higher demand in March, in their words, was a head fake. They thought that people were making last-minute runs to Costco before hunkering down. So it'll be interesting to see if Uber ratifies some of that positive sentiment that we got from Lyft.
Yeah, that stock and maybe the category all over the road, it's still down nearly 2% for the week, even though it's up more than 23% today. So getting that insight, any additional data from Uber will be valuable.
Absolutely. And in the meantime, in terms of the state of the consumer, go ahead, Carl. I know we got to wrap it up.
There's never enough time. NASDAQ 9K just was something to behold even briefly this morning as some of these big tech components do contribute. Let's get to headquarters this afternoon now, the Judge in the half.
Judge, let's go.
All right, Carl, thank you very much. Our breaking news coverage of the markets continues. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner. Our top story, you probably know what it is. The amazing NASDAQ, now positive for the year. Tech stocks continue to fuel this incredible move in your money since the March lows. The obvious question becomes, and it is the most pressing question, how long can this continue? We will ask the man who called the comeback, Tom Lee. He'll join us momentarily. We'll also debate that with our investment committee. With me, as always, today, Joe Terranova, Josh Brown, John Najarian. Brenda Vingello is the CIO of Sandhill Global Advisors. Nice to see everybody. Hope everybody is well. Let's check the numbers, as we always do as we get started. I mentioned where we are. NASDAQ was above 9,000, just dipped a little bit below that. S&P 2,900. Dow's better than 24,000 right now. NASDAQ now only about 10% away from its February all-time highs. Josh Brown, you know, the superlatives starting to run out on this run in tech. And yet again today, NASDAQ 9,000, first time since March 4th, positive for the year, only 10% away from its February highs.
That is wild as fuck.
So importantly, it's not just the tech stocks that everyone talks about, although, you know, Facebook and Amazon are not even in the tech index, but it's now Peloton, Zoom,
Do you think there will be another crash?
Some of these are
I mean, dude, not everybody's gone back to work in the stock markets. We're talking about hitting highs again. That's crazy to me. But I guess I see the other side as well. It's looking past the event. This is going to be over.
And I think that's really important.
Economy will get rolling again eventually.
And then the other thing that I think is really interesting is where is all the money coming from to fuel these rallies? Well, take a look at the Russell, down 18% on the year, while the NASDAQ heads toward highs. And then take a look at, within the Russell, small cap value, down 23%. On the year. So
I think we definitely pull back. I think it's more likely we go touch 260 before we go touch 300 or 320 again.
And
you know, 310
the overall
again.
rest of the market.
But who
and
knows,
it gets
dude?
wider and wider and wider. And people say, well, what's the reason? Well, all of the
Yo.
stocks that are going up have one thing in common.
Major
the products
shock.
and
Thank you for
services
the
that people are
follow.
actually using. It is, my colleague Ben Carlson called it the Peter Lynch market.
Right,
it is
got
literally,
bounced. I don't
if
think it's
consumers
over, but
know
who
the
the hell
product
knows,
and
right?
are using it a lot right now, the stock is probably going up by billions of dollars a day.
We're going to
market
talk about
cap.
one of those.
And if they're not, then they're not.
Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about one of those. I don't want to give it away now. People probably know what it is. But to Josh's point, Joe, the divergence, if you will, growth versus almost everything else. The S&P 500 growth ETF, the IVW, year to date is just down 2%. The S&P value ETF, IVE, it's down 20%. So you continue to get the divergence. What's going to stop it?
Nothing's going to stop it. You clearly are going to have a bifurcated S&P 500. We've talked about that over the last couple of weeks. And the companies that are the leaders right now are the companies that, yes, they're exhibiting excellent growth, but they also have quality
Lead
balance
away,
sheets.
Square.
I think it's
Lead
very
away.
important. The laggards in the market, they're going to continue to be constrained by a lot of the business activities. They'll be limited in a post-COVID-19 environment. And I think, as we've stated, I don't see any end to that reversal. I'm not sure why it shouldn't be ending. If you're a smart investor, you want to gravitate yourself in this environment towards quality. That's what's going to be enduring, and that's what's going to be profitable.
That's enough on the day,
over the
right?
coming
Like,
months.
people are still going to buy up 12.5%.
Apple is only 7.5% off of its all-time high. Amazon's only 5% off of its all-time high. Facebook 6%, Microsoft 4%, Netflix 3%. You just keep buying these names?
You know, I think one thing that's important to mention too is
Finally
that
out of the
a lot of these names are sort of
660
pulling
close
forward
table.
of technological adoption on many levels, whether it's payments, online shopping, and so on. So those companies that are in the right place right now are really benefiting, and they may not have benefited as much as if this had taken multiple years to transpire, but it happened quickly. It happened within a month, and so here we are. and I think they're well positioned. Would I put money to work right away in these names? I don't know. You know, we got some chances earlier in the year to put money to work, but I do have to say that I think over these summer months, there is going to be a lot of fallout in some of the more value-oriented, highly levered names. We just don't know how this whole reopening process is going to transpire, and there are going to be some companies that go out of business. So would you rather stick with the high quality, quality balance sheet, high margin companies that are gaining market share in this environment, and
Or the
assume
ones
that there's
that are
probably going to
losing
be a
money, like
valuation
Square?
overshoot, which we feel is likely? Or do you tiptoe into some of these other names? We're not quite ready to tiptoe. We think having some diversification in a portfolio is absolutely important, but not quite ready to get real down and dirty in some of the sectors that are the most beaten up, like the energy sector, for example, because we think there are going to be companies that go bankrupt in the group.
So, John Najarian, what is one to do today? You know, you've sat back and you've watched this market continue to go up. And I know, you know, there are a lot of people scratching their heads as to how this could be possible given what the real world looks like. But nonetheless, we are where we are. So what are you watching? What do you tell them to do?
Well, we're continuing to watch, Scott,
Okay,
that alt
Thomas.
data as
Well,
far as showing
we're
how much
short-handed
America's
here, and
opening
I've
up.
got Jack,
And
so
I think
let's
a lot
flip.
of people are basically
Sevens.
investing based on that.
Hold.
Now, we're all crossing our fingers and hoping, not just crossing our fingers, but we're hoping
Double
that,
up, baby,
we
in the
don't see a
660,
big
1200.
second
Let's
wave.
go.
But nonetheless, the numbers are dramatic, the amount of Americans that are moving around. And that is one of the reasons, Scott, that we're seeing this kind of recovery. It's not the only reason. The Fed is the biggest reason behind it, followed a little perhaps by Congress. But I mean, there is a significant push here. And when you look at America versus, for instance, Germany, one of the strongest economies and stock markets in Europe, we're double what they are right now, Scott. I mean, America, we're 10% under year to date. Europe is 20%, or Germany rather, 20%, 19.5, I guess, when we went on air. So people that have bet over there, you asked Josh at the beginning of the show, where's that money coming from? A lot of that money is coming into our brands here, Scott, for all the reasons that analysts have mentioned. It's coming in here, and these brands are the ones that people want to bet on rather than being overseas, even if it looks relatively cheap. It also looks like they're not going to have the upside oomph that we might get here, and I think that's a lot of what's driving the markets here.
Josh Brown?
Yeah, John is dead right. Actually, April set a record for the inflow versus outflow gap. U.S. equity ETFs versus developed
knocked him out. Give me that fucking chips. 200
ETFs.
big ones.
It's
go,
an absolutely
baby.
unheard of inflow versus outflow gap during that 1 month period. And even if that doesn't continue to go, I think John has it right. The other thing is, it's been proven time and again, and this is yet another reminder, the U.S. consumer really is the most powerful engine of growth all over the country. It's more important than Chinese manufacturing.
All over the world.
It's more important than banking ebbs and flows. It's are people spending more or less money at the margin? We had this massive adjustment overnight after Adam Silver told us the recession is real by canceling the NBA season. We had this massive adjustment overnight, 45% down for small caps, 30%
canceling
down for
the
large
NBA
caps.
season?
And this readjustment is premised on this idea that whether it's September or March, there will be a vaccine, and the American consumer is not out for the down for the count. And that's what you're seeing in consumer, telecom, tech, media stocks. And I don't know that it continues at this pace, but I think it's a really, really important aspect of the comeback.
Well, let's ask the man who called the comeback, Tom Lee, Fundstrat. He joins us now on where he thinks stocks will go next. Tom, it's good to see you. Welcome back.
What do you say, Tom?
Yeah, great to see you guys.
You are the
Thanks.
man. You are the man who called this. You were with us on April the 7th. Okay, remember that day?
Yes.
The S&P was around, I don't know, 2690, somewhere around there. It was about 100 points lower than 2793, right? That was a key level that you were looking at. Since your appearance here, the S&P 500 is up 8.5%. The NASDAQ is up better than 13%. What did you see that led you to believe we could get to the level we are today despite all of the negativity that surrounds us?
There we go, Square.
I think
There
it's
we go,
a couple
Square.
things. You know,
That's what we wanted
first,
right there. Break
case
down,
front,
break
our data
away.
scientist
Woo!
teams have
It
really
broke
been
a little
tracking
further
the
than
data,
we
and
wanted.
I think it was really
But
telling
it's
us
staying within, dude. Now it's
the
not
actual
going down to
outcomes were
fucking
better than
55.
even the
There's no
optimistic
fucking way.
cases
I mean,
used by
that'd
the
be
CDC
crazy.
and the White House. I think the second is clearly policy measures. And you guys mentioned it. The Fed and the White House moved almost instantly. But the third is this recovery is actually been surprisingly clockwork. That it's really followed the pattern of the 10
You make
precedent
money off of that? What do you
30%
mean, filthy
declines,
bum?
which, you know, a couple things were apparent. One is that typically market recoveries are symmetric to the decline. So the faster you fall, the faster you recover. And that's why 2793 should have come by mid-April. But the second is that stocks generally bottom before fundamentals. And so, you know, one of the big good benchmarks is claims. If jobless claims are peaking, stocks bottom 3 to 4 weeks or as much as 6 weeks before claims peak. So I think there were several things that told us this is what could play out, and it looks like the market is sensing a pretty vigorous earnings recovery.
But no part of you at this point thinks that we've come too far too fast. You know, I'll give you credit. You deserve credit because I gave you, you know, I pressed you when you made that call just in light of what was happening around us, right? It's inescapable. You see the despair that people are feeling, the level of job loss that we continue to see.
You could predict NPA, yeah, you definitely
even said,
could.
I think your word, you said it was insane to
I mean,
to
that's
make a
gotta
call
hurt D. King,
like you were
right?
making, but nonetheless you did because of the things you just said you saw.
D. King's pulling back.
But you don't think that we've come a little far fast?
MGM
You know, my
my
sensibility would say the future's uncertain because, you know, we can't model a pandemic. But the GFC told us that companies are really good at adjusting quickly. We published a few studies on this, but over half of the sectors in the S&P managed to get back to peak earnings with less revenue. In the financial sector, it was 27% less revenue, and they got back to peak earnings. In discretionary, over half of the companies got back to peak earnings with less revenues.
Let me know what you want to know.
It was 12% less revenues, but home builders was 70% less revenues back to peak earnings. So I think
I mean, I am an iron condor right now. Good day, sir, Killingbird. You're murdering it in the D. King. Murdering
really
it.
Engineer costs, both around real estate and employment.
D. King on the rage today, dude. Did you print? Did you just take your money and run today at the peak?
Tom, you can't throw a
Are
party
you
for
out of
yourself
here?
just yet,
Dude, even
because I
still
wanna know
now, dude.
Where we're going to go from here.
Even still now.
Can this kind of momentum
Lego,
continue?
dude.
What does it say for the next handful
Are you
of
not
months?
scared NBA stopped their season?
Yeah, I would still.
Did you
be
take
a
some
buyer,
profits?
here,
Maybe sell
'cause
half
one,
the
I think
stack
the
or
chances
something.
the
You know what I
S&P hitting
mean?
new all-time high really
Or
have
nah, we're
increased
just
in
fucking
the
letting
last
it
2
ride,
weeks.
baby, on
We've
D.
seen
King.
a
We're
full
all
recovery
in. I
credit.
took a little profit but held some.
Jim
That's
Casey
what's
at JP
up.
Morgan really talked about that. You know,
Smart
the
man.
crisis in
Smart
investment
man.
grades largely over.
Bankroll
Oil has made
management.
over a $65 increase in price. I mean,
Square's
that's a
been scaring the
historic
fuck out of me
recovery in
today.
the
We
price
bet
of
that it
oil.
wouldn't get to
Fortunes
$85
are made, but
and
it's
it's
also
fucking
pretty
raging
good
up
signal. So if I had to
12%
say
to 75 after
commodities
bad
are
numbers. Numbers comes
telling
out, it
stocks should
fucking
go higher,
tanks.
high yield
Then,
investment grade
I don't
telling
know,
stocks
somebody
should go
got a
higher.
blowy on
And
the
I think some
conference
of our
call
data is
over
saying
here,
companies
and
are
it
really
just
good
started
at
fucking
finding cost
raging.
cuts. This is why earnings will probably surprise next year.
So Josh
Filthy
Brown,
bum,
I'm
I know
going to get you in.
nothing.
This is sort of like and look, Tom
Well,
is
I've been
not the
learning
only one
options
who's
trading.
saying
I
this sort of
suggest
thing.
here, if you
know the kinds
DM
of
me
investors
your
that I
first
speak
and
to
last
on a-
name and
on a
email
fairly
address,
regular
I
basis.
suggest you start a TD
This is
Ameritrade
a
account
policy trumps almost anything
and go through
kind
the
of a
training
move
over here.
and a kind of a
It is
call.
fucking
And that
super,
policy's not
super
going
in
away
depth,
anytime soon.
and it helps
If
you learn
anything,
everything.
It gets
you
more
know
engaged. Remember,
what I've been
the Federal
doing.
Reserve hasn't even started buying those high yield ETFs yet. Just
I've been
jawboning enough
taking my
fog
cash
the credit market
and
that
selling
helped also
options puts
with why we
against
are
stock
where we
I
are.
want to own.
Is
And
that
when I
what this
own
is?
the
Policy
stock,
trumps everything?
like CGC, I've been
Well,
selling share-covered
could be.
calls.
I'd love to hear Tom's response to
And
this
then I have
because
iron
this is what the
condors,
people
which
on the
is
other
a
side of the
width
trade would say to
spread
him. And we don't
on
know who
Square.
will be right
So
yet,
Square
but
has
let's
to
just
stay
hear.
between
So
85 and 55
companies got really
for
good at getting back
44
to
days,
the same earnings
45
level with
days.
less revenue. You know how they did it? They fired people and didn't rehire
Yo,
them.
thank you for
And
the follow. Let
getting
me know
back
where you
to
need
where
me
we
to
were on
start. Like,
employment
do you need me to
took
start
years
at
and
what
years
are
and years.
shares? What
So I
are
think we would all
dividends?
acknowledge that.
What are options?
But then the second part of that is
what is a
the
stock?
average recession is 13 and a half months.
You
Why
let me
would
know
this
where
be
you
a
need me to
below
start,
average
filthy bum,
recession,
and I will fire
given
for you,
how
just for you.
incredibly fast the damage occurred and how unprecedented the nature of the damage was. So there are, unlike 2008, unlike 2000 to 2002, there are whole industries that have to either completely reimagine themselves or disappear entirely. I'm thinking
I'll
about
just
movie
keep
theaters,
watching.
for example,
That's what's up.
as
That's
one very
what's up.
small example. So
We made
why
a
would
lot
we
of
say
trades
this will be a
yesterday, so we're
subpar
letting them play
recession
out now.
and not make it the distance of the average, which is over a year long. Tom, what do you think about that?
Well, Josh, yeah, on the recession
can
side,
make more
I'd
trades,
agree.
but
I mean,
I'm
there's a
scared right
chance
now.
we could have a double dip, or it could be a depression that's with us a long time. But in the 10 earnings cycle since 1929, regardless of the GDP cycle, earnings recoveries tend to be symmetric.
ADMA just
So I
bleeding
think
off
that
to a
there is
penny
going to be a
stock for
gap
real.
between what the equity market does and what the economy does. The reason I think this contraction isn't hitting companies and even the economy as hard is part of it is the policy, as you mentioned, but we have to keep in mind the median income of the jobs lost so far, whether
Down
looking
to
at the
VWAP. Go
state level
down to
claims
VWAP.
data, like New York breaks it
Thanks
out
for
by
streaming.
industry.
No
It's
problem.
about
Thank you
half
guys
of
for
the US
watching, dude.
household
Lurking
median
is the
income.
best, dude.
So unlike the great financial crisis where
Just being
10%
here lurking,
unemployment
being a
was close
viewer
to like
helps us
16%
so
income
incredibly
hit,
much.
this could be
So I
a
appreciate you for
26%
the follow
unemployment
and
rate,
being there.
but less than a 10% income hit before policy offsets that. And as Goldman said, it's almost
Our VOD
100%
from
offsetting
yesterday,
income.
filthy
So
bum.
we
If you go
could
back and
actually
watch
coming out
our
of this
VOD
because
from yesterday, I go
actually
over
holding up much
a
better.
lot of basics stuff.
John Najarian, what do you think about
And
this
we're
poem
cutting
by
up
Tom
the
Lee?
video
3,400 by
from
the end of the
yesterday
year.
to put on
That's the
YouTube,
year-end
like
target.
with
He's sticking to it.
educational
And by the
learning
way,
and
it's not
stuff.
even
So
the
we'll
highs.
see. We'll see how it turns
It's not
out.
even the
It's gonna be
highs. I'm
dope.
sorry to
It's
jump
gonna
on
be
you,
dope.
interrupt you there, Doc.
It's just going to take us
No,
time to
Piper
cut it up.
Sandler,
But
we
you can
mentioned
go back
yesterday,
and watch the
3,600.
VOD from yesterday, I think.
Right.
And you'll probably learn a ton
I've heard
from
a
the
lot
VOD
of people,
yesterday,
Tom,
for real.
talking about rejiggering their multiples because of the Fed.
Because that's
being
when we
basically
set up
at zero
all the
because
square
of the
trades and stuff
trillions of
yesterday and went
dollars that
over
are
what
being
we were
flooded
doing.
into the market, and Congress also supporting here. Do you think that that multiple is justified? I mean, are we going to see
Will
a
do,
22,
Kappa. Like, nope,
23
I'm here.
multiple for the S&P
Chilling
because
live. I'll see you do it
interest
live.
rates are so low?
I think the multiple is going up,
I
but
love this.
mainly because of composition. You know, you guys were talking about how these secular growth FANG names, cloud tech, are really stocks at any price. So their multiple is really lifting. The social distance victim companies and the traditional cyclical stocks still have really low PE. So that's why our strategy teams are recommending a barbell that you still want to own great companies regardless of their price, because they're expensive. But there's a huge opportunity that if there's a vigorous GDP recovery on the consumer side, you can make a lot of money in the hotels, some of the retailers, the restaurants, some of the airlines, and that's really where the PE is just going back to below, way below average to just median.
This run, Tom, in tech continues. Right. I mean, let me ask you this. Let me ask it this way. Are you surprised?
Nevada for WSOP for the fall.
Are you surprised that
we'll
we're
see how we're
literally
doing.
talking
If we're
today
doing
about
good,
a
I'm
NASDAQ
in.
that's positive for the year?
We'll see how we're doing. If we're doing good, I'm definitely in.
It's shocking. If someone at the start of this year told me the stock market would fall 33% in 6 weeks, I would have said that's impossible, and it happened. And it does show how flooded the market was with sellers. I think the S&P should be rising because coming out of this crisis, I do think the U.S. is still going to be the best neighborhood, and policy rates are low, our credit markets are functioning, and I think there is going to be a lot of global money. I think Josh mentioned that. I think the U.S. should be outperforming the rest of the world.
Yeah. Joe Terranova, you want to weigh in on that?
Wait, what? You just go there and
Tom,
stream from Nevada to try and steal and get an online bracelet?
From the Federal Reserve. You've got
that's not bad. If you got the cash to do
the S&P
it,
right now stands at
it's not a bad idea.
26.5%. Last time you and I had a conversation about technologies weighting in the S&P, you had Facebook, you had Alphabet, and you had Netflix still being considered as technology. Is it just as simple as investors and money managers are going to chase the performance, and you're going to get the performance in technology And the whole story is about the continued growth of the technology
You have to be in
sector
Nevada or
within
New
the
Jersey. Well, I'd
S&P
rather go
500
to
itself.
Nevada right now, but all the good hotels are
I mean, I
closed.
think
You got
that's
to
a
go
good way
stay
to
with a
put
friend
it.
or something.
I think this crisis is
Get
proving
an
how valuable
Airbnb or
tech is.
something.
You know, we've written in the past how we think
could get a
tech
chill
could
little
become
Airbnb
40 to
and be
50%
chilling, though.
weight of the S&P because it's so productive for our business.
You know?
And maybe work from home is proving that technology is a great partner for businesses, and where
Look at
the best
Square
tech companies in the
bleeding
world,
off
all
now.
the blue
This is
chip names, or
beautiful.
the majority are U.S. companies. And so you're right. I think, you know, if you think about it, the S&P is
Killing
becoming
Bird,
a
maybe
tech
wait till the
index.
halving, then sell the news.
Yeah, in large respects, it is. Tom, we appreciate it so much. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, thanks.
We'll check in with you periodically, see how this call continues to look.
But the FOMO
you
is real. I
certainly
didn't
got it
see
right.
that. Good thing
And,
you said that. I didn't see it.
We'll check in with you
Yeah.
again soon. That's Tom Lee.
Dude, I'm holding. I just have my little
I
bit
do
in
want to
there
bring up
for
a
my
note
cash out,
because
though.
we're ending that conversation on the
I don't
outlook
have
for
much in here.
technology. And, you know, Joe is making the case, and Tom's making the case, and others have made the case.
Trying to
clearly that
rebuild my
technology can just
position.
continue to rise.
I
maybe
think
not
it's
unabated,
doing better
but
than gold,
certainly
dude. I have a
continue to go
feeling
up.
BTC
UBS,
could
guys,
keep
is talking
going.
about an
Whoa,
inflection
go
point
back.
coming, that you're going to get away from growth.
It's crazy
and
right
you're going to
now.
move towards value, and that's approaching. Now, Brenda, that to me says
Like
that
all the
you
crazy
have to have
gold
better
hoarders now
news
hold Bitcoin.
on the economy itself.
Oh, it's over
for that to take
17-14.
place. Now, are we expecting that to happen? I think we all understand why
Bitcoin's still
technology
doing
shares
better,
are
though.
rising in the manner they are. But if you want to start telling me to buy industrial stocks and maybe some commodity names and things like that, that value is going to start outperforming growth, is that a stretch?
Yes,
I think it's going to
PayPal,
take a little
just
bit of
burn
time.
away.
So I think there's
Burn
a lot
away,
of
PayPal.
speculation about the fact that we are probably in the midst of the worst from an economic standpoint in terms of learning about
I think it's. I'm
impactful the
starting to
economy
believe
was
that
during
it's the new
April.
gold.
But I think there's going to be
You know
some
what I mean? Like
carryover,
I think
for a
I'm
lot
going
of
to
industries,
always keep a
particularly on the value
position in
side,
crypto.
where we do need to see that there is more traction and
And I need to
understand a little
build
bit
one
more
up.
about how
I
this
need to build
reopening
one up.
process is really going to work. Since it is
It's
so much
very
by state,
interesting
and then
how it's doing
obviously
with
the overall
gold.
disease
And I
states
hate
a
that I
huge
have this
component of
fucking
that,
bar
and
here that I
understanding
can't
what
do
happens
anything
there,
with.
and if there is a
Like, what am I
resurgence and
supposed
we
to
do
do
go
with
back to
this?
some kind of
It's not easy to trade.
moderated
The bid and the ask is wide as
slow
fuck.
down again, what
JNUG
does
is
that
for
mean,
day
for those
trading.
groups and those
JNUG is for
companies?
day trading.
Because as I mentioned earlier, many of
Like
them
you
are
should have
heavily
been
levered,
getting
and
in
that's the problem.
JNUG down here, and
when
as
the
soon as
revenue
you
just
saw
isn't there
that,
to be
you're
able to
out.
support
That's the
that.
day. That was your day. Chilling.
Josh,
back
we're
in
gonna have a
tomorrow if
rotation,
you want.
or does too much have to go right to have that, right? Well, you're essentially asking
Any of these
people to
leveraged,
start making it
any
more
of the
difficult
leveraged
in a way, right?
ETFs that are levered up,
has
they
been
have
almost too
decay
easy.
on
Now
them,
you're asking people
and
to
they're
make it
meant
more
for day
difficult and
trading.
find selected value stocks to buy.
Well, there are value stocks that will work, but only if they become
Green
growth
Corp, yeah, I
stocks.
basically
And
just
I don't
leave
mean
all
to
my
sound
poker
like
winnings,
like
and I rarely have
the
them,
Caterpillar
and my
from Alice in
Stormers payments in
Wonderland,
BTC.
but if there
So
are
it feels kind
companies
of like a
from
free
the
roll, dude.
industrial
That's what I'm
economy
doing,
that all of a
Killing
sudden
Bird. That's what
find a
I'm
secular
doing.
source of growth,
That's what I'm gonna start
and,
doing.
and maybe the
And
health
just leave it
crisis that we're
there.
going through will facilitate
That's what
that.
I'm doing. I like that.
You know,
That's like fucking
that's
genius,
one
dude.
category
That's what I'm gonna
of a
start
way
doing.
that some value stocks
And
will work.
grinding these
But
micros
then
and
this big
stuff
mean
to keep it
reversion
up on the
that all
screen and
smartest
have it
people
go,
have
and we're
been
getting
telling us is
sign-ups,
gonna
things are
come
moving.
sooner or later.
It's interesting. You
We're
know
like
what I
on
mean?
year 12 waiting for that, and I feel like those mean reversion moments when they happen,
I
they're
fucking
very
love the
fleeting.
Stormer
You get
community
these 2
and the
and sometimes
program,
3-day stretches
and how much
where
ACR
growth takes a
supports
break
small
or sells
streamers
off,
is fucking
and all of a
amazing.
sudden there's this
Like,
big resurgence
it is
in
amazing. They are
regional
by
bank
far,
stocks or,
ACR is by
or,
far
small
the
cap
biggest sponsor
pharmaceutical
of this
or
stream right here.
companies that make helicopter
For
parts.
sure.
But it doesn't tend to go on for more than a couple of days. And so people that buy into what they see on their screen, they should learn how to look at weekly, monthly charts. And once you start looking at monthly charts, you say to yourself, I'm not going to get tricked for the 9th time, the 10th time. So it's a very tough trade. A lot of quant money is on that side of the boat. It's a long time coming if it ever does. But in the meantime, lots of value is being created in growth names that are perfectly poised.
Look at this
for a
thing
scenario
fucking
where
bleeding
consumers
off
are a
at the end of the
captive
day.
audience,
For the
not
second
much
half
else
of the
to
day,
do
this is
other than
beautiful.
Work out from
That's
home.
what we needed.
Watch video, order things to eat, etc. So I don't know what puts a stop to it.
Yeah.
Back
John
in the
DeJarian,
profit for the
quickly
day.
before we get into some individual
we're
names
only
that all
down
of you
$8.
are taking a look at.
Open up Micro Center.
Let's pull up the VIX.
Dude, Micro Center's the spot, Poker Chef Jeff. Trust.
Tell me what you're out. How would you play volatility in these days? I mean,
I spent
In
around
some sense, I
like,
want to ask you if you think everybody's too complacent.
dude, I went and bought everything. I went and got the
Questions I
mic,
was
the
asking
camera, the
3
fucking
months ago,
stands, and I spent
you know,
around like
regarding
2 Gs, bro.
The virus, if we're too
You know what I
complacent
mean?
about the
But I
virus
had to
in those,
buy
those
everything
early
at
days.
once.
Volatility, when
So
I
you could
asked
get
you
away
the
with,
other day,
you can get away with
was at
better if you already
32.
got mic and a camera
Now,
and fucking.
we're threatening to go under
I also
30.
probably got too much. Like I got
What do we do with
I
that?
went and got multiple graphics cards because I was
think
trying to
25,
fucking mine
35,
cryptocurrency
that
and
range,
shit.
Scott, is
You know
going
what
to
I
be
mean?
where
Like,
we are.
I
To the
overspent.
upper end
I
of
way
that
overspent.
band, it's because
I think if you had a
something
solid
happened,
$1,500, you
that was
could
a
build
little
yourself a
outside
really
of
nice
what we're
computer for
predicting
yourself.
right now. And
that you can
as
also
far as
upgrade.
volatility, as you always know.
Yeah, you already have
this
keyboard
is
and
saying
mouse and
right
all that
now at
shit.
basically
So you're going to
32,
save a lot of
between
money.
30
You
and
know what I
32,
mean?
where it is, that we're looking at 2% moves.
I stopped
I'm looking at
mining and
the
I use
S&P
the computer
500
for
right
streaming.
now,
It's not worth
1.7%
fucking
move.
running
Look at
out the
Dow,
graphics cards
which it doesn't
and
track.
like aging
the
them
VIX
that
doesn't
fast.
track
It's
that,
not
but the
worth
Dow's
it.
making
Not
a
worth it.
1.7% move
It was
as well.
worth it when I
So
bought them
the
like
VIX
years
is doing
ago.
what it's supposed to do. It's
For a little
basically
bit, it
telling
was
you
worth
that
it, and it helped
68%
return
of
some of the
occurrences
costs. That's
are
for
going to
sure.
fall within this band. And then you've got two
I
standard
probably will need to
deviations,
spend like
3 standard
$1,200 for sure.
deviations
For
as
sure.
you get into all that mathiness.
Gonna do my best.
Scott.
I'm super
But
pumped,
right
man.
now,
Let's go.
I think the range that we've
Birthday's
been in
next week.
are
Let's
likely
get
to
it, dude.
continue in is
Open this man a
25
micro
to
center.
35 with an occasional pop on bad news into that 37,
Open
38
this
range.
man
But
a
it seems
micro
like we're a far
center.
cry from where we were in March, Scott, and I think all of us kind of appreciate that.
It's almost just hard to believe, you know, when you look at the charts and you remember those darkest days of later March, where volatility spike. I mean, look at the spike, right? 80. We're
88.
talking 80.
Yeah.
North of 80, and now
Yeah.
we're at 30 and change. It's stunning. Just among the more stunning stories as we talk about this market and all of the numbers that we point out. I want to talk about some of the moves that all of you are making, and maybe it is a result of this drop in volatility has enabled some of you.
Yeah,
to
you
be
don't need
able
to talk.
buy
Well,
some of the
dude,
stocks
I
you're
don't
looking
know.
at, Brenda.
It
You have some
definitely
names,
runs your
that I think
CPU and
our audience
graphics
would be
card to
interested
do
in
the
knowing about.
stream. And like having a good
So we
graphics
bought,
card and
NVIDIA,
CPU
which
is
has
very
been a name that
important.
was on our list that we've
Get
been watching
good
for a long
RAM.
time. Always felt that
Just
valuation.
try and max out for your
was
budget.
too
You know,
stretched,
you get to go
but
through and
when the stock
check
pulled
every
back,
section.
along with
You
everything
know,
else during March, we added that to our portfolio.
get a good motherboard
we
with
also added to
Wi-Fi
waste
and stuff
management,
already in it. Wi-Fi and
which is,
Bluetooth.
obviously a different story, but an essential service. So one that we think is going to hold up even though volumes are down.
And a tower,
but
a nice
we think it's
tower
priced
you
to
like
hang
that
in
will keep
there and
everything
that it's
clean
poised to
inside. That's
recover
not
when,
too
when
big
the
though.
economy does get back to some
I
sense
think
of
I need the
normalcy.
top of the top. I
But
run
on
multiple
NVIDIA,
clients
in our
and
view,
OBS.
it's poised well in this environment.
OBS is
when
pretty
you look at
demanding,
overall,
especially when you
storage
add a
needs,
bunch of
as
scenes
well
and
as,
shit like that. You know
the
what I mean?
video game component, which plays right into the current environment that we're in.
Sold VF, sold Weyerhaeuser, and used some of that money to, you know, as we said, for NVIDIA and waste management.
We did.
Yeah, interesting moves. Josh Brown, we talk about these so-called virus stocks, and at the top of the show, you know, you alluded to a name. I think you were talking about Peloton, right? And I said I wanted to wait, and let's do it now. You bought some today on the open.
I did. I will either look like a complete idiot or a genius. I could have just top ticked it right here. So I'm telling people literally, don't follow me in. And it's not a big trade, but I just have been kicking myself
Don't
the
follow
entire
me
way
in.
up.
It's not a great trade.
Technically,
I
the
want
stock
Peloton.
completed a cup and handle, which typically is bullish for at least a continuation of an uptrend. And
Don't
this
go
is a
cheap
breakaway
on the
gap
power
play.
unit as it may be
Like,
running
if
for
you
long
were to-
amounts of
if you were
time
to
and high
pick up
demand.
a
That's true
textbook
too.
On technical analysis, when do you want to buy a
That's true
stock?
too.
When it's inflecting in a breakaway gap, there really aren't sellers here. Other than
It's easy.
profit
Once you
takers.
learn
There's
about
no
all
one
the
in this
parts
stock
that are
has
plug and
loss.
play in a computer,
And there's a lot of new money coming in. So,
it's then easy to
I
take a
think it
minute
could
and
work.
fucking
If it does pull back to
look
that
at what
gap,
you
which
want
happens
and
all the time,
overbuy a little bit in
on
certain
light
areas
volume,
to make sure
that's
you've got
where I
the
would maybe add to
bandwidth.
the
You know what I
position. But
mean?
it's an $11 billion market cap. It's a company that is 4 quarters early on adjusted positive cash flow. 4 quarters ahead of where they thought they'd be. Obviously, the virus helped them pull that timetable forward. We all understand that. Fine. But in an environment, in an economic environment where growth is so scarce and so few companies can grow, the ones that can grow 100% year over year, which is what I think Peloton will be doing this year, are the ones that are going to get the investment
What
dollars.
about
So,
ADMA
I'm
that
long
grew
the stock. If it pulls back a little
189%
more,
year over
and I
year?
concede I'm buying it late, and it could be that I am the last buyer, in which case I will own it. I'll come on the show and say I got really excited and I was late.
We'll hold you to
I
it.
think this.
He's
$20
talking
billion
about
market cap
Peloton,
for
yeah,
a brand
Peloton.
like a brand with this much power.
And he bought it
and
open
when you look
today,
at the
so it
amount
could
of
be the
800
peak.
something thousand people are re-signing for pure digital, and then just like talk to your wives, talk to your husbands, talk to your kids. Is anyone excited about going back to a physical gym? And then the treadmill product's going to come out at a reasonable price point. And so I just feel like this could defy the typical stigma of fitness stocks, and it really could be a brand that's worth a lot more today than it is right now. So
that's the thing.
That's where I am with this thing mentally.
I was going to, John Najarian, you bought it as well, and I was going to say to Josh, well, maybe everybody at this point who has a Peloton for the next, period of time, they have it already, right? If anybody who wants one
They
has
can't
one
make them
now.
fast enough.
I know.
Wait.
And then you
Scott,
said the
they can't
key
make them
though
fast
thing
enough.
too, Josh, is diversifying their product offering at reasonable prices too. If you have more
Peloton.
products that other people want who maybe don't want the
I
Peloton
own a Peloton.
itself,
It's pretty
the
legit.
treadmill, as you mentioned,
It will
who
grow
knows
more.
what else
Damn.
is
Papa
in the offering
J.
down the way as well.
Hey-o.
Josh, Josh, you
Scott,
respond to that, then
that's-
John, I'll go to you first. Give Josh a chance for a sec to respond.
So I think that's right. And the digital trial subscriptions, they extended that from 30 days to 90 days. And as a result of doing that, they got 1 million more paid people than they would have otherwise had. So they're playing with the format of how to broaden this audience beyond just the $2,500 machine. So I would just say, when you think of fitness, as always, think of Josh Brown.
John Najarian?
I always think of Josh Brown when I think of
now we have two names to identify. You know exactly where I'm going with this, right? First, you got people think Shaq, they're like, Josh Brown. Now it's Peloton, Josh Brown. You got both sides covered. That's a barbell approach, if you will, right?
That's a barbell approach.
It's a barbell approach. Scott, Josh is absolutely right. All the things he cited are why you want to be in this name.
Why?
And I can't imagine a time when they would have a better and a more fertile ground than right now, because of what you said about people not wanting to go to gyms, because of what Josh said
Honestly,
about
I'm going for
the
dividend, but
treadmills
I'm up
as
65%,
well. That new
so
product, it's not brand new, but
NJ,
that
what?
newer products that they're
On
bringing
Peloton?
out. I remember when we all kind of chuckled when they said, well, we're not just a fitness company, we're also a tech company, and we're also a clothing company. I don't think they're a clothing company, Scott, but as far as tech, Josh is absolutely right. This is a tech company because people are using that digital subscription. So you don't have the $2,500 machine or bike in your house. You don't have the treadmill in your house, but you want that digital subscription. Planet Fitness is trying to do it to get people to go online and do these classes. I mean, this is the best environment they could have asked for. It's Zoom, and these guys, along with Netflix, are absolutely killing it because people are being pushed into this area in a big way.
We got to give props to Weiss, who was in the 20s, remember? And we were kidding him about how many Pelotons he was buying. And, he's been riding it too. So kudos to him. Again, he got in the 20s.
Kudos,
so,
Stephen.
Let's talk about another name as well. Joe, Twilio.
Damn, this shit is raging.
Back in Twilio.
Yes. Back in Twilio, yeah. So I asked myself this morning, after yesterday seeing the significant bounce in the after hours, do I think this could be a $200 plus stock? That's the question you ask yourself right here with this stock at 167. Both telehealth and education were significant contributors. And you talk about COVID-19 stocks. This is now a COVID-19 stock. So obviously this is a stock that I mined for and found below $30 and had a heck of a run with it. But I think there's further upside potential beyond what the analyst community is clamoring for right now, which is price targets around 180-ish.
John Najarian, you bought Twilio too.
Yeah, don't disagree with Joe's point, Scott, but I bought it because of call activity. at the 125 strike. Pete talked about it, I think, with you just the other day. And these guys just blew it out of the water. I mean, oh my gosh. The stock's up $42. The calls he was talking about were $2, Scott, or $2.50 if you paid the high of the day. They opened at 40 today. I mean, it's just amazing, Scott. So Twilio, obviously people believing just what Joe laid out. I don't need to reiterate it.
Damn.
But, what a monumental move. And Twilio, I should have never been out of it, and I'm happy to be back in, Scott.
Well, the CEO is probably happy to have you as a shareholder. He's going to be on the closing bell today, by the way.
Damn.
So you should check that out.
Good for him.
And oh, by
Great
the way,
CEO.
I will.
another member of the
Great
investment
CEO.
committee has bought Twilio as well. Carrie Firestone is on the news line today. Carrie, you there?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here, and Scott. When
Everybody's
I think of
getting
business, I definitely
Twilio,
think
huh?
of Josh. But Twilio
Yes.
is a name that we bought in January. We bought it again in March, and this beat expectations in a major way. If you look at what people were worried about, in fact, there was a lot of concern that because Twilio is so connected or thought to be connected with ride sharing, restaurants, and hotels, that you might see them talk down the next few quarters. But what we really saw was that the drivers of growth, and they did 365 million of sales, included a big surge in video conferencing related to healthcare. Notifications, we've all got notified by our state, city, town about coronavirus news, and also call centers. If you think around the world, there are call centers, whether they're in India, the Philippines, or in Austin, Texas, and those employees have to be
I own the product, not the stock. Definitely the most cardio option on the market. They have an
operations
app-based
to the
system
cloud
for
to be able to
everything like
support
yoga, etc.
the call
Damn.
center employees that are in their homes now, and Twilio is seamlessly the back center for routing seamlessly all of those calls, and it's a platform that's only going to increase. You know, yesterday I joked and I said people are going to start to use Twilio to get notifications on whether they can go up or down elevators in their office buildings or in residences. But I don't think it's a joke. I mean, I think we're going to start to use that because nobody wants to wait 20 minutes at an elevator before going up or down. And it's a whole new world of possibilities they didn't conceive of before. So I think it's great for the stock. I'm very happy we own it, and as Joe said, I think there's a long runway for them.
Well, you guys have taken Peloton and Twilio to the highs of the day.
They're like, well, you have pumped them enough now. Whoa. Did my whole system fuck up?
Calls that are around. Talk about another stock that is spiking today. It's Moderna. News for its coronavirus vaccine. The latest on that is straight ahead on the halftime report. And a reminder, you can always watch or listen to us live on the go on the CNBC app. The halftime report is back after this.
Damn, Twilio raging. So you a day swing trader sometimes? Like right now, I have Iron Condor options trades on Square. I need it to stay between 85 and 55 until June 19th. Till June 19th. I don't do many like naked options buys anymore. I do have some on ADMA that last all the way through next earnings. So we'll see how these bad boys do. But we're learning. We're learning about how to trade and not just pick a direction and trade. GNUS popping off. What is this thing? 91 cents. What is this thing? Genus. What were they trading at yesterday? 41 cents. Wow. Nice little dubs up, right? Good for anybody who got in yesterday. I'm out today. $0.32 2 days ago. Wow. Penn is still raging it. This is what we needed here. We needed Square to just slowly bleed off this afternoon. Data decay. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
All right, welcome back to the Halftime Report. Let's get to Sue Herrera now, who has the latest headlines for us on the coronavirus. Hi, Sue.
Hello, Scott. Indeed, I do. Good afternoon, everyone. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she hopes the House of Representatives will return to Washington next week. She says Democrats will seek another coronavirus stimulus bill with aid for states, local governments, and increased testing. Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy says the House should wait before considering more aid. The Defense Department has awarded new contracts to 3M to increase production of N95 respirators. 3M says the contracts, along with its own investments, will raise production in the U.S. from 35 million to more than 95 million masks by
Hella masks
October.
with your tax dollars.
And California's Governor Newsom now expects a $54 billion budget deficit this year because of the pandemic.
$54 billion
Last year, the state had a
deficit in
$21 billion surplus. Newsom calls
A
the numbers
$75
jaw-dropping.
billion swing.
As always, you can get more on our coronavirus coverage by heading to cnbc.com, and we'll have more from Governor Murphy and Governor Newsom later tonight. Scott, back to you.
All right, Sue, thank you. Look forward to that. That's Sue Herrera. Moderna's coronavirus vaccine gets FDA approval for a phase 2 trial. Meg Terrell is tracking that. You see the stock's doing, well, just off the highs of the day. Meg, what can you tell us?
Hi, Scott. Well, this is coming pretty quickly. Moderna saying it got the FDA's go-ahead yesterday to start that mid-stage study that's going to enroll about 600 patients. They also say that they're finalizing the protocol for the phase 3 trial. And if all goes well, they expect they could get FDA clearance in 2021. Now that phase 3 study, just at the end of April, Moderna had said they plan to start in the fall. So they're moving their timeline forward by several months here. And if you just check out the timeline, it reminds us they only began the phase 1 trial in the middle of March. They designed the vaccine back in January. So these are unheard of timelines that we're talking about here for vaccine development.
They're racing
and of course,
this
the
shit.
decision to go to phase 2 rests on getting safety data from phase 1. Which we haven't seen yet. So we're expecting really any day to see that reporting out of the phase 1 human safety data, which would be the first human data on a COVID-19 vaccine that we've seen. Stéphane Bancel, the CEO of Moderna, was talking about the company's efforts on the conference call this morning and how they're working around the clock to try to get this done. Take a listen.
Every extra million dose we can get out of our system will be helping a lot of people. So I'm very thankful for the team. They are literally working 7 days a week, pulling all-nighters to shave every day we can, so that we can really maximize the monthly output of the system.
And Scott, of course, the next catalyst we're going to be looking for is that phase 1 data, which we're hoping to see as soon as possible.
Burn, Square,
Meg,
burn.
Stock's up 10% right now on those hopes. And Jim Cramer thinks the market today, the rally itself is all about beating the virus as you continue to get some pretty good headlines. Meg Terrell, thank you so much for that. Steve Weiss is in this name. He's mentioned it on numerous occasions as well on this show. Josh, is this a name you'd look at? What do you think of this, Moderna?
So I I'm really hopeful that what we're hearing is going to bear fruit, and of course the stuff that Pfizer's doing, that J&J is doing, that Oxford is working on. I don't know who will be first. I personally am the wrong person to ask about anything to do with which vaccine will get approval before which other vaccine, but I'm paying as close attention as everyone else is, because I genuinely feel that this is the key to when this recession truly ends, not just financially or mathematically, but emotionally. There is no end in sight until there is a vaccine and we can get back to normal and attend football games together, go to concerts, go to weddings. So
I agree.
I want to know just as much as you do, is Moderna going to work? But I don't have an opinion that's worth anyone paying attention to.
John Najarian, you invested in any of these names?
Gilead still, Scott. We had unusual activity in this name back in Moderna back in January, but unfortunately, well, luckily that was in the low 20s, Scott, but unfortunately my discipline took me out at about 28. So seeing it more than double from there right now is one of those coulda, shoulda, woulda moments for me. But I am still in Gilead. I still think that remdesivir treatment, although as the China data showed, perhaps not treating patients that are really badly off, but hitting them early in their COVID infection. I think this is going to be something very positive. Carrie has spoken about it a lot, and she knows biotech a lot better than me. Carrie Firestone, that is.
Mm-hmm.
So I think remdesivir is still going to be something else to be reckoned with, Scott. But whoever does it, hats off to them.
All right. Good stuff, guys. We also have a story, by the way, that is coming in just now, new at noon. We're getting some new details now about Bill Ackman's performance of late. Pershing Square is now up 15.5% year to date. You'll recall he was on our show back on March 18th, sounding the alarm about the virus. It's kind of an understatement, what he was doing at that point about the virus. But also, and this kind of got overshadowed, also saying that he was growing more bullish and buying a number of stocks, which he named that day. They are all up significantly since then. You take a look at some of the names. Remember, on March 3rd, Ackman had revealed that he was hedged. He began taking them off on March 12th, finally exiting them completely on March the 23rd. But you're talking about Chipotle's up 69% since March 18th. QSR, Restaurant Brands, he added to that position, which came out the other day, up 54%. Starbucks is up 26%. Josh, you're in there. Hilton is now up 11% since then. Lowe's is up 51% since then. Agilent is up 10.5% since then. The Berkshire B shares are down, and that follows, I think Buffett's comments last weekend. Howard Hughes is down about 13% since then too. But Josh, overwhelmingly so, the stocks that he mentioned he was buying that day, some of which you're invested in too, are higher.
Yeah. I mean, the overall market's way higher, but I think it's cool to see Bill Ackman has gotten back to what I think he's always been pretty good at, which is concentrated positions in stocks that are either controversial or not getting enough credit on the street. And I know his idol is Buffett. So that whole detour that he made for years with the activist stuff and 700 slide presentations and knocking companies and being publicly short and trying to influence public opinion, it didn't go well. This is going really well. And what he did in Chipotle alone, I think, is worthy of a chapter in a book somewhere. So I think hats off to Mr. Ackman.
These guys reported this morning.
He's happy, and looks like his investors are happy.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a quick break straight ahead. We're going to do our weekly check-in with Avenue Capital's Mark Lasry. There's a lot going on in other parts of the market, too. We'll talk to Mr. Lasry next. We're back in 2.
Tempted but scared. I'm out. Nice. We need Square to just bleed off here. Continue down below VWAP would be really nice. Like, you're not going up 10% today. Bitcoin about to break daily high, huh? Bitcoin high. Whoa. Bitcoin. Bitcoin doing work. Picked up 0.1 Bitcoin yesterday. That's what's up. I don't even know what I got. 0.03. 0.03.
Welcome back. Let's bring in now Avenue Capital's Mark Lasry for our weekly check-in on the markets. Mark, welcome back.
Glad to be back. How you guys doing?
We're doing well, thanks. I hope you are too. So I've been trying to ask you about different parts of your business and there's other areas of the markets that you've been, witnessing with your own eyes. You do have business in China. You have a direct lending business there, and I didn't ask you about it last time, but I do want to now. Put us on the ground in China. What are you seeing? How's your office doing there? How's the direct lending going?
It's going fine. I mean, I think the investments we have are doing well. What you're finding is there's a great need for new capital right now. And the reason for that is simply because there's just a lack of capital out there. So for us, we're able to find quite a bit of deals. But I would tell you things are coming back, but they're coming back slow. I mean, it's not, it's opened up, but it's probably 25, 50% of what it used to be, which I think is a good indication of what's going to happen here.
You've been skeptical, I think, to say the least, about this move that we've seen in the markets, thinking that the reopen and just getting back to whatever the new normal is going to take longer. Is that how you still think? Have you come around to a different point of view that maybe it's going to go better than the worst fears? And somehow we're going to get back to business in one way or another in the face of everything that we're facing?
No, my view hasn't changed. When something's illogical, it is. And that's really it. Look, I think it's great that the markets come back, and I think all that is positive. But
I'm scared as AK Jordan watching the stream.
I think people have been talking about we've got to wait for earnings. You're going to see earnings are going to be a lot lower. I was listening to what Tom Lee was saying.
For what?
And
I don't know if we have a holiday.
It's just, I don't see.
I haven't left my house. I don't think so. Nobody on the news has said a holiday tomorrow.
Right now, to take advantage of all these opportunities, because we think everything's going to be a restructuring with a lot of these companies. I mean, if you think about it, JCPenney is in bankruptcy. They had 85,000 employees. I mean, Josh mentioned it. Where are all these people going? I mean, there's so many jobs that are going to be lost. I don't see how things are going to go back to where they were.
You mentioned JCPenney. We got news today, Neiman Marcus and its filing. So how do you view that? What opportunities are there for you?
I think there's quite a bit. It's still a bit early because you need to see what the restructuring.
What?
But I think on the retail side, that's getting decimated, obviously. You're seeing the same thing on the aviation. You're seeing the same thing on sort of travel and leisure. Automotive, I mean, Hertz is, looking at filing. I mean, you're going to continue to see this. The technology side, that area is doing well, and I don't have any qualms with that, but I think you're going to sort of see that you're going to have a lot of these situations coming up over the course of the next year.
You mentioned you're raising a new fund, what you said a moment ago. How much are you trying to raise? Where are you in that process?
We'll raise about $1.5 billion. It's actually going really well. We've got a couple of people who have already said they want to be anchor investors. So I think it'll go extremely well. We'll put that capital to work, and then if we need more, we'll go right back out.
How soon do you anticipate?
Damn, I want to hear this.
What was the biggest lesson for you when you were building your business? Something that has completely shifted your belief system or mindset for business, or a very, very important lesson that has impacted you?
Sure. The biggest lessons are always the most embarrassing ones, because those are the biggest mistakes. But I'll definitely share with what they are.
Damn.
All right, welcome everyone. Today I have the guy on the podcast who I was spewing stacks around, spewing against each other on high stakes hidden goals. We've been battling for years, and today he's on my podcast. I'm very, 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 very grateful for that, because we have been sharing a similar, or at least we're sharing a similar background. We were both playing a lot of sitting goals and then transitioned into tournaments. Today he is, you are owning BBC Staking, which is also a staking school, and you're also creating a lot of paid content, free content. So also that where we share similarity. I don't stream as much as you do, but yeah, I'm very curious what you have to say. So yeah, welcome to the show.
Awesome, man. Yeah, really happy to be here and appreciate the invitation. I would say that of all of the high stakes sit and go rigs, me and you probably were spewier the most, for sure. I think so. We that definitely happened. We definitely punted more into one another than maybe some of the other players.
We always try to be one level ahead, you know, one guy, because I reckon you were playing very exploitative, you know, and in order to exploit you, I needed to try to find exploits, but on the other side, I made myself susceptible for getting re-exploited, you know, and you were definitely taking advantage of it, and one of the tougher opponents to play at sitting goals. So when I could, I tried to avoid playing with you, but definitely made me also better thinking about my short stick game. So that was
for sure. I mean, the same can be said about you. I mean, you know, it's the better players, like they have that, they sharpen one another. So it was good.
That's true. Today we're here on the podcast, man. How long does it go? 4 or 5 years when we were grinding sitting goals. Are you still playing sitting goals?
Not really, no. I think the year that Supernova Elite disappeared was kind of like the last year that I was like really going after it in that format.
Did you then immediately switch to tournaments?
No. So at that point, I mean, I was playing like 1 day a week. Like I played Sundays, but I was primarily focused on studying, coaching the guys. Just like pretty content to manage what I had at that point, which was, like I said, mostly the stakes team at that time. So yeah, I mean that kept me pretty busy.
Damn.
Like we were growing really quickly at that time too, so we were adding players. But I was mostly focused on staking and studying. So I've been studying the entire time.
So also for everyone who is listening, who's watching, if you are looking for a staking opportunity, you can apply for BBZ staking, and then of course I guess you have requirements for people that you're gonna take and people that you're not gonna take. Maybe you can just share a few words what you're looking into a player in order for him to get signed for the staking.
Sure. So the main criteria is like some kind of positive history. So playing history where they've typically demonstrated that they're a winner. We also have a CFP program now, which is a little bit softer, but for sure with respect to us investing money. For us to invest money, you have to have a track record of proving that you can win money. So a successful playing history, typically like no negative feedback type history. So like just no kind of scamming history, which I think is pretty standard. Most people expect that. And from there, that like it opens up in terms of like how much dedication you can have, like how much time you can invest. We're looking to invest a lot of time on our end in terms of coaching and helping people climb. And so we do need like a full-time commitment typically to invest. So
you're not looking for part-time players, essentially.
Not really. It's really tough to in our experience to make that work. It depends on how part-time too. I mean, like we do have some guys that aren't as full-time as some of our full-time players, but they're still playing probably, I would say, like maybe 30 hours a week. And so like you can technically do that if you have another job, but it means it's a really big burden for something. You know, it's a lot of work, 70 hours if that's a full-time job.
It's not sustainable, especially with the emotional roller coaster that you experience. I think throughout my entire career in coaching and content creation, I had one student who managed to do that, who had a full-time job and was also able to climb up his way in high six. But he was incredibly dedicated. He had to sacrifice. He had a insane insane routines to schedule. You have to be very, very effective with your time management. So shoutouts here to Angelos, man. Deserves a lot of respect because I wouldn't be possible to do that. If I have a full-time job and play poker, I don't think I would have the energy for that. To be honest.
Yeah, I don't think so either for myself. But like those are the types of people that you want to partner with, because those people, like when you find them, they're rare and like they just get the job done. So it's like, you know, whatever it is, there's just some people like that. They're just animals.
Yeah.
And being able to partner with those types of people in any capacity is always that means it's an amazing experience. So
yeah, for sure.
If you're like that, hit me up. If you're like that, hit me up. So
how is it? I mean, you're also very active on social media. You have your staking school, or you're stable. You're streaming not every day, but like 4 or 5 times a day, a week.
No, so streams probably 3, like between 3 and like probably 3. I would say 3 days a week.
I mean, I can, from my experience right now, I can only play once a week, so I know what it means to be busy with a business. So you have the business, you're grinding, you're streaming, you have a family.
Mark Lupino, what's good, brother?
What is your secret for managing all these things?
Yeah, so I mean, there's no secret. I think like most people, you can only do what you like. We all have constraints in terms of time, and so I'm just very careful of how I invest it. So I don't do things that aren't going to get me a return, basically, like on my time. Like there are just important things, and then there's no. I can't tolerate anything else. Basically, there's have to be ruthless, I guess, is a better way of framing it. So like anything that's like a time sink or a time waste or anything, like you just have to pluck it. And like I still sleep. I get the same amount of sleep as everybody else. I don't sleep less. You know, I don't do anything crazy, but it's just like I'm not gonna sit down and spend like 2 hours on Facebook or something, or like watch a movie by myself. Like which is like to me is a great luxury. I like movies.
Yeah.
But like if I'm gonna watch a movie, it's gonna be with my wife. Like that's gonna be time that I dedicate to spending with her.
Nice.
Once that's done, we're probably going to sleep.
Dude, I'll have to find you.
You just gotta be. For me,
that's what's
up. About not letting other things in.
So you are in charge of when you're gonna fall for what some people would say wasting your time with movies or social media. Say, all right, now it's the time. I'm gonna make something stupid. I enjoy that, which I think is important, right? It's like
sure,
of course, watching movies is great, but to be honest, you could also study, right? But we need that, of course, right? We need to also enjoy ourselves. And I was making a YouTube video lately about that, where I think why certain players or people are successful in life is they are aware of the distractions. They don't have 26 hours or 30 hours, but they cut out distractions, right? As you said, and I'm actually really.
I had 2 bots in my chat, so I wasn't alone.
I'm trying to tell people as well. Yes,
it's a rough grind in the beginning, brother. Trust me.
Cut out distractions, man. Just don't waste 2 hours of scrolling through Facebook and cat videos and all that kind of shit. It's like. So I mean,
that's true for sure. I totally agree.
Yeah, and there's no magic pill. There's, as you said, there's no secret, right? It's not that you have a master course program visited that shares secrets on how you manage your time effectively, right? You just cut out things more and more. Do you think it's selfish? Do you think it's selfish to say, all right, there's someone approaching me, I don't see a lot of potential, I don't want to spend my time on that, so I'm going to move on. Do you think like this, what you have been sharing, do you think it is selfish to a certain degree?
No, I think the opposite. I think that if you take on things and can't serve them properly, that's far more selfish. So saying yes and then and then not living up to your word is way worse. Yeah. So
you just waste other people's time, basically.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like if you say like I can do this and then you just completely fall short, that's just disastrous. But if you tell someone up front like, hey, I can't do this, I mean, they might not like that you can't do it, but I mean, like that's I mean, like they'll get over it pretty quickly. But if you string someone along with this like kind of misleading, oh, like I'll coach you tomorrow, I'll coach you next week, I'll coach you next month, I'll coach you in a year, and they just their development stalls and it's your fault. I mean, like that is like that's disastrous to me. So. Even though it might be ruthless to say no up front, I think it's far more generous in the long run.
Poker Chef Jeff swears by the RYE, right?
More than that. Don't take on more than that. And sometimes that means also going backwards. Like I constantly, one of the exercises I do on my own is I'll look at all of the things I'm a part of, and I'll say like, what do I no longer want to be a part of? Or like, what can I stop? Like is there anyone that like I'm not serving well? Is there anyone that like I I shouldn't be a part of, I shouldn't be working with, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And like you have to, you have to kind of manage that, I think.
So you're very careful on who you're letting into your life that you spend your time with, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was the same thing with streaming. Streaming took me like almost a year. The guys that are around me were telling me that with the way that we were taking the business, streaming would be very advantageous. But my understanding of what streaming was there was a very significant time commitment, and I didn't feel like I had the time. And so like it took a long time. We exhausted like other avenues of trying to promote the business, and it was just like streaming came out like overwhelmingly that like I needed to do it. So we gave it a shot, and it's worked so far. So, but it took me a long time. It took me a lot because I knew that it was going to be something that what it's turned into. It's a lot of work. So
it is.
Yeah.
Do you get a lot of messages of people asking, partnering up or projects, and do you sometimes feel bad that I guess you have to decline a lot of offers and requests?
Yeah, it's fun to get the exposure. So it's really cool to hear people's ideas and get I find it really interesting. There's some really cool projects that come up where I'm just like I look at the product or look at something someone's doing, and I get like mind blown by how much quality. Sometimes just how high quality it is. So it's really cool, but then like at the same time I'm like I can't really contribute to this because I just don't have the time.
You also have sometimes people that get mad, something like, oh, you think you're something better, you decline my offer, or did you already have responses like that?
You would think so, but I mean maybe there's been one, but not really. I haven't really had that much.
Damn, killing it first place.
So I don't know if that's just like the way that because I would think that I would get that more, but I think that maybe the way that I communicate implies that like I can't do everything, and so maybe that's why.
I'm actually also really great that you guys give me this response, because that proves another point, and it's also something I want to touch base on later on in the podcast. Is people are always so afraid of when they say no that they get judged or they will face any kind of negative.
Today is I think up like 13% as they showed very strong
resilient
earnings today. That business is going to be fine in the long run.
All right, Scott, I want to talk to you about bonds, about debt. It seems like for especially bond funds, there's some unusual risk here. Ratings are changing. How are you assessing exactly what investors should be in, what they should stay away from, and how much they should trust the categories that have been set on these funds up to this point?
Thank you for having me, and I appreciate the question, and apologize for the lack of video. I had a technical glitch there down the home stretch, but want to just go ahead and take that question head on and share with you, kind of our philosophy throughout, BMO Global Asset Management. You mentioned the Core Plus Bond Fund and the way we are tackling credit within what's been a very long and productive credit cycle, but one that had a shock environment in March that really tested and brought forth a lot of these concerns about what exactly can investors do, or whether they're in mutual funds or buying bonds directly on their own to assess creditworthiness. We believe that this is a market where bottom-up fundamental analysis and taking an independent view on the trajectory of corporate credit is essential. Rating agencies do the best job they can, but they have a very large bandwidth, and are many times are very constrained to some quantitative and qualitative factors they can't deviate from.
So don't trust the ratings during this period.
Wouldn't say don't trust the ratings, but understand that there can be a significant lag in the amount of time it takes to change a methodology to capture what has been a very fast-moving market. So, for example, you have to take a fundamental view on a sector that may have a lot of headwinds to it, for example, in the energy space. And you have to take a very nuanced look at the independent valuations of the company's assets, as well as the way in which they're exposed to commodity prices, and then sort of use that as an overlay to the ratings, not just using the ratings in and of itself.
Got it. Yeah, that's important. With interest rates being where they are, with companies being in trouble as they are, and trying to assess that in real time, it's tough. Charlie, Scott, thank you.
Thanks, man.
Okay, now to the travel sector, with a trio of companies reporting earnings today, and analysts hoping for some indication of when consumers might be willing to travel again. Let's bring in Seema Modi for more on that. Hey, Seema.
John, while Hilton saw a sharp decline in profits due to the pandemic, investors remain encouraged by the recovery it's seeing in China, with occupancy rebounding to above 50% from a low of 9% in early February. CEO of Hilton, Chris Nassetta, was much more cautious, though, on a recovery in the U.S., emphasizing the need for more testing and for the mortality rate to drop in order for citizens to feel more comfortable traveling again. He also says the rebound in travel will come in waves. First, a pickup in regional travel by car, and then customers slowly getting back on a plane for cross-country travel. He says a vaccine will be a game changer. Now, the key numbers to watch tonight from online travel operators Booking Holdings and TripAdvisor will be on the preservation of cash and what steps both companies are taking to address liquidity concerns after Expedia signed a deal with private equity firms just 2 weeks ago. John?
All right, Seema, thank you. And don't miss Norwegian Cruise Line CEO Frank Del Rio. That's on Mad Money with Jim Cramer tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern. Shares of Moderna, meanwhile, surging after the FDA approved the company's coronavirus vaccine candidate for a phase 2 trial. Let's bring in Meg Terrell for the very latest. Meg.
Hi, John. Well, this is moving at historic speeds. Moderna says it's got the go-ahead to start that mid-stage study of their potential COVID-19 vaccine. And at the same time, they're finalizing the protocol for the phase 3 trial, which they now expect could begin in early summer 2020. And if all of this goes well, they say they could have potential regulatory approval as early as next year. Now, what this phase 2 trial is going to do is to enroll up to 600 people in 2 different age groups. Half will be ages 18 to 55, and half will be over 55.
We just need Square to
and then
fizzle out.
participants
It'll
will
be
be
great.
followed for 12 months. But we're not going to be waiting those 12 months for the results and for Moderna potentially to be moving forward in clinical trials. This timeline, you can see going back to January when they first sequenced the vaccine and they had the vaccine sequence finalized. Just till now, it's been only a few months. This is some of the fastest timelines we've ever seen in history, John. But there are questions, of course, whether this will end up working and giving us a successful vaccine.
Yeah, Meg, I'm wondering about the timeline specifically. The president talked a few days ago about possibly having a vaccine as soon as this year. Then he seemed to kind of walk that back. Moderna's timeline seems to be, I think they said, on sale as soon as 2021. Is Moderna being conservative? Is the president being overly optimistic? What do the facts say?
I think everybody would say all of these timelines are very optimistic. They count on this work being done at speeds we've never seen before in history, everything going right and essentially going right the first time. So it is possible we will see these vaccines in these timelines. And, you know, as for people talking about the fall, some folks are saying they could be used on an emergency basis in high-risk groups like healthcare workers, for example. So there are a lot of shots on goal, and there is a lot of hope that one or more will work, but we would be shattering historic records if we actually got a vaccine that fast.
Yeah, well, let's hope that happens, but good to have the details behind what to really expect. Meg Terrell, thank you. And coming up, the ride-sharing companies are soaring today as Lyft's earnings were not as bad as expected. Is this a positive sign for Uber's earnings tonight? Plus, layoffs have hit Silicon Valley with more than 17,000 startup jobs cut so far. We'll look at how bad it could get and who is more vulnerable. The exchange is back after this.
I need some lunch or something. I need a little something to eat. That's what I'm gonna grab. Wake me up real quick. Damn. I'm hungry, chat. What do I do? I really just want to like go through a drive-through real quick or something. Get some pizza, some Funyuns, some gummy bears, some donuts. Dude, how do we do that, Grey Wind? Uh-oh, looks like we need to watch a Joe Rogan.
Welcome back. Uber announcing today it is leading a $170 million investment round in scooter company Lime. This as the ride-sharing industry remains under a lot of pressure due to the pandemic. Deirdre Bosa got a chance to speak exclusively with Lime's new CEO just a short while ago, and
Welcome
she
back.
joins me now with
There we
highlights.
go, gang. Great to see you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, John, well, it isn't
you will
just
never
ride
forget what is going on in the world when you think about when your child is born. You will know for the
Elon
rest of this
Musk
child's
and
life,
Joe Rogan?
you were born during a weird time.
That's for sure.
That is for sure. They're probably the weirdest that I can remember.
Yeah. And he was born on May the 4th.
And that's hilarious, too.
Yeah, it's good.
May the 4th be with him.
Yeah, exactly.
Has to be.
Hopefully, I sure hope so.
Perfect.
Yes.
I mean, that was the perfect day for you. And
yeah.
then, how do you say the name?
Well,
gee, let's go.
First of all, my partner is the one that actually mostly came
Don't
up
love
with me.
either of these dudes.
Yeah, she's great.
I just want to hear how
So,
crazy he went.
I mean, it's just X, the letter X.
You don't love Rogan, dude? Rogan's
and then
awesome.
The AE is like pronounced Ash. Yeah. And then A12 is my contribution.
Oh, why A12?
Archangel 12, the precursor to the SR-71. Coolest plane ever. It's true.
I agree with you. I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. I know what the
You don't know
SR-71 is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what that is. But
So the SR-71 came from a CIA program called Archangel.
Oh.
It's the Archangel Project.
Oh.
Musk talks about Gene Waters' house. I want to see it so bad.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Well, as a person who's very much into aerial travel, as you are, that's perfect.
It's pretty great.
Yeah, pretty great. So, does it feel strange to have a child while this craziness is going? Does it feel you've had children before? Is this any weirder?
I think it's better being older and having a kid. I appreciate it more. Yeah. Babies are awesome.
They are pretty awesome.
They're awesome. Yeah.
When I didn't have any of my own, I would see other people's kids, and I didn't not like them.
Sure.
But I wasn't drawn to them.
Sure.
But now when I see little people's kids, I'm like, oh, I think of them as like these little love packages.
Yeah, the little love bugs.
Yeah, it's just you think of them differently when you see them come out and then grow and then eventually start talking to you. Like your whole idea what a baby is very different.
Yeah.
So now as you get older and get to appreciate it as a mature, fully formed adult, it must be really pretty wonderful.
Yeah, wonderful. It's great. The babies are awesome.
They are.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah.
I also I've spent a lot of time on AI and neural nets, and so you can sort of see the kind of the brain develop, which is an AI neural net is trying to simulate what a brain does, basically, and you can sort of see it learning very quickly. It's just wow.
See things fire. So you're talking about the neural net. You're not talking about an actual baby.
I'm talking about an actual baby.
But both of them.
Yes, but the word neural net comes from the brain. It's like a net of neurons. So, it's like humans are the, original gangster neural net.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
So when you're programming artificial intelligence, or you're working with artificial intelligence, are they specifically trying to mimic the developmental process of a human brain?
In a lot of ways. There's some ways that are different. An analogy that's often used is like, we don't make a submarine swim like a fish, but we take the principles of how, of hydrodynamics and apply them to a submarine.
I've always wondered, as a layperson, do you try to achieve the same results as a human brain but through different methods, or do you try to copy the way a human brain achieves results?
I mean, the essential elements of an AI neural net are really very, very similar to
Square is testing me, dude.
It's having the multiple layers of neurons and backpropagation. All these things are what your brain does. It's sort of you have a layer of neurons that goes through a series of intermediate steps to ultimately cognition, and then it'll reverse those steps and go back and forth and go all over the place. It's interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, I would imagine, like, the thought of programming something that is eventually going to be smarter than us, that one day it's going to be like, why did you do it that way? Like, when artificial intelligence becomes sentient, they're like, oh, you tried to mimic yourself. Like, this so much better process. Cut out all this nonsense.
Like I said, there are elements that are the same, but just almost like an aircraft does not fly like a bird.
Right.
It doesn't flap its wings, but the wings, the way the wings work and generate lift is the same as bird.
Now, you're in the middle of this this strange time where you're selling your houses. You say you don't want any material possessions, and I've been seeing all that, and I've been really excited to talk to you about this.
Yeah.
Because it's an interesting thing to come from a guy like yourself. Like, why are you doing that?
I'm slightly sad about it, actually. But
if you're sad about it, why are you doing it?
I think possessions kind of weigh you down. They're kind of an attack vector. They'll say, "Hey, billionaire, you got all this stuff." Like, well, now I don't have stuff. Now what are you gonna do?
Attack vector meaning like people target it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. But you're obviously you're gonna rent a place?
Yeah.
Okay. And get rid of everything except clothes?
No, I said like almost everything. So it's like
keep a couple Teslas.
Yeah, sure. So
you
Tesla kind of have to test the product and stuff. There's things that have sentimental value for sure. Keeping those. Yeah.
So do you feel like
what's the worst thing that happen? Be fine.
Yeah, you could always buy more stuff if you don't like it.
I suppose so.
Yeah, I mean, from the money that you sell all your stuff, you could buy new stuff. But do you feel like people define you by the fact that you're wealthy, and that they define you in a pejorative way?
For sure. I mean, not everyone, but
right.
There's for sure in recent years, billionaire has become a pejorative. Like it's in a pejorative. So it's like that's a bad thing. Which I think doesn't make a lot of sense in most cases. If you basically organized a company, how does this wealth arise? It's if you organize people in a better way to produce products and services that are better than what existed before, and you have some ownership in that company, then that essentially gives you the right to allocate more capital. So there's a conflation of consumption and capital allocation. So when you take Warren Buffett, for example, and to be totally frank, I'm not his biggest fan, but he does a lot of capital allocation, and he reads a lot of sort of annual reports of companies and all the accounting, and it's pretty boring, really. And he's trying to figure out does Coke or Pepsi deserve more capital? It's kind of a boring job if you ask me. But it's still a thing that's important to figure out. Like, which is a company deserving of more or less capital? Should that company grow or expand? Is it making products and services that are better than others or worse? And if a company is making compelling products and services, it should get more capital, and if it's not, it should get less or go out of business.
Well, there's a big difference too between someone who's making an incredible amount of money designing and engineering fantastic products.
No, we did it on
versus
Square.
someone
We did it
who's
on
making
Square.
an
It's
incredible amount of
Bandia.
money by investing in
That's why we're
companies or
watching
moving
Square
money
so
around the stock
intensely
market.
today. We
or
need Square
doing
to
things
stay
along those
below
lines.
85, above 55.
It's a different thing, and to put them all in the same category seems it's very simple. And as you pointed out, it's an attack vector.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's really. I do think there, in the United States especially, there's an overallocation of talent in finance and law. Basically, too many smart people go into finance and law. So, this is both.
We just started it.
We should have, I think, fewer people doing law and fewer people doing finance, and more people making stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that would certainly be better for all involved if they made better stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Manufacturing used to be highly valued in the United States, and these days it's not. It's often looked down upon, which I think is wrong.
Yeah. Well, I think that people are kind of learning that, particularly because of this whole pandemic and this relationship that we have with China, that there's a lot of value into making things here.
Yes, somebody's got to do the real work.
Yeah.
Like making a car, it's an honest day's living, that's for sure. Or making anything really, or providing a valuable service, like providing good entertainment, good information. But these are all valuable things to do. So yeah. It should be more.
We needed
more
to stay between 72 and 64.
Where is this something that this idea of
Today
getting rid of your
we're
material
hurting a little
possessions
bit.
is something that built up over time, or did you have a moment?
Now
of
we got to play
realization
catch up.
where you
on
realized
the
that?
beta burn.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while. Part of it is like I have a bunch of houses, but I don't spend a lot of time in most of them, and that doesn't seem like a good use of assets. Like somebody could probably be enjoying those houses and get better use of them than me. So.
Don't you have Gene Wilder's house?
I do.
That's amazing.
It's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, it's exactly what you'd expect.
Did you request that the buyer not fuck it up?
Yeah, that's a requirement.
A requirement. That's a good requirement.
Yeah.
LCTX.
Yeah, it'll probably sell for less, but still, I don't care.
He's a legend.
Yeah,
You'd
awesome.
want his soul. You'd want his essence.
Yeah,
in the building.
Good luck though.
That's a real quirky house. Yeah.
What makes you say it's there? Like, what do you get out of it?
ADMA
fucked. Although it didn't pull back that bad.
All the cabinets are like handmade, and they're like odd shapes, and there's like doors to nowhere and strange like corridors and tunnels and
really
odd paintings on the wall, and yeah.
Did you ever live in it?
It's very quirky. I did live in it briefly, yeah.
But why do you buy houses? Like, if you own all these houses, do you just get bored and go, I think I'd like to have that?
Well, I, had one house, and then the Gene Wilder house right across the road from me, from my main house, and it was gonna get sold and then torn down and turned into, be a big construction zone for 3 years, and I was like, well, I think I'll buy it and preserve the spirit of Gene Wilder and not have a giant construction zone. And then I started having like some.
And not have a
issues
giant
where
construction
people,
zone.
Like less people just like come to my house, and start climbing over the walls and stuff. So like, man. So then I started like bought a house, some of the houses around my house, and then I thought at one point, well, it'd be cool to build a house. So then I acquired some properties at the top of Samara Road, and which is got a great view. And it's like, okay, well, some bunch of sort of small older houses, they're gonna get torn down anyway. I was like, well, if I collect these like little houses, then I can build something, I don't know, artistic, like a
Time to ask you the same question from yesterday. So now I have 100 shares of D King. How do I set up a call to sell at 80? At 80?
You gotta have.
Oh my God! I don't think they're gonna even offer that far, bro.
Yeah.
For sure.
Fuck yeah.
D King, you want to look like
but then I was
43
like,
days out?
The
best you can sell is a $35 call.
Designing and building a house, and I'd be real,
$35 call.
on the little details and
with a 26% chance to hit.
Or should I be allocating that time to getting us to Mars? I should probably do the latter. So, like, what's more important, Mars or a house? I like Mars.
Is that really how you think? Like, that it'd be better off planning on a trip to Mars or getting people to Mars?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can only do so many things. Right. So how you can?
Well, I don't know how you do what you do anyway.
You would sell a call against your 100 shares.
The Boring Company, Tesla.
Which would be a nice dude.
SpaceX,
You'd get $120.
all these different things you're doing constantly.
$120
I don't understand. I mean, you explained last
Plus,
time
if
you
it
were
gets to
here
35,
how
you get the
sort of allocate your
profits
time
when if your shares
how
sell.
hectic it is insane. I still don't.
But you can't sell one for $80
is,
yet.
baffling. Just doesn't make sense how you can get so much done.
Well, I think I do have high productivity, but even with that, there's still some opportunity cost of time.
Bitcoin raging, do I FOMO in?
Time to building
Damn, it
a
is
house,
raging.
even if it was a
go.
really great house, still is not a good use of time relative to developing the rockets necessary to get us to Mars and
Let's go,
also
baby.
sustainable energy. SpaceX and Tesla are by far, by the most amount of like brain cycles. Boring Company does not take, like less than 1% of brain cycles, and then there's Neuralink, which is, I don't know, maybe it's like 5%, and then
5%. That's a good chunk.
It's a good chunk. Yeah.
We were talking about that last time, and you were trying to figure out when it was actually going to go live, when it's actually going to be available. Are you testing on people right now?
No, we're not testing on people yet, but I think it won't be.
I see it
too long.
going
I
up.
think we may be
What,
able
Bitcoin?
to implant a Neuralink
Over a long period of time. So, like, if I could do $40 over 35 days, I would risk it.
in a person, I think.
How long does a call take to sell?
When you do this, is
you
there
can sell it
any
right
testing
away.
you have to
What
do
you're doing is
before
you're
you do
selling an
something
option to somebody, the
to
right
see
for them to
what
buy
percentage
your
of
shares at a
people's
certain
buyers are going
price
to
and date.
reject these things?
So, like D King, he owns 100 shares. Each contract is for 100 shares.
It's a very low potential.
So he could
rejection.
sell
think of it
a
like
$35
put
call
in,
against his shares, meaning
heart
by
monitors
June
and,
19th, it has to get to $35.
Epileptic seizures and
Okay. If it doesn't get to $35, he just keeps his $120 premium. If it does, his 100 shares sell at $35. The only downside here is now obviously he collects. He bought it for less than $35, so he collects all the profits. The only downside is what if it zooms up to $40, then he misses out on that $5 in profit.
Reading and writing neurons
for the 100 shares. So that'd be $500 in missed
a
profits.
little harder.
But it'd be less the $120 credit, so it'd only be, $380 in missed profits.
But it's still, very doable, and there are people who have primitive devices in their brains right now.
What kind of devices?
Well, like deep brain stimulation is, what I think for Parkinson's is, has really changed people's lives in a big way, which is kind of remarkable because it kind of like zaps your brain. It's like kicking the TV type of thing, and you think like, man, kicking the TV shouldn't work.
It does sometimes.
Yeah.
The old TVs.
It did.
My grandpa used to slap the top.
For sure. Yeah.
It would work sometimes.
Yeah, so there's deep brain stimulation implanted devices in the brain that have changed people's lives for the better.
Yes, you lock your shares in to be able to be sold.
You can talk about to what Neuralink
to collect
is,
the
last
premium.
time you were here, we really couldn't discuss it, and then there was a press release, something that sort of outlined.
Yeah, but it's only got
that happened.
Dude, it's only got 43 days to do that. To get to $35.
What happens?
How high could D King really fucking rage without news? You know what I mean? And sports back and stuff.
Well, for version 1 of the device, it would be
just went public. They haven't reported their first quarter yet.
In your skull.
Right now, their price to earnings is fucking.
But it would be flush with your skull. So you basically
I mean, it's a
take out
great
chunk of
time.
skull, replace, put the Neuralink device in there. You put the electrode, you'd insert the electrode threads very carefully into the brain, and
No,
then
you'd be
you,
selling a put. That's
stitch
called
up and-
selling a
and
cash
you wouldn't
covered
even know that
put.
somebody has it.
So what you'd be
And then-
doing
and
is,
so
let's
that
say you wanted,
it can interface
you want
basically anywhere.
you're comfortable
It can
buying
anywhere in the
D
brain.
King at
So it
$15.
could
So
be
you
something
would
that,
need
you know,
you'd need $1,500 behind in
returns your
cash.
eyesight, even if you've
Okay,
lost your optic nerve.
and you can sell
it could
a
be-
put
yeah,
for
yeah.
$15. You'll
Sure,
collect the 25-cent premium. You'll collect $25.
I mean, pretty much anything that.
And if it never goes back down to
if it- in
$15,
principle
you just
fix
keep the
almost anything
premium.
That is wrong with the brain.
If it does
And
go
it
back
could-
down to
it could,
$15, then you're obligated to buy the shares at $15. So if it goes down to 10, that's the reverse side there. You lose out. You'll be in the shares. You will have bought the shares, 100 shares at $15, and be down $500.
You could then create a sort of a neural shunt that restores somebody who's a quadriplegic to full.
Same as last season.
Like they can walk around, be normal.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So
maybe slightly better.
Slightly better.
Over time. Yeah.
Like Killingbird should be selling some calls against his shares for sure.
These days,
$100, bam.
That's pretty much, yeah.
125 bones, and if it
$6
gets to
billion
35, you print.
So the hole would be small. How big would the hole be that you have to drill? and then
Win-win to me.
replace
If
with
you own
this
100
piece?
shares of something,
It's only one hole?
win-win.
Well, yeah, the device we're working on right now is about an inch in diameter. And your skull's pretty thick, by the way. So skulls are.
Fins up.
Sure. It might actually literally be. I mean, if you're a big guy, your skull is actually fairly thick. Skull's is 7 to 14 millimeters. So
That's probably a couple of inches.
A half inch, half-inch thick skull ish. Yeah. So that's a fair.
We got two and invested in the
our-
trenches heavy.
We got quite a coconut going on. There.
Profit on
It's not
BTC
like
swing
some-
trading today.
Oh, yeah, I believe you.
So
that's pretty intense.
Yeah, you basically implant the device.
And so it would be like a 1-inch square, or 1 inch in diameter.
Yeah, like
It's
a
going wild,
circle.
that's
like
for
a
sure.
circular?
Yeah, I think like a smartwatch or something
Oh.
like that, or
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so you take this 1-inch diameter, like ice fishing, right?
Why
You
does
ever
this
go ice
not
fishing?
even say? Like, why does this
No,
say
but I'd like to.
9,800, but then
Yeah.
every
It's
year
really
it only
fun.
goes to
So
95?
you basically take an auger.
Like,
and
what's
you,
going on here?
You drill
you take-
through the surface of the ice.
Yeah.
And you create a small hole, and
Yep.
you can dunk your line in there. So this is like that. You're ice fishing on the top of your skull, and then you cork it.
Yeah, and you replace that, say 1-inch diameter piece of skull with this Neuralink device, and that has a battery and a Bluetooth and a inductive charger, and then you also got to insert the electrodes. So the electrodes are very carefully inserted with our robot that we developed. That's
The
very carefully
robot
putting
that
in
we
electrodes and
developed.
avoiding any veins or arteries, so it doesn't create trauma.
So through this 1-inch diameter device, electrodes be inserted, and they will find their way
Like tiny
to
wires, basically.
Tiny wires.
Tiny wires.
And they'll find.
I
their way
agree
to
with that
specific
handle.
areas of the
I agree
brain
with
to
that.
Stimulate.
No, you literally put them where they're supposed to go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you should insert
How
them.
long will these wires be?
I mean, they usually go in depending on where it is.
I mean, they're
2 or 4
wild, that's for
millimeters.
sure.
So they just find the spots.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then then you put the device in, and that gets that replaces the little piece of skull that was taken out, and then you stitch up the hole, and you just have like a little scar, and that's it.
Will
And
this
then-
would be replaceable or reversible?
Yeah.
Like if someone can't take it
Yeah,
anymore?
yeah, you can
I'm
take-
too smart. I can't take it.
Yeah, you can totally take it out.
And what is the besides restoring limb function and eyesight and hearing, which are all amazing? Is there any cognitive benefits that you anticipate from something? like
Tank Square, tank.
Yeah, I mean, you could for sure.
I'm buying stuff tomorrow. Definitely looking at Penn and D King.
I mean, basically,
Penn's
it's
raging.
a generalized.
D King's raging.
Sort of.
MGM raging.
thing for fixing any kind of brain injury in principle, like or if you've got like severe epilepsy or something like that, it could just sort of stop the epilepsy from occurring. Like it could detect it in real time and then fire a counter pulse and stop the epilepsy. I mean, there's a whole range of
MGM raging because I talked about it on TV.
Lose the ability to speak.
Got it.
That could also be fixed. So if you've got like stroke damage, or you lose, say, muscle control over part of your face or something like that. I think, and then when you get old, you tend to, if you get like Alzheimer's or something like that, then you lose memory, and this could help you with, restoring your memory, that kind of thing.
Restoring memory, and what is happening that's allowing it to do that? Like the wires, these small wires, are stimulating these areas of the brain.
9.9.
Or they're losing some
it's
sort of
going up
electrical
like crazy.
force. What is happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like think of it as like a bunch of circuits.
Shit's gonna go back to fucking 20K, huh?
Like circuits that are broken, and we can fix those circuits. Substitute for those circuits.
And so a specific frequency will go
Gold's
through
up
this?
too, dude. Gold's up like crazy.
And that is the process figuring out how much or how little has to be?
Wow, that would have been a great day trade today.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of work to do. So when I say, we've got a shot at probably putting it in a person in, within a year, I think that's exactly what I mean. I think we have a chance of putting in someone and having them be healthy and restoring some functionality that they've lost.
The fear is that eventually you have to cut the whole top of someone's head off and put a new top with a whole bunch of wires if you want to get, the real turbocharged version, the P100D of brain stimulation.
I mean, ultimately, if you want to go with full AI symbiosis, you'll probably want to do something like that.
Symbiosis is a scary word when it comes to AI.
It's optional.
Fuck it, I'm short at 98.40. They're gonna dump it now.
It's just, I mean,
good luck.
Once
you
enjoy the Dr. Manhattan lifestyle, once you become a god, it seems very, very unlikely you're gonna want to go back to being stupid again. I mean, you literally could fundamentally change the way human beings interface with each other.
Yes.
Yes.
You wouldn't need to talk.
I'm so scared of that, but so excited about it at the same time. Is that weird?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the
paths Bitcoin is some billionaire can dump, spike it, and pull out.
Think like what are like AI is getting better and better. So now let's assume it's sort of like a benign AI scenario. Even in a benign scenario, we're kind of left behind. We're not along for the ride. We're just too dumb.
Right.
So how do you go along for the ride? It's like you can't beat him, join him. So, and we're already a cyborg to some degree, right? Because you've got your phone, you've got your laptop,
glasses.
You got your electronic devices.
Yeah.
I mean, today, if your phone, if you don't bring your phone along, it's like you have missing limb syndrome. It's like feels like something's really missing. So we're already partly partly a cyborg, or an
fade square, fade away.
It's just that the data rate to the electronics is slow. So, especially output, like you're just going with your thumbs. I mean, like, what's your data rate? Maybe optimistically 100 bits per second. That's being generous. And now the computer can communicate at like 100 terabits. So certainly gigabits are trivial at this point. So this is like basically your computer could do do things a million times faster. Or you're at a certain point, it's like the AI is like talking to a tree. Okay, this is boring. You talk to a tree. It's not very entertaining. So if you can solve the data rate issue, and especially output but input too, then
dude just rips
you
it
can
in here.
improve the symbiosis that is already occurring between man and machine.
So you can improve it in when you said you won't have to talk to each other anymore. We used to joke around about that. I've joked around about that a million times in this podcast. That one day in the
Marker,
future
what's
there's gonna
going
come a time
on?
where you can read each
On
other's
the left
minds.
coast. Well, on a
You'd be able to
6-day
interface
thing
with each
inside.
other in some sort of a
Damn.
non-verbal, non-physical way, where you will transfer data back and forth to each other without having to actually use your mouth and make noises.
Yeah, exactly. So when you what happens when let's say you've got some complex idea that you're trying to convey to somebody else, and how do you do that? Well, your brain spends a lot of effort compressing a complex concept into words, and there's a lot of loss, information loss that occurs when compressing a complex concept into words. And then you say those words are then interpreted, then they're decompressed by the person who is listening, and they will at best get a very incomplete understanding of what you're trying to convey. It's very difficult to convey a complex concept with precision, because you've got compression, decompression. You may not even have heard all the words correctly, and so communication is difficult. What we have here is a failure to communicate.
Yes, and there's a great movie.
Yeah, great movie.
And there's an interpretation factor too. Like you can choose to interpret certain series of words in different ways, and they're dependent upon tone, dependent upon social cues, even facial expressions, sarcasm. There's a lot of variables.
Sarcasm is difficult.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that
You being dad.
that there could be
damn, that's what's up, man. Went on a 4-mile mountain hike at 2 a.m. last night. The full moon was awesome.
Particularly young kids would pick up very quickly. Like my kids do TikTok and all this jazz, and I don't know what they're doing. They just know how to do it, and they know how to do it really quickly. Like they learn really quickly, and they show me how to edit things. And it's if you taught a child from first grade on how to use some new universal language, I mean, essentially like a Rosetta Stone, and something that's done that interprets your thoughts, and you can convey your thoughts with no room for interpretation, with very clear, where you know what a person's saying, and you can tell them what you're saying, and there's no need for noises, no need for mouth noises, no need for these sort of accepted ways that we've sort of evolved to make sounds that we all agree. We through our cultural dictionary, and we agree, or certain we could bypass all that.
Yeah, you can still do it for
fun,
sentimental reasons,
right? Like campfires.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need campfires. You don't need to roast marshmallows. It's kind of fun.
Right.
So
Elon has an interesting head.
You would be able to communicate.
Groupon? I don't know. Do you know anybody that
quickly.
uses it? I don't use it. I've never used Groupon.
Precision, ideas, and language would. I'm not sure what would happen to language, but you could probably within a situation like this.
The apron came back from $1.
You want to speak a different language, no problem.
Right.
That's why it was downloaded before.
Aren't they apron?
Right. So, at least for the first iterations, first few iterations, we'll just be able to use. Like, I know that Google has their some of their Pixel buds have the ability to interpret languages in real time. Like,
Sure. They're losing so much money.
It'll play things back to you in whatever language you choose. So to be something along those lines.
Yeah.
For the first few iterations.
Well, the first few iterations are. I mean, what I'm talking about is like in the limit over time, with a lot of development. The first few iterations, really in the first few versions, all we're going to be trying to do is solve brain injuries. So it's like don't worry that it's not going to sneak up on you. This will take a while.
How many years before you don't have to talk?
If the development continues to accelerate, then maybe like 5 years 5 to 10 years.
That's quick. That's really quick.
That's the best case scenario.
No talking anymore in 5 years.
Best case scenario. 10 years more like it.
I feel that, Killingbird. I like that. Could see a bump on Groupon after COVID as people are itching to get out, but I think it's a little too late. Yeah.
And the fact that they have very little muscle and they don't use their mouth anymore.
This needs to not get delisted.
The archetypal alien that you see in like Close Encounters of the Third
That's never a
Kind,
good sign.
They're like, if you went from like Australopithecus or ancient hominid to us, what's the difference? Less hair, less muscle, bigger head. And then you just keep going. 1,000, a million, whatever year, or 5 years, whatever happens when Neuralink goes online, and then we slowly start to adapt to this new way of being, where we don't use our muscles anymore. We have this gigantic head. We can talk without words.
You could also save state. And
save state?
Save state, like save your brain state, like a saved game in a video game.
Whoa. like if you want to swap from Windows 95
well,
to like
yeah,
you
probably a little better than that, but yeah.
I think we are Windows 95 right now.
Yeah. From a future perspective, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you could save state and restore that state into a biological being if you wanted to in the future. In principle, there's like nothing like from a physics standpoint that prevents this. Now, you'd be a little different, but then you're also a little different when you wake up in the morning from yesterday, and you're a little different. In fact, if you say like you 5 years ago versus you today, it's quite a big difference.
Yes.
So you'd be substantially you. I mean, you'd suddenly think you're you.
But the idea of saving yourself and then
you would think you're
that into some sort of a biological state, like you can hang
like,
out
is
with
this a simulation? Yeah, like.
I mean, the possibilities are endless.
It's so weird.
I mean, just think like how your phone you can record videos on your phone. Like, there's no way you could remember a video as accurately as your phone or a camera, could. So, now if you've got like some version 10 Neuralink, whatever, far in the future, you could recall everything. But just like it's a movie, including all the entire sensory experience,
emotions, everything,
and play it back. And
do you think you'll be able to share?
You can edit it.
Edit it.
Yeah.
So you can change your past.
You could change what you think was your past. Yeah.
Well, so if you had like a traumatic
this whole thing
experience,
right now could be a replayed memory.
It could be.
Yeah.
It may be. What's the odds of this being a replayed memory? If you had to guess. It's more than 50%.
There's no way to assign a probability with accuracy here.
Right, but roughly. If you just had just gut instinct.
Well, I don't have a Neuralink in my brain, so I'd say right now 0%. But at the point at which you do have a Neuralink, then it rises above 0%.
The idea that we're experiencing some sort of a preserved memory is, even though it's still the same, it's not comforting, right? For some reason, when people talk about simulation theory, they talk about the potential for this currently being a simulation.
9-10 suited,
your life might
you have
be
a queen,
wonderful.
ace queen.
You might be in love, you might love your career, you
Oof.
might have great friends, but it's not comforting to know that this experience somehow or another doesn't exist in a material form that you can knock on.
Feels real, doesn't it?
Feels real, but if it's not, but the idea that it's not is for some strange reason disconcerting.
Well, yeah, I'm sure.
Whoever wrote the code should be punched in the face. People suck.
Right.
But there's that old sort of thought experiment of like, how do you know you're not a brain in a vat? Right now, here's the thing: you are a brain in a vat. Then that vat is your skull.
Yes.
And everything.
Looks just went out in a 10K King versus 8-8.
All your senses
Damn.
are electrical signals.
Whoa.
Everything.
That would suck.
Is an electrical signal to a brain in a vat. Where the vat is your skull.
And all your hormones, all your neurotransmitters, all these things are drugs. Adrenaline's a drug. Dopamine's a drug. You're a drug factory. You're constantly changing
2
your
levels
state.
of late registration
Love,
left in this
oxytocin,
660-1250
and
here.
beauty.
Sure.
We're in
Changes your state,
17th
great
out of
music,
130.
changes your
We could
state.
make a nice little run in this bad boy today.
And yet, here's another sort of interesting.
Kinda scared, but let's do it. Oh my God, Expandia.
Where did consciousness arise? Well, assuming you believe the
Expandia's going in. How many millions you make today? We're trying right here. We're on break in this tournament.
The universe started off.
We have some iron condors iron condors on square. We need square to stay between 85
like mostly hydrogen, basically.
and 55. It's going closer to 85 than we would like. We would love if it would bleed off at the end of the day here. It's about to be 2 o'clock while I'm on break here. I'm going to go grab a glass of water and maybe some food.
So where along the way did where is the consciousness? What's the line of consciousness and not consciousness between hydrogen and here?
Right. When do we call it? When do we call it consciousness? Yeah. I was watching a video today that we played on a podcast earlier of a monkey riding a motorcycle down the street, jumps off the motorcycle and tries to steal a baby.
Yeah, I saw that one. It went viral.
What is that monkey conscious? It seems like it is. It seems like it had a plan. It was riding a fucking motorcycle and then jumped off the motorcycle to try to steal a baby. Seems pretty...
The one that just dragged the baby down the street pretty far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems pretty conscious. Right?
There's definitely some degree of consciousness there.
Yeah, it's not like... It's not a worm. It seems to be on another level. Yeah. And it's going to keep going. And that's the real concern when people think about the potential future versions of human beings, especially when you consider symbiotic relationship to artificial intelligence, it will be unrecognizable. That one day we'll be so far removed from what this is. We'll look back on this the way we look back now on, simple organisms that we evolved from. And then it won't be that far in the future that we do have this view back.
Well, I hope consciousness propagates into the future and gets more sophisticated and complex, and that it understands the questions to ask about the universe.
Do you think that's the case? As a human being, as yourself, you're clearly trying to make conscious decisions to be a better version of you, right? This is the idea of like getting rid of your possessions and realizing that you're trying to, like, I don't like this, I will try to improve this. I will try to do a better version of the way I interface with reality. That this is always the way.
Damn, my buddy gave us a pack of these fucking
in some
chocolate-covered biscuit
where you're trying to
sticks.
improve things. You're always going to move into this new place where you look back in the old place and go, I was doing.
They're so good.
So this is an accelerated version of that. A super accelerated version of that.
What businesses are opening back up shop? I don't know.
You don't always improve, but you can aspire to improve. You can aspire
or when are businesses opening back up? I don't know.
I think
soon here, though.
Tools of physics are
slow and steady, right?
Just assume you're wrong and you're asked for the goal to be less wrong. I don't think you're gonna if you succeed every day in being less wrong, but if you're gonna succeed in being less wrong most of the time, you're doing great.
That's a great way of putting it. Aspire to be less wrong. But then
it seems like he's going crazy. It definitely does.
There's that too. It's very romantic and exciting to look back on campfires.
But you can still have a campfire.
Yes.
Yeah.
But will you appreciate it when you're a super nerd, when you connect it to the grid, and you have some skull cap in place of the top of your head, and it's interfacing with the international language that the rest of the universe now enjoys communication with people? And we're
sure. I think so. Yeah, I like campfires.
I'm just worried. I mean, everyone's always scared of change, but I'm scared of this monumental change where we won't talk anymore. I mean, that thing. Yes, but there's something about the beauty of the crudeness of language, where when it's done eloquently, it's satisfying and it hits us in some sort of a visceral way. Like, that person nailed it. I love that they nailed it. Like that, it's so hard to capture a real thought and convey it in a way, in this articulate way that makes someone excited. Like you read a quote, a great quote by a wise person, it makes you excited that their mind figured something out, put the words together in a right way that makes your brain pop. Like, oh, Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Clever compressional concept.
Yeah.
And feeling.
But the fact that a human did it, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think that it'll be like electronic music? Like people won't appreciate it like they appreciate a slide guitar?
I like
I don't ever vape when she tastes burn after 3 or 4 puffs.
I know you
Addicted to
like
vaping my nugs now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And good luck, good luck.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dove Swat.
It's more fun and interesting.
Hope your day is treating you well, sir.
I hope it's more fun and interesting too.
Yeah.
We're 16 out of 132 with 2 levels left in this thing.
Along the way.
Yeah, we might lose a little. But hopefully we gain more than we lose.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Gaining more than we lose. Like something that makes us interesting is that we're so flawed.
Stuff for sure. Like,
right.
You know, I mean, you look at civilizations through the ages. Most of them, they rose and fell.
Yeah.
And I do think like the globalization that we have at the sort of like the meme sphere is there's not enough isolation between countries or regions. It's like if there's a mind virus, that mind virus can infect too much of the world. Like I actually sort of sympathize with the anti-globalization people because it's like, man, we don't ever want to.
Gotta assume the good stuff is done the first few puffs before she's burnt, right? Yeah, still big clouds when she's burnt, but like you said, tastes like gas. All the trichones, yep, yeah, they've already all been vaporized off.
Mind viral immunity, meaning that once something like Neuralink gets established, the real concern is something that, you said it's Bluetooth, right?
That's true. You can say it. We call it dweed, dude. We call it dweed. After you vape the weed, it becomes dweed. Okay. We used to have friend in college used to quit cigarettes. He would roll up fucking joints of dweed, and anytime he wanted a cigarette, he would smoke a fucking dweed.
Right? Like people they've embedded chips and then acquired viruses.
When I'm talking about a mind virus, I'm talking about like
But yeah, you can make it into edibles, firecrackers, all types of stuff.
Oh, okay. Like
your weed and trichomes is you can harvest IE 3 different times for different effects.
Yes.
Goes viral in a.
It's more of an in case of emergency stash for sure.
Well, that is a problem
Case
too,
of
right?
emergency, break glass, make firecracker with the
make
weed.
Something appear logical or rational.
If I quit cigarettes, I smoke weed. If I quit weed, I smoke cigarettes.
Would that
It's
be
a never-ending
issue
cycle.
This is a very have versus have not.
That's pretty
issue,
funny.
Right? Once this thing, if this really does, initially it's going to help people with.
Vaping is like they know better, but I got off smokes with the vape. Damn, that's what's up.
To this spectacular cognitive change.
Yes.
But the people that first get it should have a massive advantage over people that don't have it.
Well, I mean, it's the kind of thing where your productivity would improve, I don't know, dramatically, maybe by a factor of 10 with it. So you could definitely just, I don't know, take out a loan and do it and earn the money back real fast. Should be super smart.
Well, in a capitalist society, it seems like you could really get so far ahead that before everybody else could afford this thing and link up and get connected as well, you'd be so far ahead they could never catch you. Is that a concern?
Well, I think it's not a super huge concern. I mean, there are huge differences in cognitive ability and resources already.
Yeah.
I mean, you can think of a corporation as like a cybernetic collective that's far smarter than an individual. Like I couldn't personally build like a whole rocket and the engines and launch it and everything. That's impossible. But we have 8,000 people with SpaceX and but
they have 8,000 employees at SpaceX. Holy shit, dude!
And using a lot of computers and
you can do it handle.
We can make.
Thanks. It's rough. I was able to quit for 4 years. Went to a wedding, had a good time, and started back up for 6 months heavy.
So
I understand that. I used to roll mine. They were tasty. Manufactured cigs were not pleasant though. Cigarettes smell and taste awful to me now. I smoked in college, and then once I quit, the smell and went without it for a couple weeks. The smell and taste started to bother the fuck out of me.
Relative capabilities between people and more like having AI be vastly, beyond us, and
damn, half a pack to a pack a day for 15 years. I had a lot of friends like that would smoke over a pack a day.
So this is if you can't beat them, join them.
Every time they got in a car, they had to smoke. Every time a meal was over, they had to smoke.
It's essentially inevitable.
Super sentient AI. Like beyond a level that's difficult to understand.
And
impossible to understand, probably.
And somehow or another, so it's almost like it's a requirement for survival to achieve some sort of
pack a day for me, and after I started back up, it was like pack and a half. Oh shit! Every time you start back up, you smoke more. Jeez.
If you want to be along for the ride, then you need to do some kind of symbiosis. So the way your brain works right now, you've got kind of like the animal brain, reptile brain, kind of this, for argument's sake, it's like the limbic system basically, and you've got the cortex. Now the brain purist will argue with this definition, but essentially you've got the primitive brain and you've got the sort of smart brain, or the brain.
In Los Angeles, a pack-a-day habit is like $300 a month. Yep.
A month you can't understand.
I mean, same here. They're probably like $3 or $4 a pack, right?
Your cortex is much smarter than your limbic system. Nonetheless, they work.
Oh no, wait, that's like $10
so
a day. Holy shit, bitch! $10 a pack. Getting the stocks helped me quit. I need that SIG money.
So you can think of this as being like the computer, the AI is like a third layer, a tertiary layer. So that is that could be symbiotic with the cortex. It would be much smarter than the cortex, but you'd essentially have 3 layers, and you actually have that right now. Your phone is capable of things, and your computer is capable of things that your brain is definitely not. Storing terabytes of information perfectly, doing incredible calculations that we couldn't even come close to doing. You have that with your computer. It's just like I said, the data rate is slow. The connection is weak.
Why is it so disconcerting, or why does it not give me comfort to think about? Like when I think about a symbiotic connection to AI, I always think of this cold, emotionless sort of thing that we will become. Is that a bad way to look at it?
I think that's not correct. That's not how it would be. Like I said, you already are symbiotic with AI or computers,
phones, computers, laptops.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of AI going on. So artificial neural nets. Increasingly, neural nets are sort of taking over from regular programming more and more. So you are connected. If you use Google Voice or Alexa or one of those things, it's using a neural net to decode and try to understand what you're saying. If you're trying to do image recognition or improve the quality of your photograph, it's using the neural net's the best way to do that. So you are already
he's king, he's queen.
Sort of a cybernetic symbiote. Like I said, it's just a question of your data rate, the communication speed between your phone.
Pack of American Spirits is like $11. No joke. Damn it. Florida Marlboro Lights is near $8 a pack. Buy a carton for $62.63. Much better than buying per pack. But cartons make you smoke more. Yep. Here in Belgium, $5 for a pack, but weed is illegal, so $100 for 12.5 grams. Damn, they don't even give you the full 14-gram half for $100. That's some bullshit. Be like, give me my fucking full half ounce for my $100.
Like I said, if somebody's got a serious brain injury,
fuck an extra gram. Give me my gram and a half. What the fuck? What a skimp that is.
And then you can fix those brain injuries. And
honestly though, $100 for 12.5 or 14 grams, that's a pretty good fucking deal if you're only buying a half at a time.
Sold more and more.
You might try rolling. Tobacco might slow your habit because when you want to dart, you gotta roll it. You can't just pull one out of a pack. Yeah.
The names of their kids.
And they hit hard. Buy Bitcoin. Raise your hand if you bought the top. Don't be shy.
Okay, well, this would allow you to.
Is it gone? Did it go down?
Remember your names of your kids and and have a much more normal life where you're able to function much later.
Minor pullback.
So I think that essentially there would almost everyone would find a need at some point if you get old enough to use Neuralink.
There we go, square breakdown.
And then it's like, okay, so we can improve the functionality and improve the communication speed, so then you will not have to use your thumbs to communicate with the computer.
Do you ever sit down and extrapolate? Do you ever sit down and think about all the different iterations of this and what this eventually leads to?
Yeah, think about it a lot. There's, like I said, this isn't.
Yeah, I went cold turkey. Can't do slow down. If I'm gonna do a line, I'm gonna do the full line, not half of it. I feel that. I think I quit as well.
There's, I mean, we probably have to be on like.
Damn, meat shortages, huh?
Before,
the meat supply chain is broken. For the grocery store, fast food drive-thrus, customers have yet to remind how the coronavirus pandemic has attributed routine, empty as usual meat hours, butchers, counters without usual variety, hamburgers,
You see it coming, but
and hamburgers that are harder to come by.
Like when you
South
sit, when
Dakota,
you're alone,
Tennessee
if
have
you have
gotten
free time,
sick.
I don't
They
know
had
if
to
you have
shut it
free time.
down. The spread
But
of
you just
shuttered
sit down
plants, slow
and think
production created a
about
ripple effect.
This iteration, the
Farmers
next,
and ranchers
onward,
have
keep going.
hogs, cattle, and chickens
And
that they
you
feed but
drag
can't
it out with
sell.
improvements
Damn,
along the
meatpacking
way.
plants don't have enough workers
Leaps
and
and
got sick.
bounds and
Highlighted
technological
anxiety.
innovations and
Major groceries, including Kroger, Costco, added purchase
What are we
limits
gonna
this
be?
week. Wendy's is out of
20
burgers.
25
Shake
years from now,
Shack,
what are we gonna
rising
be?
beef prices. Industry experts, analysts, and unions who represent meatpacking plant workers say challenges within the country's meat supply chain will likely linger.
It's looking fragile right now. I think we
Wow.
have in 25 years probably I would think there could be a whole brain interface.
a whole brain interface.
Something pretty close to that. Yeah.
A whole
How do you
brain
define?
interface.
What do you mean by whole brain interface?
A brain interface.
Like almost
Let me go grab
all
my
of the neurons.
Did they have
are connected
hamburgers?
to,
Did they have hamburger?
the sort of AI extension of yourself. If you want.
AI extension of yourself.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you? Like when you say AI extension of yourself?
Well, like I said, you already have a computer extension of yourself in your phone, and computers and stuff. So, and now online, it's like somebody dies, there's like an online ghost that they're still, their online stuff is still alive.
That's a good way to put it. It is weird when you read someone's tweets after they're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instagram and their stories and stuff.
Yeah.
And whatever, Facebook and stuff. Like
that's a great way to put it. It's like an online ghost.
We got a hamburger though.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So that there's. It would just be that more of you would be in the cloud, I guess, than in your body. More of you.
Now, when you say civilization's fragile, do you mean because of this COVID-19 shit that's going on right now?
What's that? I never heard of it.
It's this thing.
Yeah, no.
It's like some people just get a cough.
No idea what you're talking about.
Other people, it gets much worse.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah. I mean, this certainly has taken over the mind space of the world to a degree that is quite shocking.
Yeah. Well, out of nowhere. That's what's crazy. It's like you go back to November, nothing. Now here we are, December, January, February, March, April, May, 6 months. Totally different world. So from nothing to everything's locked down. There's so much conflicting information and conflicting opinions about how to proceed. What has happened. You find things where there was a meat packing plant, I believe, in Missouri, where 300 plus
meat packing plants fucked up,
tested positive or asymptomatic, and then in other places it just ravages entire communities and kills people, and it's so weird. it almost appears on the like if you didn't know any better, you'd be like, what? It seems like there's a bunch of different viruses. It doesn't seem like it's the same thing, or has a bunch of different reactions to the biological variety of people.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of saw this whole thing play out in China before it played out in the U.S.
Bitcoin slowly breaking down.
It's kind of like watching the same movie again, but in English. So, yeah. I mean, I think the mortality rate is much less than what say the World Health Organization said it was. It's very much less. It's like probably at least an order of magnitude less.
Well, it seems to be very deadly to very specific kinds of people and people with specific problems.
Yeah, I mean, if you can look at the mortality statistics, by age and whether they have comorbidities, like do they have like basically existing conditions, and by age, and if you're below 60 and have no serious health issues, the probability is extremely low. It's not zero.
That's crazy. It's Bandia. That's insane.
They didn't think that this was the case, though, when they first started to lock down the country. Do you think that it's a situation where once they've proceeded in a certain way, it's very difficult to correct course?
It's almost like people really wanted a panic. That, so it's quite crazy.
But in some places, a panic is deserved, right? Like if you're in the ICU in Manhattan and people are dying left and right, and everyone's on intubators, and it seems like when you see all these people on ventilators and so many of them are dying, and you see these nurses are dying and doctors are getting sick, in some places that fear is justified. But then in other places, you're reading these stories about hospitals that are essentially half empty. They're having to furlough doctors and nurses because there's no work for them.
Most of the hospitals in the United States right now are half empty. In some cases, they're at 30% capacity.
And is this because they've decided to forego elective procedures and normal things that people would have to go to the hospital for?
Yes, I mean, and we're not talking about just some of these elective procedures are quite important.
Yes.
Like it's like you have a bad heart.
Gallbladder disease, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and you need a triple bypass. It's like sort of elective, but if you don't get it done in time, you're going to die.
Yeah. Elective's a weird word.
Yeah, elective. It's not like, hey, I want to. It's not like plastic surgery or something. It's like it's more like my hip is. I'm in extreme pain because my hip's blown out, or my knee, and I don't want to go to the hospital. I can't go to the hospital to people in extreme pain, people that need a kidney, like people that have like quite serious issues that are choosing not to go out of fear. So I think it's a problem. It's not good.
It seems like the state of public perception is shifting.
It is.
Like people are taking some deep breaths and relaxing, and because of the statistics and essentially across the board, it's being recognized that it's not as fatal as we thought it was. Still dangerous, still worse than the flu, but not as bad as we thought or we feared it could be.
Objectively, the mortality is much lower. Like at least a factor of 10, maybe a factor of 50 lower than initially thought.
Do you think that the current way we're handling this, the social distancing, the masks, the locking down, does this make sense?
I always eat way too fast when I'm streaming.
Is it adequate, or do you think that we should move
it's like
back
I want to race to get back to the stream,
at least closer to where we used to be?
Where it's like a subconscious
thing about
hygiene people
is
watching
a good thing no matter what. Wash your hands, and and if you're coughing, stay home or wear a mask. This is not good.
And a hamburger
do that
and
in
some
Japan,
fries from Freddy's.
If you're ill, you wear it. You don't cough on people. I think that would be a great thing to adopt in general throughout the world. Washing your hands is also good.
Well, that's the speculation why men get it more than women, because men are disgusting. We don't wash our hands
disgusting.
as much.
It's true.
It's true.
Yeah,
I
it's
admit
bad.
it. We're all men in this room. We're all gross.
Yeah, let's go to the restroom because it's
Yes,
horrible.
we're gross. My daughter, my 9-year-old daughter, yells at me. She goes, "Did you wash your hands?" She makes me go back and wash my hands. She's right.
You see like a python now, I
boy,
tend
you
to
think
eat
you
very
care?
slow.
I wouldn't give a fuck if I washed my hands.
True. So yeah, I think that there's definitely some silver linings here in improved, hygiene
Yes.
and
an awareness of potential.
Yes, and I think this has shaken up the system. The system is like somewhat moribund with a lot of layers of bureaucracy, and I think that we've cut through some of that bureaucracy. And if we, at some point there probably will be a pandemic with a high mortality rate. There's debate about like what's high, but I mean like something that's killing a lot of 20-year-olds, let's say, like it's.
Yes.
If you had like Ebola type of mortality,
Spanish flu, something that attacks the immune systems of healthy people.
It's like killing large numbers of young healthy people. That's define that as like a high mortality. Then this is at least practice for something like that. And I think there's given it's just a matter of time that there will be eventually some such pandemic.
Do you think that in a sense the one good thing that we might get out of this is the realization that this is a potential reality? we got lucky in this sense. I mean, in people that didn't get lucky and died, of course I'm not disrespecting their death and their loss, but I'm saying overall as a culture, as a community, as a human race, as a community, this is not as bad as it could have been. This is a good dry run for us to appreciate that we need far more resources dedicated towards understanding these diseases, what to do in the case of pandemic, and much more money that goes to funding treatments and some preventative measures.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a good chance, it's highly likely, I think, coming out of this that we will develop vaccines that we didn't have before for coronaviruses and other viruses, and possibly cures for these. And our understanding of viruses of this nature has improved dramatically because of the attention.
I actually feel like this is a strong bottom that ADMA is putting in today after
there's definitely some
the
a lot of
quarterly numbers yesterday.
And
potentially, if we act correctly.
Yeah. There's, I think there will be some amount of silver lining here, no matter what. Hopefully, we could be more of a silver lining than less. So yeah, this is
4.7
kind of like
million.
a practice run for something that had a potentially that might in the future have a serious, like a really high mortality rate. So
yes, crazy mojo.
Kind of got to go through this without it being something that kills, vast numbers of young healthy people.
Yeah. When you made a series of tweets recently, I don't remember the exact wording, but essentially you were saying "Free America now." Like, let's.
That is the exact wording.
That is it. Thank you. But what was how much do you pay attention to the response to that stuff, and what was the response? Like, did anybody go, "Hey, Elon, what the fuck you doing?" Did anybody pull you aside?
Of course.
Who does that? Who gets to do that to you?
Well, I mean, I certainly get that. There's no shortage of negative feedback on Twitter,
Oh yeah, Twitter. Yeah, but I don't read that. Do you read it?
War zone.
You do sometimes, though, right? You do
Twitter's a war zone.
Scroll through the comments. Like as a meme war zone.
Yeah.
I mean, people knife you good on Twitter.
It's something I enjoy about that. There's something about the freedom of expression that comes from all these people that do attack you. It's like, well, if there was no vulnerability whatsoever, they wouldn't attack you. And it's like there's something about these.
I was gonna check that out tonight.
Millions and millions
Here
of
we are.
perspectives that you have to appreciate. even if it comes your way, even if the shit storm hits you in the face,
sure,
you got to appreciate, wow, how amazing is it that all these people do have the ability to express themselves. And you don't necessarily want to be there when the shit hits you.
Sure.
You might want to get out of the way in anticipation of the shit storm, but the fact that so many people have the ability to reach out, and I think it's, in a lot of ways, it's, I don't want to say a misused resource, but it's like giving monkeys guns. They just start, they start gunning down things that are in front of them without any realization.
Let me clean this lunch up here real quick. I just want to get it off my table, and then we're going to fucking smoke down, baby.
Look at that. I got Elon mad. Look at that. This guy got mad at me. I fucking took this person down on Twitter. I got this lady fired. Oh, the fucking business is going under because of Twitter wars. It seems like there's something about it that's this newfound thing that I don't want to say abuse, but just I want to say that it's almost like, you know, you hit the button and things blow up. You're like, wow, this is, what else can we blow up?
Sure. I mean, I've been in the Twitter war zone for a while here, so
Twitter war zone.
You know, it takes a lot to phase me at this point.
Yeah, that's good too, right? Like you develop a thick skin.
Yeah, you can't take it personally. Like, these people don't actually know you. You know, like
yeah,
it's just like, you know, it's like if you're fighting a war, and there's like some opposing soldier that shoots at you. It's not like they hate you; they don't even know you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just think of it like that. Like they're firing bullets, whatever. But they don't know you, so don't take it personally.
There's something interesting about it too. It's like when you write something in 280 characters and they write something in it's such a crude way. It's like, someone sending opposing smoke signals that refute your smoke signals. It's like, it's so crude, and especially when you're talking about something like Neuralink. You're talking about some future potential where you're going to be able to express pure thoughts that get conveyed through some sort
of One day I'll try to come in
language
here and learn about this back to my DGen life in poker.
Whatsoever, versus, tweets.
Yesterday's mod was VOD. Yesterday was a really good day. We taught about cash-covered calls, or cash-covered puts,
maybe this should be like a
share-covered calls,
right.
And we placed iron condor trades on Square, which is what we're
it seems like
nervous about here.
Take away some of the fun from people that know it's sarcasm.
It was my first time doing an iron condor.
If everybody knew that the Onion wasn't real, if you
probably
sent people
picked a little bit too volatile of a stock.
There's something about someone getting angry at an Onion article.
Wow, that's amazing.
You know what I mean? Where they don't realize what it is. There's something fun about that for everybody else.
Yeah, Onion's pretty great. Might be the best news source.
Do you know who Titania McGrath is? Hilarious. It's Andrew Boyle. He's a British fellow, brilliant guy, who's been on the podcast before, and he has this fictional character, this pseudonym, Titania McGrath, who's like the ultimate social justice warrior. And
is this like a female avatar?
Yes,
or something?
yes.
Okay.
A female avatar that's actually a computer conglomeration of a bunch of faces.
Okay.
It's not really one person, so one person can't be a victim and be angry. He sort of combined these faces to make this one perfect social justice warrior.
Okay.
But the I recognized it early on before I met him.
Sure.
That this was parody. This was just fun, and then I love reading the people that don't recognize that. They get angry.
Sure.
And they're really, like, there's a lot of people that just get really furious.
Sure.
About some. There's some fun to that. There's some fun to the not picking up on the true nature of the signal.
I find Twitter quite engaging.
How do you have the time?
Hour left in the day.
Well, I mean, it's like 5 minutes every couple hours type thing. So like I'm sitting on it all day.
But even 5 minutes every couple hours, if those are bad 5 minutes, they might be bouncing around your head for the next 30.
Yeah, you have to, like I said, take a certain amount of distance from. You read this and you're like, okay, it's bullets being fired by an opposing army. But, don't like. It's not like they like I said, it's not like they know you. It's like don't take it personally.
Did you feel the same way when CNN had that stupid shit about ventilators with you? I found that both confusing and the
yeah, that was annoying.
It was annoying.
It was wrong.
But it's also annoying as a person who reads CNN and wants to think of them as a responsible conveyor of the facts. I would like to think that.
Yeah. I don't think CNN is that.
I think it used to be.
It used to be, yeah. Like, what do you think's the best source of just like information out there? Like,
That's a good question.
You know, like, let's say you're just like average citizen trying to just get the facts. You know, figure out what's going on, like, you know, how to live your life, and you know, just looking for what's going on in the world. That it's hard to find something that isn't, you know, that's good.
Yeah.
You know, that, you know, not trying to push some partisan angle, not trying to not sort of doing sloppy reporting and just aiming for the most number of clicks and trying to maximize ad dollars and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You're just trying to figure out what's going on. It's like hard pressed to. Where do you go?
I don't know. I don't think there's any pure form. My favorite places are the New York Times and the LA
Starting with
Times.
3:50 Sunday at
8:50.
8:50. Amazing, what's going on?
Yeah, because also there's
on
individuals
Global.
that are
That's
writing
what's
these
up.
stories.
Amazing.
Exactly.
And that's
I haven't
seems
seen you
to
in a
be the
bit. How you
problem,
been,
is
brother?
these
You've been
individual
working hard,
biases
huh?
And these individual, there's purposely distorted perceptions, and then there's ignorantly reported facts, and there's so many variables, and you got to put everything through this filter of where is this person coming from? Do they have political biases? Do they have
70 away
social
from the money.
biases? Are they upset because of their own shortcomings, and are they projecting this into the story?
Sure.
It's so hard.
660, 1250.
Yeah, I think like maybe just trying to find individual reporters that are good and
Yes.
kind of following them as opposed to the publication.
I go with whatever Matt Taibbi says.
Okay.
I trust him more than anybody.
All right.
Matt Taibbi's onto something. He's as far as
Watch
investigative
pull out of
reporters
the
in
hole
particular,
here.
the way he reported the savings and loan crisis, the way he reports everything. I just listen to him above most. He's my go-to guy.
All right, I'll check it out.
It's his Rolling Stones articles are amazing. His stuff on the savings and loan crisis is just like, what in the fuck?
Sure.
And and he wasn't, he's not an economist by any stretch of the imagination, so he had to really sort of deeply embed himself in that world to try to understand it and to be able to report on it.
Yep.
And with a humorous flair.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's not that many of them. It's
No.
hard, and not a location where like we are no bullshit.
Sure.
We are nobullshit.com. Like the one place where you can say, this is what we know, this is what we don't know, this is what we think. Not this person's wrong and here's why. Like, oh, god damn it. I can't. You don't know. There's a lot of stuff that is open to interpretation.
Yeah.
This particular coronavirus issue that we're dealing with right now seems to be a great illuminator of that very fact. Is that there's so much data, and there's so much that's open to interpret. There's so many things because it's all happening in real time, right? And like particularly right now in California, we're in stage 2 tomorrow or Friday, 2 days from now. Stage 2, retail stores opening up. Things are changing.
It's already stage 2.
No one knows the correct process that needs to take place to save the most amount of lives, but
We're
yet
in stage
ensure
2.
that our culture and that our economy survives. It's a lot of speculation and guessing, but if you go to certain places, they'll tell you, we know why, and we know this, and we know, it's hard.
Tyson restarts its largest plan again.
For on the coronavirus coverage, you can always.
Yeah, I mean,
right? Is there a
in
meat
general,
shortage
I think that's like
article? Is there
we
a
should
shortage?
be
Are we
concerned
restarting?
about.
Is there a shortage already
anything
over?
That's a massive infringement on our civil liberties.
Yes.
So it's like you got to put a lot of weight on that. A lot of people died to, win independence for the country and fight for the democracy that we have, and we should treasure that and not give up our liberties too easily. And I think we probably did that actually. So,
Well, I like what you said when you said that it should be a choice, and that to require people to stay home,
Fall
require
square,
people
fall.
to not go to work, require to arrest people for trying to make a living. This all seems wrong, and I think
Yes.
that it's a wrong approach. It's an infantilization of the society. That daddy's going to tell you what to do.
Fundamentally, a violation of the Constitution.
Yes.
Freedom of assembly, and it's just.
You get some allergy medicine.
I mean, I don't think these things stand up in court, really.
They're arresting people for protesting.
Yeah.
Because they're protesting and violating social distancing and these mandates that tell people that they have to stay home.
Yeah, these would definitely not stand up. If the Supreme Court here, I mean, it's obviously a complete violation, right?
Yeah. And again, this is not in any way disrespecting the people who have died from this disease.
No.
It's certainly a real thing to think of.
Yeah, I mean, it just should be if you're at risk, you should not be compelled to leave your house,
right,
or leave a place of safety. But you should also not be
there we go.
If you're not at risk, or if
Save
you are
me,
at
allergy
risk
medicine,
and you wish to
save
take
me.
a risk with your life, you should have the right to do that.
And it seems like at this point in time,
Lay
particularly,
low, be
our
Psalm
resources
1988.
would be
Thank you for
best
the follow.
served protecting the people that are at
Cards
risk
are not
versus
covered.
penalizing the people that are not
should
at high
definitely do
risk
that.
for living their life
Thank
the
you,
way they
Hot
did,
Diggity
particularly
Dog.
having a career
the
and
fox, you
making
can
a
have
living and
fox,
feeding
we'll
your
be
family,
sick.
paying your
Yeah.
bills, keeping your store open, keeping your restaurant open.
Yes. I mean, there's a strong downside to this.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I just believe if this is a free country, you should be, allowed to do, what you want as long as it does not endanger others.
But that's the thing, right? People, this is the argument they will bring up. Like, you are endangering others. You should stay home for the people that you even if you're fine, even if you know you're going to be okay, there's certain people that will not be okay because of your actions. They might get exposed to this thing that we don't have a vaccine for, we don't have universally accepted treatment for, and that we need to. There's two arguments, right? The one argument is we need to keep going, protect the weak, protect the sick, but let's open up the economy. The other argument is stop placing money over human lives, and let's shelter in place until we come up with some sort of a decision, and let's figure out some way to develop some sort of a universal basic income plan or something like that to feed people during this time. When we make this transition.
We got to go back up.
Yeah. As I said, my opinion is if somebody wants to stay home, they should stay home. And if somebody doesn't want to stay home, they should not be compelled to stay home. That's my opinion.
Do you think
if somebody doesn't like that, well, that's my opinion.
Somebody doesn't like that. That's fucking Elon Musk's
this notion, though,
opinion,
that
damn it.
you can just sort of send checks out to everybody and things will be fine is not true. Obviously, there's some people have this absurd view that the economy is like some magic horn of plenty. Like it just makes stuff, whatever. It just there's a magic horn of plenty, and the goods and services they just come from this magic horn of plenty. And then if somebody has more stuff than somebody else, it's because they took more from this magic horn of plenty. Now let me just break it to you, the fools out there. If you don't make stuff, there's no stuff. Yeah. So if you don't make the food, if you don't process the food, you don't transport the food,
there's no food.
And medical treatment, getting your teeth fixed, there's no stuff. I would become detached from reality. You can't just legislate money and solve these things. If you don't make stuff, there is no stuff. Obviously. We'll run out of the stores. We'll run out of the the machine just grinds to a halt.
But the initial thought on this virus, the real fear was that this was going to kill hundreds of thousands, if not
if you don't make stuff,
people
there's no stuff. If you don't score touchdowns, you're not going to win the game.
Quickly, if we didn't hunker down, if we didn't shelter in place, if we didn't quarantine ourselves or lock down, do you think that the initial thought was a good idea based on the perception that this was going to be far more deadly than it turned out to be?
Maybe, I think briefly. But I think if any kind of sensible examination of what happened in China would lead to the conclusion that is obviously not going to occur. this virus originated in Wuhan. There's like 100,000 people a day leaving Wuhan. So it went everywhere, very fast. Throughout China, throughout the rest of the world, and the fatality rate was low.
Don't you think though it's difficult to appreciate? It's difficult to filter what the information that's coming out of China to accurately really get a real true representation of what happened. The propaganda machine is very strong.
Sure.
The World Health Organization appears to have been complicit with a lot of their propaganda.
The thing is that American companies have massive supply chains in China, like Tesla, for example. We have hundreds of suppliers, like tier 1, 2, 3, 4 suppliers throughout China. So we know if they are able to make stuff or not. We know if they have issues or not. Then China is back at full steam. Many, pretty much every U.S. company has some significant number of suppliers in China. So you know if they're able to, provide things or not, or if there's, high mortality rate. Tesla has 7,000 people in China, so 0 people died. 0.
Okay, so that's a real statistic. That's coming from those people.
Yeah, we literally run payroll.
Do you think there's a danger of this? Same folks are there.
Yeah, still there.
Do you think there's a danger of politicizing this, where it becomes like opening up the country as Donald Trump's? It's his goal. It's his, and then anything he does is sort of there's people that are going to oppose it and come up with some reasons why he's wrong, particularly in this climate, whereas as we're leading up to November and the 2020 elections. Do you think that this is a real danger in terms of public's perception, that Trump wants to open it up so they knee-jerk oppose it because they oppose Trump?
I think there has been some this has been politicized, in both directions, really. So it's which is not great.
Bink.
Yeah, but like I said, separate and apart from that, I think there's the question of where do civil liberties fit in this picture,
Yeah.
And what can the government make you do? What can they make you not do? And what's okay?
Right.
I think we went too far.
Do you think it's one of those things where once we've gone in a certain direction, it's very difficult to make a correction, make an adjustment to realize, like, okay, we thought it was one thing. It's not good, but it's not what we thought it was going to be. It's not what we feared. So let's back up and reconsider, and let's do this publicly and say we were acting based on the information that we had initially. That information appears to be faulty, and here's how we move forward while protecting civil liberties, while protecting what essentially this country was founded on, which is a very agreed upon amount of freedom that we respect and appreciate.
Absolutely. Well, I think we're rapidly moving towards opening up the country. It's going to happen extremely fast over the next few weeks. Something that would be helpful just to add from an informational level is when reporting sort of COVID cases, to separate out diagnosed with COVID versus had COVID-like symptoms.
Yes.
Because the list of symptoms that could be COVID at this point is like a mile long. So it's like hard to...
Square. Fuck
if you're
you.
ill at all, it's like it could be
Fuck
COVID.
you, Square.
So just to give people better information. Definitely diagnosed with COVID or had COVID-like symptoms. We're conflating those two so that it looks bigger than it is. Then if somebody dies...
What do you mean?
Was COVID a primary cause?
How does one reset a graph once you click and drag it?
If somebody has COVID, gets eaten by a shark, we find their arm has COVID. It's going to get recorded as a COVID death.
Is that real?
I mean, basically,
not that bad, but heart attacks, strokes,
you get hit by a bus,
cancer.
If you get hit by a bus, go to the hospital and die, and they find that you have COVID, you will be recorded as a COVID death.
Why would they do that though?
Well, right now, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, it's mostly paved with bad intentions, but there's some good intention paving stones in there too. And the stimulus bill that was intended to help with the hospitals that were being overrun with COVID patients created an incentive to record something as COVID that is difficult to say no to, especially if your hospital is going bankrupt for lack of other patients. So the hospitals are in a bind right now. A bunch of hospitals they're furloughing doctors, as you were mentioning. They're
just re-enter ticket in.
The hospital's half full.
Okay.
It's hard to make ends meet. So now you've got if I just check this box, I get $8,000. Put them on a ventilator for 5 minutes, I get $39,000. Or I got to fire some doctors. So this is a tough moral quandary. It's like what you can do. That's the situation we have.
No. What's the way out of this? What do you think is like if you had the president's ear, or if people wanted to just listen to you openly? What do you think is the way out of this?
Let's clear up the data. So, like I said, somebody should be recorded as COVID only if it is somebody has been tested, has received a positive COVID test, not if they simply have symptoms, one of like 100 symptoms. And then if it is a COVID death, it must be separated. Was COVID a primary reason for death, or did they also have stage 3 cancer, heart disease, emphysema, and got hit by a bus, and had COVID?
Yeah, I've read all this stuff about them diagnosing people as a COVID death despite other variables.
This is not a question. This is what.
And where are you reading this
from? In the
where
Tesla?
Are you getting this from?
The public health officials have literally said this. This is not a question mark.
Right. But this is unprecedented, right? Like if someone had the flu but also had a heart attack, they would assume that person died of a heart attack.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is unprecedented. Is this because this is such a popular, I don't want to use that word the wrong way, but that's what I mean, a popular subject? And financial incentives.
Yes. And like I said, this is not some sort of a moral indictment of sort of hospital administrators. It's just they're in a tough spot here. They actually don't have enough patients to pay everyone, without furloughing doctors and firing staff, and they're potentially going bankrupt. So then they're like, okay, well, the stimulus bill says if we get all this money, if we say if it's a COVID death, I'm like, okay, they coughed before they died. In fact, they're not even diagnosed as COVID. They simply, if you had weakness, a cough, shortness of breath. Like, frankly, I'm not sure how you die without those things.
So true.
There's so many different things that you could attribute to COVID too. There's so many symptoms. There's diarrhea, headaches,
discuss the path forward to reopening its locations across the country. Let's bring in Penn National Gaming CEO Jay Snowden, along with our own Contessa Brewer. Contessa?
Tyler, not only is Penn seeing a big boost today, but take a look at other stocks. MGM up 6%. You've got Red Rock Resorts and Boyd up 10%. That's because Nevada Gaming Commission just announced guidelines for reopening that have patrons wearing masks. They would have distance between these slot machines. No date yet for reopening, but there the CEO said he was hoping for when. He says that he was hoping for the end of May. Jay Snowden, let's talk to you about Penn National. Your stock way up on the day. What are going to be the first casinos that you have reopening?
Sure, Contessa. Good to see you. Good to hear your voice. And let me start by saying that we have been profoundly impacted by COVID-19. We've lost 3 of our own team members, unfortunately, and our hearts and thoughts go out to our team members, family, and friends, of course, and anyone who has been impacted by this terrible pandemic. And I also wanted to provide a big thank you. There's so many working on the front line right now, emergency services, and those that are essential team members. And it's something that none of us would have imagined 2 months ago, but I can't thank those enough that are on the front line. So I wanted to start by saying that. And look, you said it exactly right. You know, there's some positive news out there in terms of potential reopenings in the industry. We've been in conversations with governors and regulators in a number of states where we operate. In the Midwest and down south and west, we operate 41 properties in 19 states, and it's looking like most states are targeting late May into June for a potential phased reopening. And what exactly that looks like state by state is going to depend on what those state requirements and the health experts in those states are looking for. But I think generally speaking, you can expect along the lines of what you heard in Nevada, that would be every other slot machine, every other seat at a table game, restaurants limited capacity. But we're looking forward to bringing back our team members and welcoming back our valued guests in a safe environment, which we think is coming soon.
You saw your stock skyrocket after the Barstool announcement about your investment in that particular sports brand. And then sports got shut down during COVID. What's been the impact on your digital business, on iGaming and your sports betting business? And what do you think is going to happen as you resume to reopened operations?
Sure. Well, the impact on our sports betting business has been significant in that there really is no sports betting business to be had right now with no live sports. We do operate real money gaming, iCasino in the state of Pennsylvania. That business, as you can imagine, has grown tremendously. I mentioned this morning on our earnings call that we saw 60% growth from March to April in our real money gaming business in Pennsylvania. What this means longer term is very exciting because sports are likely to go live later in the summer, potentially in the fall, from everything that we're hearing and reading. We have been developing our Barstool Sportsbook app that is going to be launched in the third quarter. And we think that if there's any silver lining here, at least for Penn, in terms of the delays for live sports, is that it puts us on a more level playing field when sports do go live again. And we think that this legalization process that is happening at the state level stands to accelerate. And we really think we'll benefit from that because we operate in more states than any gaming company in the world.
Jay, how critical is reopening your properties? And I ask that in the context of liquidity. Investors are concerned about leverage as well as liquidity and the ability to operate. How should we think about how many days of liquidity you have to operate if the shutdown lasts longer or if you can't open the properties when you're planning to?
Sure. What we've shared publicly is that we have, as of March 31st, $730 million of cash on hand in a zero revenue environment, which we don't believe is realistic given that we now see some light at the end of the tunnel in terms of reopenings in some limited way over the course of the next couple of months. We have enough liquidity with an $83 million a month cash burn to get us through the remainder of the year. Again, that is in a zero revenue environment. So now that we are going to be reopening our properties, we also shared this morning on our earnings call that between 25 and 30% of prior year revenue levels will get us to break even EBITDA at the property level. So you can assume that once our properties ramp beyond 30% of revenue, we're burning less cash and our liquidity profile moves well into 2021.
Jay, thank you very much. A busy day for you. Appreciate the time you've spent with us. You know, Melissa, it's interesting because these casinos think that the state's need for tax revenue may also lead to more liberalization of gambling laws, allowing for more mobile gaming, and that may be a good thing for these regional casinos in the long run.
Interesting. Contessa, thanks so much for bringing that to us. Contessa Brewer. 33.5 million Americans have applied for unemployment benefits in the past 2 months. They may get hit with a tax bill they aren't expecting. We've got that story next.
I fold. God, I need a hand over here. Square, slowly bleeding away. Perfect. ADMA is holding. I have a feeling this is going to be fine after a few months. Greywood prayers. We need a good hand.
You don't even need to have gotten a COVID diagnosis. Right. You simply need to have had one of many symptoms and then have died for some reason, and it's COVID. So then it makes the death count look very high, and then we're then stuck in a bind because it looks like the death count's super high and not going down like it should be. And now, so then we should keep whatever, keep the shelter-in-place stuff there, and keep people in their home, confine people to homes.
No, I sold them for a profit.
We're stuck in a loop.
I sold them for like a G profit. I think it was like 1,500 profit.
Clarity of information will certainly help.
It's still not back to where I sold
altering perceptions, public perception from people that are basically in a panic. There's a lot of, essentially, well, at least a month ago, we're clearly in a panic. I mean, right where, when you look around April 5th, April 6th, people were really freaking out. Mm-hmm. But here we are, May, and May, people are relaxing a little bit.
Yes.
They're realizing, like, hey, I actually know a couple of people that got it. It was just a cough. And I know some people that got it where nothing happened.
I know a lot of people who got it. I know 0 people who died. I mean, I know a lot of people who got it.
Yeah, it's not what we feared. We feared something much worse.
Yeah, that's correct.
So the adjustment's difficult to make. So you said, first of all, we need real data. You need...
Just parse out the data. Don't lump it all together.
Yeah.
And then, if you give people, just parse out the data better, clearer information about, like I said, was this an actual COVID diagnosis, or was it did they get the test and the test came back positive, or do they just have some symptoms? Just parse those two out, and then parse out just if somebody died, did they die? Did they even have a COVID test, or did they just have one of many symptoms? Like how do you die without weakness? I don't know.
Right.
It's impossible, basically.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If you're gonna die, you're gonna have shortness of breath, weakness, and maybe you might cough a little.
So was it quantified? Was it?
Yeah,
did
they actually have a COVID test, and the test come back positive? And then if they died, did they die where COVID was? It doesn't have to be the main cause, but it was a significant contributor to their death. Or was it not a significant contributor to the death?
Right. It's not as simple as just because you had COVID killed you.
It's definitely not.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, people die all the time, and they have like flu and other colds, and we don't say that they died of those flu and other colds.
Well, that's what's so weird about
absurd.
This. It's so popular. And I use that word in a weird way, but it's so popular that we've kind of forgotten. People die of pneumonia every day. People die of... The flu didn't take a break. Oh, COVID's got this? I'm going to sit this one out. I'm going to be on the bench. I'm going to wait until COVID's done before I jump back into the game of killing people. No, the flu's still here killing people.
I mean, every year in the world, several 100,000 people die directly of the flu.
Yeah.
Not tangentially.
Right.
Not every
61,000 in this country last year.
Yeah, and we're only 5% of the world.
And then there's cigarettes.
So, oh man, cigarettes will really kill you.
That's a weird one, right? We're terrified of this disease that we're projected could potentially kill 100, if not 200,000 Americans this year. With cigarettes, kill 500,000, and you don't hear a peep out of any politician. There's no one running for Congress that's trying to ban cigarettes. There's no one running for Senate that wants to put some education plan in place. It's going to stop cigarettes in their
Seriously,
tracks.
cigarettes kill way too many people.
Long time,
500,000 people a year. Jesus.
Maybe 10 years ago, I helped make a movie called "Thank You for Smoking."
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Smoking, barbecuing your lungs is just bad news. It's not good. You know, turning your lungs into smoke beef is not great. Yeah.
But
Tylenol also, by the way, also kills a lot of people.
Yeah, what is the number for Tylenol every year?
I'm not sure the exact number, but I believe it until the opioid crisis, I believe Tylenol was the #1 killer of all drugs. Because basically, it's if you get drunk and take a lot of Tylenol, acetaminophen, essentially it causes liver failure. Oh. So people would like get wasted and then like have a headache and then pop a ton of Tylenol. It's curtains.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Curtains is a funny word.
Yeah. You know, so but nobody's like,
damn.
you know, raging against Tylenol.
Yeah. It's weird, acceptable deaths are weird. And that's the slippery slope about this, people shaming people for wanting to go back to work. You know, other people are going to die. Well, if you drive, do you drive? Oh, well, you should stop driving because people die from driving. So,
Right.
you definitely should fill up all the swimming pools because like 50 people die every day in this country from swimming. So let's not swim anymore.
Yeah,
Like,
what is the really dangerous?
we need to chop down all the coconut
Stop
trees.
water.
Coconuts kill 150 people every year.
Yes.
Cut down all the coconut trees. We need those people.
Yes.
It's at a certain point in time. It's like, we're vulnerable, and we have a finite existence no matter what.
We do. Nobody lives forever.
Right.
I mean, I think you want to look at, say, deaths as like but for this disease or whatever, they would have lived X number of years.
Yeah.
You know, so, if somebody dies when they're 20 and could have lived till 80, they last 60 years. But if somebody dies when they're 80 and they might have lived till 81, they last 1 year.
Yes.
So it's like how many life years were lost is probably the right metric to use.
I don't read my own comments, but I do read other people's comments. And I was reading this one little Twitter beef that was going on where someone was saying that COVID takes an average of 10 years off people's lives, and we should appreciate those 10 years. And then someone else said...
It's not true.
I'm sure it's not true.
Yeah, definitely
It's
not.
the Twitter. It's the
Oh my
world.
God.
But someone else said the average age of people who die from COVID is older than the average age people die.
It's let's say it's like it's about the same.
That's a beautiful way of looking at it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's unfortunate. It sucks. But it sucks if grandpa dies of Alzheimer's or emphysema or leukemia. It sucks.
Sure.
It sucks when someone you love dies.
Yes.
But
I mean, actually, if this, I think a lesson to be taken here that I think is quite important is that if you have grandparents and their age of grandparents, really be careful with any kind of flu or cold or something that is not dangerous to kids or young adults, but is dangerous to the elderly. It basically, if your kid's got a runny nose, they should stay away from their grandparents. No matter what it is, it's the things that are where a young immune system has no problem and an older one has a problem.
Yes.
And in fact, a lot of the deaths are literally it's tragic, but they're intra-family. It's the little kid had a cold or flu and
give it to grandpa.
They have the family gathering and they don't know that this is a big deal, but it's just important to remember when you get old, your immune system's just not that strong, and so just be careful with your loved ones who are elderly.
And I think there is some true objective understanding of the immune system and the ways to boost that immune system. And I really think that...
God, we're down to 14 big blunts. We're 31 people away from the money. We need
that should be distributed. in a way, a non-judgmental way. But like, look, this is a way that we can all, like, this is a scientifically proven way that we can boost our immune system, and it might save your life, and it might save the life of your loved ones, and maybe we can teach this to our grandparents and our parents and people that are vulnerable. You know, vitamin C, heat shock proteins, all these different variables that we know contribute to a stronger immune system.
Yeah, actually, just a thing that is tough. If you like when you as you get older, it's hard to be. You tend to put on weight. You know, certainly that's happening with me. You know, like as the older I get, I'm like, damn, it's harder to stay lean. That's for sure. And so actually being overweight is a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a fact. Well, yeah.
The New York hospital said it was the #1 factor for severe COVID symptoms was obesity. That was the #1 factor.
It is. That's yes.
Damn,
exactly.
I need to start eating better.
But it's also, we live in a world where people want to be sensitive to other people's feelings. So
absolutely.
We don't want to bring up the fact that being fat's bad for you. It's a judgment on your...
Food's great.
Yeah, I do love food.
Yeah, and I mean, to be totally frank, I mean, speaking for myself, I'd rather eat tasty food and live a shorter life. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, those moments of enjoying a great meal.
Yeah.
And then even talking about it, they're valuable. They're worth something. Yeah, it's not. We don't want to eat Soylent Green and live to be 160.
I don't want to eat. Tasty food is great. It's one of the best things about life.
It really is. Yeah, it's an art form as well. It's like fine food. It's a delicious sandcastle. It's temporary. It doesn't last very long, but there's something about it that's very pleasing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I don't know what advice to give. Like, maybe have tasty food with smaller amounts of it.
Yes. Yeah, and I think regulated feeding window is really the way to go. Some sort of an intermittent fasting approach.
Sure.
When I started doing that, I found myself, and I love.
In fact, drinking and then going to sleep is that's one of the worst things you can do.
Yes. Yeah.
So just try to avoid drinking and eating
booze.
Yeah.
Booze,
yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't small amounts of alcohol that evidence suggests it doesn't have a negative effect on
I put in the same category as delicious food. Kind of makes things a little more fun. I like it.
I mean, some of the people who have lived the longest, was a woman in France who I think maybe has the record or close to it, and she had a glass of wine every day.
Yeah.
So small amounts is fine. This is like I learned this like quite late in life. It's like just avoid having alcohol and avoid eating at least 2 or 3 hours before going to sleep, and your quality of sleep will improve, and your general health will improve a lot.
For sure.
It's a big deal, and I think not widely known.
Do you have time to exercise?
A little bit.
Do you have a trainer or anything?
I do, although I haven't seen him for a while. But especially if I'm out, like say working on Starship or something in South Texas, and I'm just living in I've got a little house there in Boca Chica Village, and I don't have much to do, so or like I'm working and I'll do just lift some weights or something, maybe I don't. Some people love running. I don't love running. But
what do you like to do exercise-wise?
To be totally frank, I wouldn't exercise at all if I could. But I prefer not to exercise. But if I'm going to exercise and lift some weights and then kind of run on the treadmill and maybe watch a show that if there's a compelling show that like pulls you in.
Right. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Yeah. watch a good movie or episode of Black Mirror or something like that. It's great.
Man, don't watch Black Mirror before going to bed either.
Well, don't watch Black Mirror today. It's too fucking accurate.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, wait, this already happened in real life.
Yeah, they're too close.
It's too close.
Well, even didn't you say that the guy who makes Black Mirror?
Yeah, he said it's not a good time to start season 6.
Yeah, he wants to hold off because reality
he's nailed it.
Is Black Mirror.
Oh man,
it's like he's gonna have to like reassess and attack it from a different angle.
Yeah,
you should try something that's fun to do. That's not just like learn a martial art or something like that.
I did martial arts when I was a kid.
Did you? What'd you do?
I did Taekwondo. I did karate, Kyokushinkai karate.
Oh, all right, cool.
And judo.
Also, you really branched out.
Yeah. And did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu briefly.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where?
In Palo Alto.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit. I was going to suggest that. That's a great thing for people. Like, that's a thing about jiu-jitsu. If you look at it from the outside, you think, oh, a bunch of meatheads strangling each other.
Sure.
But there's some of the smartest people I know are jiu-jitsu fiends because they first of all, they get introduced to it because usually either they want to exercise or learn some self-defense.
Sure.
But then they realize that it's essentially like a language with your body. Like you're having an argument with someone with some sort of a physical language. And it's really complex. And the more access to vocabulary and the sharper your words are, the more you'll succeed in these ventures. Yeah. That's really also an accurate analogy of what jiu-jitsu is.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of got, I mean, probably like a lot of people, for the way early day, the first MMA fights in Hoist Gracie, and he was like incredible.
Yes.
And it was just like you
technique.
Know, yeah. He was like, winning against people way bigger and that kind of thing. It was just like, whoa, this is cool.
It was what martial arts were supposed to be when we were kids.
Yeah.
When you saw Bruce Lee fuck up all these big giant guys, like, wow, martial arts allow you to beat someone far bigger and stronger than you.
Right.
Queen Adolf.
Most of the time, that's not real.
Especially martial arts too.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
Yes, but in the UFC, when Hoist Gracie, off of his back, was strangling Dan Severn with his legs, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
This guy's being pinned by this big giant wrestler, and he wraps his legs around his neck and chokes him to the point the guy has to surrender.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, Hoist got beaten up pretty bad in some of those.
He definitely had some rough fights.
But he won.
He won, yeah. He's a legend. But what it showed, and I mean, I'm a huge lover of jiu-jitsu. What it showed is that there is a method for diffusing these situations with technique and knowledge.
Yeah.
And I think it's also a great way to exercise too, because it's almost like the exercise is secondary to the learning of the thing. The exercise is like you want to develop strength and conditioning just so that you could be better at doing the thing.
Sure.
And the analogy that I use is like, if you had a race car and you could actually give the race car better handling and more horsepower just from your own focus and effort.
Sure.
That's really what it's like.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. When am I going to be able to...
My kids, I should say, I sent my kids to jiu-jitsu since they were like, I don't know, 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
It's been a while, yeah.
It's a great thing to learn. It really is.
Seems like a good,
Yeah. Maybe something like, I mean, even if you just have someone who holds the pads for you, like you get a workout in and it'd be fun. When am I going to be able to buy one of them roadsters? When's that happening?
Well, I can't, say exactly when, but we got to get it. This COVID thing's kind of thrown us for a loop.
I'm sure.
So, not to blame everything on COVID, but it's will certainly set us back on progress for some number of months. The things we got to get done ahead of Roadster are ramping up Model Y production. That'll be a great car. It is a great car. Getting the Berlin Gigafactory built, and also building Y, expanding the Shanghai factory, which is going great. And get the the Cybertruck, semi-truck, Roadster. Roadster's kind of like dessert. So, like we gotta get the, meat and potatoes and greens and stuff. Like.
But Roadster comes before Cybertruck.
I mean, I think we should do Cybertruck first before Roadster.
Interesting.
Now some
I'm not mad at that.
Some of the things for Roadster, they're the tri-motor, plaid powertrain. We're gonna have that in Model S. So that's like one of the ingredients that's needed for Roadster is the plaid powertrain, the more advanced battery back, that kind of thing.
I wanted to ask you about this before I forgot. There's a company that's called Apex. It's taking your Teslas and they're giving it a wider base and wider tires and a little bit more advanced suspension.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? Do you
sounds
work
good to me,
with
sure.
them? Are you cool with those people?
Yeah, I mean, I'm off. Yeah, go ahead.
They're jazzing stuff up with carbon fiber and doing a bunch of interior choices. You're cool with that? You can't fuck with that. You don't have time. So is it good that someone comes along and has this sort of specialty operation?
I got no problem.
That's what it's called, right? It's like, J-Mag, is it called Apex?
Yeah, I got a Unplugged Performance S Apex.
That's right, Unplugged Performance, yeah.
Yeah, you could for sure lighten the car up and improve to tire traction. And
have you seen that company's stuff? What they do?
I don't know specifically, but it's
pretty dope.
Yeah,
they make a pretty dope looking. They take Model S and they widen it and give it a bunch of carbon fiber. That's it right there.
Cool.
Ooh la la! Look at that.
That looks pretty nice.
Yeah, it does. Now the plaid version of the Model S, are you going to widen the track and do a bunch of different things? I know you guys are testing at the Nürburgring. Can you not talk about that?
Well, I think we got to leave that for.
We're ahead.
Proper sort of.
We're ahead.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Last time you were here, you convinced me to buy a Tesla. I bought it, and it's fucking
all right. I gotta
insane.
get some work done for the day. I gotta get some other
I
stuff
don't-
done with
it's
the
not
CBD
just pretty
company.
fun.
Send out
It's
some
like,
orders.
the way I've described it is it makes
Well,
other cars
God
seem stupid.
dang it. We're
They
gonna
just
ship
seem
it off
dumb.
to the
Like
stock
I
guy.
love dumb things. I love dumb cars. Like I
Sure.
love campfires.
Yeah,
I love
See you
campfires.
tomorrow.
I have a 1993 Porsche that's air cooled.
Sure.
It's like it's not that fast. It's really slow compared to
Unleashing
Tesla.
my boys.
It's really quite slow, but
Yeah, but there's
sure.
something
Chat for
engaging
us.
about
Unleashing
the
this
mechanical,
chat, fellas.
just like
Ladies
the,
and gentlemen.
the gears, and
Sure.
it's
Boys
very
and girls.
analog. But it's so stupid
See you
in
guys
comparison
tomorrow,
to the
that's for
Tesla.
sure,
Like when I
alright?
want to go somewhere in the Model S, I hit the gas and it just goes whee.
Yeah.
It like
Whee.
violates